Using a lot of material I had from one of my documentary films, a Guantanamo Bay prison, which, if you haven't checked recently, Gitmo is still open, which is really a travesty. And once I made that, that was when it really dawned on me that we could use VR for all kinds of stories. And
so what year was that?
So that was in 2008.
2008.
Yeah, in 2009, I also I had a grant from the MacArthur Foundation Bay Area Video Coalition, and also at the same time when the iPhone came out, and I was actually starting to play with augmented reality as well for journalism. So that was kind of the basics, but then I got invited to this incredible lab in Barcelona, run by Mel Slater and Maria Sanchez-Vives, and their lab, the event lab, along with Peggy Weil, we built a piece that put you in stress position, literally, people were seeing a mirror of themselves, etc. And that piece was published and still remains in the MIT Journal Press. It's the #2 most published article, and that piece kickstarted the emergence of journalism. So there's my long-winded answer.
It's a great answer. And what was it that most compelled you about the medium?
Well, you know,
what were you?
No, this is really important.
What were you trying to? Yeah, what was it? Well, I think what were you trying to achieve by taking this leap to this new medium from filmmaking, from documentaries, from journalism?
So, I have coined a term I call duality of presence. And I think when you're working as a journalist, and especially because I was really concerned about human rights issues, and I had done films on everything from a gay father in a small town in Michigan who was accused of sodomizing his child with a machete. Of course, there was no cuts or bruises, but he ended up going to prison, of course, out of homophobia. So working on stories like that, a lot of my work was focused on the underdog. And I felt like if we could put people on scene with other people, or meet other people, if we could cross that divide, that we might have a better understanding of each other and have some better connection. And I think that was my goal as a journalist, right? Was to try to find ways to cross divides and help people get along better, to be honest. And so when I started thinking about this duality of presence, you can't. And back in the Gitmo, I was like, wow, I spent my senior year of I grew up in Venice, California. got into Harvard, had never set foot on the East Coast when I showed up for school. I was only 17, no coat, no boots, gives you an idea how unprepared I was. And then my senior year, I got a grant from Radcliffe to go back and photograph and write about the Chicano gang in LA. And that gang, in some ways, culturally, I was more familiar with their culture than I was from the Harvard culture, right? And they let me in, and I spent a year writing and photographing them. But the problem was, like, when you have a gang like that, they have a neighborhood, and they can't cross into somebody else's neighborhood without it being potentially life-threatening, right? And so, what if I thought, like, I was in their homes and taking pictures, and the film was so poignant, of family members who were killed, or like their brother, and some of it was just poverty, issues, right? And what else do you have but your neighborhood, right? And one guy asked him, if you could be anything in the world, what would you be? And he said, I could be a carpenter. And he was talking about being a carpenter as if it was like President of the United States, right? So I wondered if there's any way that I could recreate the other one's neighborhoods, and then they could come into those neighborhoods virtually and get to know each other. Would that make a difference in helping reduce some of the gang violence? Now, that's idealistic beyond belief, but we've got to start somewhere, I guess.
Oh, that's really inspiring. Beautiful. It's really, really cool. And then you were the first person to take VR to Sundance. Tell us about that.
So that was a bit of a nutty thing too. After we did the detainee piece out of Barcelona, it was really during the downturn, and I really saw how people were going hungry, right? And they were invisible, once again, trying to make the invisible visible. And, food banks, you see these lines, but, who stops? I'm passing food bank lines again now. And I'm like, shit, what the hell? Huge lines are passing again. It's just so crazy. Anyway, so I had this idea that I wanted to make a piece that put you on scene at the moment when food banks were running out of food. What was it like for a mother or father to turn to their kids and say, we have to leave, they're out of food? But, and I thought that would be a powerful scene to experience and help people understand how much families are suffering. But what we found, and I had this wonderful high school student who became an intern, because none of the university students at USC wanted to work with me at that moment when I brought it up. I thought it was nuts. And she was amazing, and we were out recording audio at food banks, and she came back to my office one day just bawling her eyes out. And I listened to the audio, and it was so powerful. It was this crazy, chaotic day at a food bank, such a long line. The woman who's running it is just overwhelmed, and a man with diabetes in that long line. He just doesn't get food in time, and he collapses into a diabetic coma. And what we were finding was that the moments in the food bank when they ran out of food, rather than tears or statements or anything, people would just drop their head in silence. And at that point, we didn't have GoPro cameras, so everything I had to make was digitally, so it was really dependent on the audio. And with that silence, I couldn't tell the story. At this moment, when the man drops into a diabetic coma, and the way that the EMTs come and they treat everybody in the crowd like shit, and the food bank ladies yelling, so, get in line, there's too many people, totally overwhelmed, and in the chaos, another woman comes in and tries to steal food, and it's just so simplified at the microcosm what was going on. That piece, like I said, because I didn't really have funding, I spent $700 of my own money, and I had to learn how to be a better C# coder, and I had to beg and borrow a lot of favors, and we only had this $50,000 headset in the lab at USC, which, by the way, I've been working as a research fellow. I had applied to do my PhD while I was a research fellow. The director of the school, the J School, Journalism School Lab, and the dean of the Annenberg School at the time did not renew my fellowship because he thought I was working on too crazy stuff, right? So now it's a year, because they hadn't put money together for fellowships for me or scholarships for my PhD, there was no funding, so I had to take a year between my PhD, and it was a year, it was 2010, there were no jobs. So I have to tell you, there was a night My husband's getting paid the next day. He's a university professor, at a Cal State school, which, if you know, is one of the most underpaid positions, whatever. He's a brilliant, brilliant man. And we were just out of money. I'd used every quarter in the house. My credit cards were maxed out, and I had lost my job, and I was still determined to finish these fees. And it started in 2010, so this would have been like fall of 2011. One of my girlfriends, we would help each other with our kids, and she was a doctor, and she's like, hey, can you pick up my kids after school program? I can't get there in time. And I did, and I brought them to my house, and I'd cook dinner, and I had just enough food for me and the kids and me. I mean, literally, my husband wasn't coming home till late. And there just was no money in the house, and I was completely done. And she came over, and I was like, oh, we watched my kids go for a run, and I came back, and she fed her kids my dinner. I mean, they were hungry. I can't blame her, but she didn't know, and I didn't know until after she left. And I literally didn't have enough money to buy my own dinner in the middle of making hunger. It was really hardcore. It was the most hardcore moment, I think, of my entire life. And so it was kind of this moment where I was making this piece about hunger. I don't think, he got paid the next day. Actually, the piano teacher came over who hadn't been paid in a year and took me out for dinner. He got there and I was just bawling my eyes out, of course, because I've never felt so underutilized and under stress and whatever. So just to say, people who are struggling with this medium, people look at what we've achieved now. I have to say, with my husband, who came home and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I got to find a job. And he was like, stick with it. So you need a supportive partner for sure. But that was just really tough. So then it got into Sundance, and all we had was that crazy $50,000 pair of goggles. And by the way, Palmer Luckey was kicking around as a lab intern. I don't know why he denies that. I think it's financially he doesn't want to admit that because probably he owes a bunch of people their money. He's turned into such an asshole, I'm sorry. And this is this kid who wanted to be a journalist, didn't have good enough grades to get into the J school at USC, and I really pushed hard for them to accept him, and I took him around to try to get him investment, and he has really kind of a disappointment. I don't know if anybody's seen the, Facebook stuff where he wrote that I had nothing to do with VRP 2.0. Like, what's the point of that? I don't understand why you need to write that. Anyway, Palmer was the lab intern. Because at that point, we were pushing what happened when we got into Sundance. There were no, there's only the $50,000 pair of goggles. And I'm just getting it.
It started actually. Wasn't there?
Yeah. Is it gone now? Yes. So there's only the $50,000 pair of goggles.
Because when you started with the cheese me, Noni, you started with cheese me and Echo started.
I know, sorry, I shouldn't have gone there. So it's true. Here we are. All right, Palmer's wonderful, he's beautiful and perfect. Our middle go. All right, but we got into Sundance and we only had the $50,000 pair of goggles and had the lab mark goals. It's like you can't take those goggles to Sundance, so we had to make goggles. And we were in there, Palmer already had a huge collection and working on goggles for a while, so don't get me wrong, Palmer was very talented. And, but I wouldn't, my God, the moments of nausea, and I wouldn't let the goggles get on the truck to go to Sundance, and it was meant to leave in the morning, and I wouldn't let it leave because I didn't want people to feel sick. And anyway, we went out finally at 10 o'clock at night. In Sundance, Palmer ended up driving the truck around for us. He was crashed in my hotel room. He was like the intern, right? And other people really worked hard on those goggles. If anybody knows John Brennan or Bradley Newman, really, really smart people. Then the Sundance debut happened, and we had no idea how people were going to react. People were crying. People were just so emotional and begging us to stay open, and we had 5-hour waiting lines, and we were only to be open X amount of hours, and we ended up working from 10 a.m. until midnight, keeping open demo after demo after demo after demo. And then after that, it was really clear to me that this was a, I thought, well, maybe we can move the needle on hunger by really getting people to understand what's going on, and B, this was clearly a medium that I should continue to pursue.
Well, we're all glad you did.
Thank you.
It's time for questions. It's moving. Yeah, it's really moving to hear the story for so many reasons. And it's also really timely. I mean, here we are 10 years later, right? And we have an issue with hunger in the country today. We have the economic crisis. I was just watching on the news this morning about how, Thanksgiving is becoming huge food bank lines around the country. I actually just donated to a food bank this morning. So interesting.
Good job.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. I think when we're done here, I'm gonna go donate more money.
Yeah. There's something called Newer Chalet, and suddenly they popped up, and I'm just like around the corner, and it's just nuts, right? It's nuts. Because on one hand, the houses are selling for so much in Southern California.
Right.
I mean, we're still in rental housing, like whatever.
The K property that you're talking about, right? So
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
So if you're at the top, if you're the line going up in the K, you're doing really well with the stock market. And then if you're not the so-called investor class, the line's going down in the K. So very disparate recovery that we're having. So tell us. So let's go from that to what you're up to today. I know you're working on a ton of really interesting different things these days.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to make sure everybody knows about Reach.love, which is our very, I would say, alpha plus, but I think we've just gone a little bit of funding to a grant, actually, through Mozilla, where we're going to be able to get it to kind of beta release. But if you're interested in playing with it, Reach.love lets you. Hi.
Could you take the places to sit if you're not on the speakers right here?
Yeah,
if you have a question, we'll take questions in just a minute.
It's meant to be a button-based web tool that lets you create and publish in WebXR in volumetric. And the idea is to be photoreal. That's the goal with it. So reach.love, there's a video there, and then if you want to join, also you can go test the beta.reach.love. That's one thing I want to make sure you know about. But in the meantime, in my personal work, we are finishing up a piece for the Japanese American Museum on a teenage kid who was taken from his high school and put in one of the Japanese American concentration camps, and was an incredibly talented artist and writer. And we've made his drawings in quill, and that piece will be launching in January in WebXR. So we've built the whole thing so that it can be looked in the browser, and it was kind of cool. We did a trailer, and The Guardian embedded it, because you can embed it like a YouTube video. When you publish in Reach, it's just a URL, so you can literally use an iframe code and embed it, and that got 45,000 views in 2 days. So that's really satisfying after spending, how many hours. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Are you showing me, or you just don't know how to use your technology?
I'm so sorry.
All right. No, it's not your fault. I think he just doesn't know how to use the tech. But he is trolling us, and it's not nice.
Okay. So
you're talking about Reach.
Anyway, so the nice thing is being able to distribute that way. It's just a URL. After and you can move to the browser, right? You can use your WASD keys, you can use a headset, you can use a phone. And after what I described with hunger, where you just had to go to, and I know you know I'm talking about, Joanna, where you go to these events and headset on, headset off, headset on, headset off, headset on. Then we got the Quest, right, which has been a huge leap forward for us, and I love the Pro headsets give us a separate experience, right, like the HP headsets and all this variety of headsets. But now we want to distribute, right? So anybody can get this stuff quickly and easily and make their own stories. I want to democratize it so anybody can tell the story that they want to tell. So that's Reach. And then there's Hayami, also working on a really cool project on Lyme disease, which is, obviously another pandemic that's very serious that people don't realize. I'm working on a game, which here's another example. I think I started pitching this game 4 years ago. I had the idea for it, and we just got the contract for some funding yesterday. So perseverance, you guys.
A lot of lessons here.
Perseverance. I know. Well, sometimes I hate it. So, like everybody else, I got 3 big no's yesterday, you guys. So today I woke up with, oh my God, I was feeling
You
really
called me
well.
last week with some big yeses that you've gotten as well.
That's right.
But you can't say about them probably.
That's
but
right.
It's a roller coaster of yeses and nos, right?
That's right. That's what it takes. Like to just kind of, when they say no, you dust yourself off, you pick yourself up, and know, oh, they really wanted chocolate ice cream, and I pitched them vanilla. And that's how you have to. And that's how you have to take it.
The more want chocolate, right? Or you'll make a blast squirrel next week. So I'm going to do questions right now. But 2 things before we do that. How should people? What's the best way for people to reach you? And then anything you're looking for in the audience. Like if what would you want people to reach out to you about these days?
So Nani at reach.love is the best way. I think it's easiest, fastest for people. Nani at reach.love. You can do Nani at emblematic group, but reach.love is so much more elegant, isn't it? And that's where to reach us. And I welcome anybody's interested in reach. We can certainly set up we've done some workshops with like MIT and other people. We also did this really cool thing you guys should check out. It was virtual production. It was, just last thing was it was a GCDS, it's an Italian brand, and we did a whole their fashion show using Unreal, using virtual production, virtual cameras, virtual lighting, and then oh my God, come on, brain. The clothing was all made in marvelous designer. And then had to do Olympic. It was beautiful. Check it out. It's a really interesting way to approach thinking about making stories now also.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Any questions in the crowd? Yes. Elena.
Right. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm Elena, and I think I'll just start off by saying my background is in journalism, and I went to a journalism conference, and Robert Hernandez from USC and Google News Lab led a workshop on immersive journalism with, Google Cardboards, and I watched that workshop, and then I watched your TED Talk, and that kind of is what inspired me to go from journalism more into the VR and AR space. So this is really cool.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
My question is, with journalism, there's always that, or more movement for people to really want to stop helicopter journalism and just go in, talk to the source, and then stop out. And if we move into maybe more XR journalism, VR, AR journalism, I don't know. I guess how do we prevent something like that from happening?
So these are really important questions. There's 2 things that I think you want to be aware of. One, like we did a piece on in XR on domestic violence, and it was 2 sisters who called 911 to have and their phones were both live when they tried to stop unsuccessfully an ex-boyfriend from killing their sister. And you're basically there through the whole event. And that's totally was me coming in, making the piece, right? But those sisters wanted nothing more than to get people to understand about domestic violence. So you need to make sure that when you make these pieces that you're partnered with the right people, or the piece we did on LGBTQ homelessness, and we used audio from a kid who was thrown out by his own family. They assaulted him. It was terrible. They tried to do a religious intervention. And Daniel Pierce worked with us step by step to make the piece. Then there's another really interesting thing to me, which has anybody here yet started using an iPhone iPhone 12 to make LiDAR? LiDAR? Anybody yet? I gotta buy one this week. It's been too busy. So I'm really interested in what does that mean then? When you're saying go to the people on the ground, let them tell their own stories. Well, I think the iPhone X LiDAR in terms of photogrammetry and real places being captured is going to be huge in terms of letting people participate in their own story making. But I also know that we as journalists have to come up with some thoughts on the ethics behind, if there's a bombing situation that's captured with an iPhone and LiDAR, are we going to let people step over the bodies? What's going to be our responsibility journalistically to how we approach this full embodied presentation? So, and I don't think I have 100% of the answers on that at all. I wouldn't pretend to say that, but I think it's something that we need to be thinking about really seriously now.
Thank you, Noni. That was great. It was so good to see you here. Thank
You
for
too.
sharing
It's
your
always great to see you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much.
You give a virtual hug.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the virtual hug. Well, anyway.
Okay. Virtual hug. Yeah, well, there we go. Thank you, Noni.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. This is the beauty of this. There's always this tech adventure.
Now I gotta go take my son to go get a new skateboard since he's broken it another one.
Grab your skateboard and your new iPhone.
And if you have a teenage son, you really need to make sure that they've got something to do physically right now in the pandemic, right? Skateboarding good, not contact sport. All right, thank you
Yeah.
guys so much.
And you're working out in pistol whip too. So.
I am at a really long session of pistol whip last night. If you don't use pistol whip, I love pistol whip. Oh. All right, good luck, you guys.
All right, thank you.
Bye now.
Thanks for being here.
Bye.
All right, and now we have Carrie Shaw up here with us. She is our third CEO and co-founder to present today. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie is the CEO and co-founder of Embodied Lab. Carrie, I'll let you take it away and then let me know when you're ready.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, it's great to be here with everybody. Thanks so much for inviting me to be a part of this event. It's super exciting. So my name is Carrie. I am the CEO and founder of Embodied Labs, and we are a company that was founded in July of 2016. So what we do is we train caregivers. We use VR to immerse people in the perspectives of the person that they're caring for. And we've been really focused on doing this specifically for older adults. So we have a platform that delivers immersive training experiences, so a library of immersive training modules to businesses that care for our aging population. So when we think about who our aging population is, it's our fastest growing sector. 65 and up is, a group of people that are going to become the largest sector. There will become more older people in that sector than younger people, and so when you think about their needs as they age, caregiving has become something that is really important. And I think especially in the context of what we're going through with COVID, we know that older adults have been more impacted by COVID, and we've heard a lot of senior housing, kind of, nursing home is often the word we hear in the news, of where COVID's been really a hot spot. And so what we do is we sell B2B, a subscription model where our customers subscribe to our immersive platform, and we sell them an end-to-end hardware kit as well as part of their subscription, where they're actually shipped. We use high-end. We actually ship on the HP Reverb, and we sell them a Pelican case that comes with a pre-imaged computer, the HP Reverb, and everything they need to just basically plug and go with the hardware without having to know much about or really anything about VR itself. All of our experiences, our modules take about 8 minutes, kind of on average, to run through, and they all use leap motion, or now ultra leap, so natural hand tracking. And the app that we create, basically, you log in and you see this library of training experiences, and the users will, are caregivers, whether they're a certified nursing assistant or maybe a hospitality and dining staff member, or a CEO or the executive team of a senior housing community. Those are just a few examples. They'll log in and they'll say, I'm going to go through a module that will let me embody the perspective of someone that's living with the middle stages of Alzheimer's disease, for example. And so the app that we have will set them up outside of VR for what they're going to learn. We have these configurable surveys that assess different kinds of metrics, pre and post experience. So those metrics are in 5 main areas. We look at knowledge, so what does someone learn in the experience before and after? What kinds of behavior changes do they have? So what do they decide after the experience that they might do differently in their care based on having gone through the middle stages of Alzheimer's disease. We look at empathy, and so we ask questions about perspective taking. Does this help you better understand the clients that you're serving? We also look at cultural competency. So in all of our labs, we use the power of VR to let people embody not just an age-related experience in older adult, but a different race, gender, culture different than their own. And so we look at what does someone learn about cultural approaches to care. For example, one of our experiences focuses on embodying a Lebanese American woman, and you learn about her dietary preferences and some of the ways she prefers to interact with, especially male staff, and what, based on her religion, she prefers. We also just launched a training in this past June during Pride Month where you embody LGBTQ older adult journeys, and you're actually in one of the experiences going through what it's like to be an older adult who's transitioned to a woman in her older adult years. And so, I guess I'm kind of jumping around here, but when you imagine what these experiences look like, we do combine 360 live action film with, and then render everything in Unity and create different interactive moments and branching narratives where you're able to, make choices and have agency and, use your hands to actually pick things up and, look at an object and really feel like you're present and involved in these scenarios. And when we make these different labs, we work very closely with our subject matter experts. So I should say my background is initially in public health and health education, and then I went on to get a master's of science in biomedical visualization, which is a big mouthful, but it's a field of medical illustration. So originally the people who did illustrations in textbooks. It's a field that now involves use technology to forward the way we can understand human health. And so we use that kind of framework of a medical illustrator to say, who can we interview, what scientists, what patients going through Alzheimer's or to Parkinson's disease or a care transition like, an end-of-life journey. For one of the labs was made around end-of-life conversations. How do we find all these experts, interview them, and integrate their expertise into creating an interactive training experience, a storyboard, a script that we then take back to be vetted by a select group of these experts before it goes into production. So that's kind of at our core some of the things that we do. We work with a lot of different kinds of customers in the aging services umbrella. So if you divide them into a few categories, you could imagine academic institutions, healthcare providers in training use this. So we're up to about 60 different universities that train their nurses, their doctors, even some of the allied health science careers like a physical therapist or occupational therapist. We have groups using this as part of that training up for getting ready to work with the aging population. We also serve a lot of senior living, senior housing companies, home care companies, hospices, and then one group that we've worked with increasingly this year is government agencies, so municipal governments, their groups of adult protective services, and then there's actually every county, every municipality for the most part has something called an Office on Aging, which has a mission to serve the community with resources and support for caregiving. And so we have 50 million what we call informal caregivers, and I'm sure, is anyone here in this room currently caring for someone, a parent or a relative who's aging, maybe experiencing Alzheimer's or something? And any hands on any caregivers today in this room, or who knows someone who's experiencing Alzheimer's disease, maybe in your family or a friend that you know. And, I mean, Alzheimer's disease is massive. It's, the sixth leading cause of death in our country. So it's hard for us at this point not to know someone who's affected by a loved one that's experiencing this. And so that 50 million of us that are caregivers need support and resources. And it's just been really exciting to build a company that can serve businesses that can then go out and find these informal family caregivers to help educate them and train them up on how to care for their loved ones. And I guess backing up, and maybe I'll end here before Joanna and I, and hopefully you all can ask some questions. But I really got interested in this space from personal caregiving experience. And so when I was about 19 and my mom was in her late 40s, she got diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's disease. And so for the 12 years that she lived with early onset Alzheimer's, part of that I was actually at home as her primary caregiver, and I just discovered how hard it was for me to really understand her experience and how to know how to care for her, and kept asking, how could we train faster so that I could practice some of these situations that I'm in, or her home care team that came to support her in her later stages of the disease. How could we use tools like VR, where we're doing simulation training to practice scenarios that we're going to face, and ultimately use this tool to help us be better care providers and prevent things like ER visits. And so that was my inspiration all along, and it's just been such a ride building a company in this space over the last almost 5 years now to scale up across this industry. So Joanna, I'll stop there, and I think what would be really fun is to hear from the audience if there's questions.
All right, thank you, Carrie. That was great, and thanks for sharing what you guys are up to today and what inspired you to get into this industry and this field, and your personal story with your mother. Thank you. So I saw somebody over there, this hand raised in the
I
corner.
think Scott,
I don't know if I can tell me his name.
you in the orange vest.
Yeah, yes, Scott. No, I can see. Okay, we see
Do you have a
emojis.
question? We appreciate your heart.
All right, well, Scott's getting. I'll ask some questions while Scott is getting set up. So, talk to us about your company. What type of people are in the company, on the staff? What kind of skill sets do you have in house? Externally.
Yeah, we're a core team of 9, and we work with about probably another 10 to 15 contractors in different roles. But on our core team, we have our product team that really drives how we develop both our platform, so the platform that delivers our training, and then our immersive content. And so the types of skill sets that we work with as we build our immersive training products are filmmakers with backgrounds in interactive immersive experiences, Unity developers. I've got a couple Unity engineers on the team, and then let's see, people with backgrounds in training, and so training that can cross over into immersive learning spaces. We also have a couple, let's see, we have a very small 2-person sales team, and we have 160 deployed locations using Embodied Labs today. So we have a customer success lead that day to day is interacting with customers, making sure that they're able to access the app and our analytics dashboard smoothly. And then we have my lead of operations, who kind of keeps everything running smoothly between all the departments. And our team of contractors is usually very much Hollywood-based historically, so we've worked with a lot of the Hollywood film production network as we've built our now 20 or so different training experiences on the platform.
Great, thanks. And tell us, I love your journey as a company. You've gotten different grants. We've won numerous awards and prizes. There's government ones. There was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You now have some external venture capital. But all along the way, you're bringing in revenue. So talk to us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, I just made a slide this week for a presentation that was called Embodied Labs Journey, so it was neat to lay it all out there. And so I could chunk us into 4 phases. We had our MVP phase, where actually this came out of my graduate thesis project, and we had an 80 gigabyte hard drive with our first ever experience where we embodied a man, and we called it the Alfred Lab. You embodied a man with macular degeneration and hearing loss, and over the course of 6 minutes, you were going from being at your kitchen table with your family around you, it was your birthday, to a doctor's visit, to a daydream experience where you didn't have hearing loss or macular degeneration anymore, to getting hearing aids and experiencing what it was like to go from not being able to hear for about 4.5 minutes to having that hearing aid. So that was the MVP. It was on this hard drive. There were no commercially available headsets at that time. We went to the Unity conference where everybody got a Vive. Was anyone there in the audience that also got a Vive? And that was really how we developed Embodied Labs. We didn't have the hardware even at our school at the time. So we took it from MVP between July 2016 to what I call our beta, kind of pre-seed soft launch, where we really didn't have any training in any delivery system to get this to people. So we had to build a platform to say,
Your audience is getting up a little bit. Is that just me, or is it picking up? Okay, keep going.
Sorry, hopefully everyone can hear. Yeah, and so in this pre-rev kind of beta launch, we were just trying to figure out, how do we deliver this to people? How do we get this 80 gigabyte hard drive down to like 2 gigabytes or smaller, so that people can actually download this remotely? And then when we were starting to sell it to customers or wanting to, they said, well, how do we know this is going to bring value to our business? Like, what happens when you embody someone? What are we measuring? So we came up with a data and analytics system that's evolved quite a bit over time. And so pre-revenue, pre-product, that took us to about 2018. But then actually to end of 2017, we made our second lab on Alzheimer's disease, and that's been like to this date the biggest played lab, even though it had one of the smallest budgets. But we knew our customers really wanted education on Alzheimer's disease, and so we used all of our money to make this lab. We literally like overdrafted our bank account, and we were considering quitting the company because we had no money and we weren't sure that people would. So we wanted to try and validate like a B2B subscription model. And so we said, well, let's just take this out in 2018, take it out of beta, call it a product. Didn't look great, didn't love how the platform looked. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't polished necessarily. But we got about 30 customers to subscribe between January and July of that year, and then that's to your point, Joanna, when we then won the Film Olympics XR prize, which came with $250,000 of just non-dilutive cash to build the business. And that was a massive turning point for us. So it was the first time we actually had like money and runway beyond a month or two. We as co-founders were just paying the minimum we could to stay afloat, to keep doing this. And so with that capital, we then, were able to continue to launch more labs, to show more traction. We grew to 120 customers by the end of 2018. And then first thing 2019 closed our first tranche of what I would then say our third phase of the business, our seed growth. And so we're still kind of in that phase. We've grown, got our first seed capital of $1 million in 2019, and then we closed that round January of 2020, this past year, for $3.2 million in total seed funding. And that came from 5 different VC firms, all with value add to our company. So a couple in the immersive tech space, a couple in the impact space, specifically investing in businesses looking at the future of work and technology-enabled workforce, and then our lead investor who strategically invests in companies working in the aging services sector. And so now we're about to go into our 4th phase. We're really excited. We're just starting to look at our Series A launch, which will officially get ramped up in January of this coming year. And we've been able to grow. We grew our business about 70% our revenue this year despite COVID. Probably was about 50% less than what we thought we'd do without COVID. Who knows? And we were able to create some really cool augmentations to the platform to make it more accessible beyond having to have a headset and a one-to-one deployment. Our customers still are at work using the headsets on site. So one of the affordances of working with senior living groups is they aren't home and working remotely. So where all of their hardware was in their office, they are still in their office, and they're finding that embodied labs training really enhances empathy and can really engage workers that are starting to feel really burnt out, as we all can imagine. And so by stepping into the perspectives of the ones they're caring for, they almost become the heroes of their own stories in these experiences. And we're hearing comments like, wow, my job is, I have new reserves of patience and I have joy in what I do. I'm proud to be doing this job that is so hard on a day-to-day basis, but I'm here because I do have this empathy and I care and I want to be in this industry. So yeah, thanks.
Really important.
Thanks for the question.
Let's take some questions from the audience now.
Scott, were you able to figure out your microphone over there? Is there someone? Mark, I see you motioning. No. Any questions? It's so fun. I love the gestures in here. It's like
I know.
the best part.
We're doing all different things in the hand. All right. Well, people are getting their questions. I'll keep asking questions. So, what's the best way for people to contact you, and what are you looking for today? What would you want people to contact you for?
Yeah, so we are hiring. We are looking for people that are creators in XR. I would love to meet people with backgrounds in training and not, I guess, healthcare training, not necessarily has to be super tied to the content that we create in the aging space. I'm open to hearing from lots of different XR creators. We're really building up our product team right now. We have some really exciting expansions for 2021 that we're looking at growing. So we're looking at some expansion on our DEI training from what we started with our LGBT experience that we launched in June. So anyone that's passionate about creating an XR, has maybe film or immersive or a blend of the two experience, we would love to hear from you. You can contact us at, my email is Carrie, CARRIE @embodiedlabs.com. You can also just, if it's easier to remember, info@embodiedlabs.com. We have a contact form on our website and can forward you on to the right people if you have a question about the product team. I'm always looking for followers of our thought leadership. So LinkedIn, follow our LinkedIn site or follow me. I'm most active there, but starting to kind of get into Twitter as well. So Carrie is my personal Twitter at Body Labs. We do a lot of posting there as well. And our next lab we're launching is around social isolation and training people to really understand that experience. So follow us as we announce that new lab in December.
So Carrie, Mark just let me know that the audio is muted for the participants, so I just fixed that. So if you have a question, raise your hand, because now, raise your hand or your emoji hand up, because we'll now be, there's Scott, he's back. Come on, bring us the question, Scott. Yay! You're a little faint. Yeah, we'll get closer and then we can repeat the question.
Okay. I love the presentation. I was really excited to hear about everything you had to say. I was kind of curious about, I don't know if this is a good question or not, but like insurance accessibility. So like currently in like therapy counseling sessions, I could do like a Zoom meeting, and like even going back like 2 or 3 years, I noticed some hesitation from counselors to do anything like remote or virtual. If I ask my counselor, like, will you meet me in alt space? Like, do insurance companies like frown upon like
That's a great question. I would look up the company XR Health. So actually, let me just repeat the question because I'm not sure how the audio is for everyone. But the question was, are insurance companies being flexible in how they meet with clients? So if Scott, say, wanted to meet in a telehealth appointment in alt space, how are insurance companies receiving that kind of request versus just a Zoom call? Did I get that right, Scott?
Yep, that's right. Thanks for repeating.
And it's definitely not an area that I'm an expert in, since it's not where we currently embody that operate. But I would look at XR Health's work in the telemedicine space. I know that they've been really leaders in looking at how to get immersive therapy in place. Groups like Limbics Health and Science have been doing kind of behavioral health training. There's also BehaveVR. Those are all companies that
Actually,
they did. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a movement. I would say, I'm looking at insurance reimbursement for what we do in patient education. So, patient education has been a reimbursable space for a long time. The question is, how does that change when it's done in a headset? And I think we're in a really exciting place. One of the silver linings of COVID is that we're all being forced to use telemedicine more, and so we're looking at how can we be more effective. And I think that there aren't necessarily all the things in place to handle it now, but as we move into this exciting new year, I know Medicare, Medicaid, CMS, there's been, and then lots of health plans, if it's a United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, there's lots of movement of new things that are being reimbursed and offered codes that weren't in the past. So I'm incredibly optimistic that this could actually push us faster towards seeing VR for healthcare, put into that more typical reimbursement stream.
And Bob also wants us to mention that IVRHA has a white paper on VR and reimbursement. For those of you who want more information on that, you can go to the IVRHA site and find the white paper. Excellent. Any other questions? Room for one more question. Now that we have the mics working for everybody.
I guess if there aren't other questions, one other thing you could contact me about if you are a founder or a potential founder out there, especially if you're in the category of underrepresented in the venture financing space, which would be women and people of color who receive less than 2%, or I think there's a stat, maybe they came out in 2018, it was more like 3% of all VC dollars. I'm a big advocate for encouraging founders to get into VC-backed spaces, and if you have questions on how to do that, it's been a crazy, challenging almost 5 years now, and I figured if you think that, I'm always happy to meet with founders that want to learn more.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for your leadership in this field. Thank you for offering to help people and continue to bring people along with you on your journey, both in what you're creating as well as in building their companies. And thank you for everything. And this is a great presentation. We really appreciate your time on a Saturday.
Woo! Well, thank you for inviting me, Joanna and Bob. Thanks for hosting the event. And it's just so great to see all of you here in a time where we're a little bit disconnected. So you've made my day, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. All right.
Avatar hug. Avatar hug.
How's this one? We disappeared. That's been a good one. All right, Joanna, thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Carrie. Great to see you.
Let me teleport out of here.
Next, we have a great panel next. We have Kara Benzig from Double I Studios, and she will be joined by Jonathan, Alyssa, Mark, and Beth. So come on down. I sound like a game show host, don't I? This will be, so we've just had 3 CEOs and founders, and now we have Kira, who is the founder of Double I Studios, as well as the director and creator of some amazing VR, as well as documentary pieces. So let's go down the road, have everyone introduce themselves, and then we'll jump in and start chatting. We're going to talk about Finding Pandora X, their most recent award-winning Venice Golden Lion Best VR Experience VR content piece. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, can we start with who's here on my right? Jonathan. We've got Jonathan David Martin, who plays our Zeus.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Jonathan David Martin. I'm a VR, XR theater and television performer and director. I've been working with Kira and Double I Studios for the last couple of years. Started working with them over a year ago on Loveseat, which also premiered at the Venice International Film Festival.
Yes, back when we were all there in person and we could be there in the flesh as well as virtually. And next we have Beth Case, our lighting designer.
Hi there, I'm Beth Cates. I'm based in Canada, in Calgary. I'm a lighting, set, video, and virtual reality designer for theater and for VR theater, and I work across all those disciplines.
And we have Mark joining us, and Alyssa, if you can find your way down to the stage.
Yeah, I think they said she's having problems getting on stage, so I'm going to ask Bob to make sure that she's listed as a host.
Fantastic. And next we have Mark Sternberg, our lead developer for Finding Pandora.
How's it going? I'm Mark Sternberg, as mentioned, lead developer and one of the technical producers. I was also one of the technical producers for Loveseat, also premiered at Venice.
Yes, some excellent history there. Thank you, Mark, for fulfilling so many. Everyone's wearing so many hats on these productions. We really are all a jack of all trades, and we do have some interesting history, having done Loveseat in person at Venice last year, and now this production completely virtually. And eventually, Alyssa will join us and have one.
Yes, I'm just getting that. We're getting that worked out. Yeah, let me just see.
Are you able to teleport with the teleport?
The same.
Yeah, the teleport seems to go over the things.
Who's that? That's Jared.
Okay, somebody that figured out teleport.
Right. I'm just double checking the spelling. Yeah, that's the right spelling. It's Virtue Alyssa.
The B button. And as we all figure out how to move in these.
Yay! We made it! Panel's complete!
These wonderful things.
Excellent.
A surprise guest who's to introduce Alyssa, our lead writer. Please introduce yourself. She's been working with us for many years at Double I.
Yes, so I'm narrative director and was lead writer on Finding Pandora X with Kira, and it's just been an amazing adventure.
Great. Everyone's here. And so wait, who's the surprise guest? We're having another guest?
I just meant a surprise guest. Someone had landed on the stage for a moment. It was.
Oh, yes, that's been happening. Sometimes I think it's people just not knowing how to use technology properly. Sometimes it's trolls. So you have to figure out each time what's happening. All right, so let's jump in. Let's tell everyone first about Finding Pandora X. Tell us about the storyline and what you were creating with Finding Pandora X.
I mean, the show has really evolved. It meant to begin as a story around this central female character and protagonist, but at the beginning of the pandemic, or really just before, we were supposed to run a production at La Mama Theater and Culture Hub in New York City, and we were going to be running something quite experimental where we would be, again, demonstrating this kind of connection between a live audience that is not in headsets, that might not feel comfortable having headsets, as well as performing simultaneously to a virtual audience. This has been this format that we played with at Loveseat, we've been playing with since our work with High Fidelity, and something that we really love about bringing the kind of same connected worlds to a live audience. And of course, the pandemic hit, and Culture Hub said, can you take everything digital? Forget the live audience, can you just reach our audience in a digital way and play with our software, which actually enables you to be feeding in different camera angles. And of course, we can do virtual production techniques
And Mark leads those efforts with another of our really wonderful technical producers, Chris Tapino. We set up virtual cameras in the space and we can cross-cut between them and do a live show. So it began with just doing this kind of exploration of a character, which was Jonathan playing Zeus. And then we just felt that the audience was looking for more social connection and we should build a world as quickly as possible. And that led us into this relationship between Zeus and Hera. Pandora is missing, and that we would go searching for her on these types of quests. And maybe Alyssa could talk a little bit more about the quest story structure and how that came about and what kind of happens in those really magical scenes.
Yeah, so as we moved forward into the pandemic, we realized that actually accidentally we had chosen just the perfect subject matter, which was all about Pandora and the fact that she had taken, closed Hope into this little box. And so we were imagining what would happen if, in a virtual world for the Greek gods, Hope had disappeared. Pandora took it away, and so that meant that one by one, all of the Greek gods were disappearing too. And now finally, the box of hope has been passed down, Pandora after Pandora, and they have yet one more and actually last chance to try to get hope back. Hope back not just for the Greek gods, but hope back for the world, because all of these millennia, hope has been missing, and Pandora has it in this box. So we imagined what would happen if we got our audience to participate in this quest and to actually participate in looking for hope, to bring it back and return it to the world. And as we all started to develop the story, we thought, okay, well, what role could the audience play? Which, of course, in Greek mythology, we had it ready made. It was the Greek chorus who were going to come on, comment on the action, and participate.
It looks like we lost a few people.
We
Okay.
lost a few people. You know what? I did.
Hanging right there.
You know what I did? I toggled the stage blockers so we already have a lot of people up here. I thought we should keep it to the number that we have. Maybe kick some of you out. So continue. We're all back. Yeah, well, VR. We're doing VR storytelling. We to create some drama here. The tech isn't dramatic enough. We need to add a couple extra layers. Creating award-winning work, virtually from all around the world during the Venice Film Festival is not dramatic enough. Just kidding. It's very dramatic already, but continue, please, with your.
So anyway, as I was saying, as we started to think about it more and more, we thought, wouldn't it be great if the audience had to actually split up, and one of them would accompany Hera, one of them would accompany Zeus. And so we developed two totally different worlds where the Greek chorus would leave Mount Olympus, have to go with Zeus, have to go with Hera, and they would have to solve puzzles, solve clues. So we added in an element of gamification where the audience really had to work together and collaborate in order to uncover the clues and help Zeus and Hera to find hope and bring it back to the world and to Mount Olympus. So that was just so much fun to develop. It's really, when you think about it, I'm talking about puzzle solving, but actually developing something like this is puzzle solving. It's like you have all of these pieces of the puzzle, things you want to do, and how do they all fit together so that the audience is having the richest, most fulfilling experience possible. And then, of course, we could ask Beth how she also contributed to the magic of this, because a lot of it had to do with the lighting and how we through how focus was drawn to the different characters in terms of the theatricality. So why don't I turn it over to you, Beth?
Sure. That's an excellent segue. So when I came on board, my training, my history is as a theatrical designer, and I've been experimenting a lot with VR, and I've created projects that are also hybrid, like Kira has done. And I think one of the first conversations that we had was actually about how to both capture the excitement and the vibrancy of how light moves in theater, both for the performances, but then how to extend that beyond into the audience experience. And so one of the first things that I did was actually travel through the worlds with Kira, and we talked about how it felt from a lighting perspective and what could shift and what could change. And then I took on Mount Olympus as my project, offering advices to the other worlds that also existed from a lighting perspective. But I then relit Mount Olympus from a theatrical point of view, thinking about how the audience was going to move through it and how light could guide the audience through it. And then I worked with Mark and another one of our developers, Vaughn Schmidt, who we then created a system to allow us to create actual theatrical style lighting cues, only being able to use 3 lights per shift in tone. But what it gave us was a real feeling of being back in the theater and a real feeling of being able to transition mood and movement that was very theatrical and use that traditional language that we understand as theater makers. So then the combination of the two, as a lighting artist, combination of the two was so fascinating to play with. Because it expanded beyond just the stage areas that people were performing in, and there was a real interplay between all of those worlds. And it continues to grow, and I have lots of ideas about where we can continue to take it, which is exciting, right? Because it's the beginning, and that's a really exciting place to be.
And there's a real liveness that happens too, you know, I mean, we are running live lighting cues, so as if we were to say, you know, spotlight now on the stage, we're changing these things, the environment changes. And in fact, the Greek chorus, the audience is very participatory, and these are some principles that Alyssa and I have been doing in Double Live for many years in all of the work. You know, there's collaborative elements, there's a sense of gameplay, you have a strong sense of your role inside the story, so there's a purpose and reason for you being there. We like things where people have to try and look beyond themselves and work with other people in order to solve something, so there's problem solving that happens, and this idea that, you know, we are collectively, we have more to say as a group of people than just as an individual. There's more impact that we can have on our world. So those are those kinds of themes. And then we're running these, you know, all of these live lighting cues, and they're just shifting and kind of moving the Greek chorus all throughout the show. I'm going to pass over to Mark for a moment just because, you know, he's also been with us since Love Seat, and then Jonathan will come to you because he's got so many stories to tell from being Zeus and playing with the audiences every day, and I think even just to hear about your journeys into the underworld would be quite exciting. But Mark, you know, you started off building with us with this experiments in digital storytelling, and we just did this kind of really quick Mount Olympus that we threw together. Then that environment changed so much. And I think the kind of collaboration that got to happen in a virtual sense during these times, because our team can't work together in our New York City office, it's been really interesting. Do you want to talk a little bit about the kind of ways that we work together and how we would take meetings and go inside the world to take meetings and evolve the set design and production and code and mechanics?
Yeah. So it was definitely an interesting process. One of the things that was interesting was sort of like, you know, my Mount Olympus turned out to be like, you know, a very simple prototype for what would eventually become our final version. Just some of the general like positioning started it off. But even that, you know, is a useful thing to think about, because it's like, you know, we think about what is really effective when you're doing a virtual reality experience, like what, you know, is impressive to the viewer or audience member as they participate. So it's, you know, these ideas of scale and how are you playing. Like scale works really well in VR, you know, having things that are giant and big. It's not something that you're used to seeing. Like you can see it in a movie, you can see a mountain in a movie, but being there underneath a giant mountain is a lot more impressive in VR as it is compared to a lot of other older mediums. And it was definitely an interesting experience, you know, when we had the script and, you know, you guys had come up with puzzles, and it was sort of like, okay, now how do we translate this into something that works for our audience? Because we knew about our audience that we would have, you know, a pretty broad mix of people that were either experienced in VR or or people that may have been doing it for the very first time. So it's a difficult thing to give people enough agency that they feel like, if they're more experienced, that they feel like they're, actively participating in the story, but if they're less experienced, that they're capable of playing along too. So that's one of the things to think about, is just sort of like, how do we not only utilize the environment in such a way that people feel rewarded, and it's exciting, and it looked great. It looked amazing with like the lights that Beth created and everything. It looks, especially because we were also building it for the Quest, which has some of its own limitations. But incorporating that and then also giving people agency that is worthwhile is, two of the things we were striving for through a lot of building.
And I think just another, testament to the fact that we can be creating experiences and working remotely from each other and actually using our medium. We can use VR to further our work. We can be creating a world and leaving notes for each other through these virtual collaboration platforms. We can take meetings virtually, and there is this kind of spatial element and conversation that happens so amazingly in the real world. But on top of it, we already know that we're building special mechanics into our show, like flying. So, Jonathan, I'd love to take it over to you. You get to fly the most as Zeus. If anyone needs a flying lesson, by the way, Jonathan is your guy. Especially in VR chat, he has really mastered it and flies and lands on tables with such precision. It's quite difficult to do, in fact. And we do actually teach the audience to fly. And so, Jonathan, if you just want to talk a little bit about your journey between learning that flying and some of your maybe interactive moments that you get to have with the Greek chorus and audience in every show.
Yeah, I can hear you.
This
Can you
kind
hear
of
me?
dialogue that
Yep,
gets to
I got
happen.
you.
Yeah, so I'll just take a little bit about the kind of learning, the kind of controls for performing in VR.
Yes,
Because I think
please.
that there's a lot of a live performer, especially a stage performer, and also got a puppeteering background. And both of those come in really handy when you're trying to learn specialized mechanics on a platform like VR chat, in terms of everything. Yes, the flying is sort of the sort of big technical things, but also just small things about how you can use gesture and your relationship in space to people, whether it's the audience or the other performers, to communicate a whole lot more than just what you're saying. And so it's something I didn't necessarily expect to find when I first started working on Love Seat over a year ago. And working in VR was about all of the sort of interesting crossover that there is between those live performance techniques and training that you have, in particular in theater. And it's great. It's to piggyback a little bit about what Mark was saying with scale. One of the things that we did both in Love Seat and in Pandora X is playing with character scale. So in both shows, I also get to play a character that changes size and changes form. And
you get to grow quite tall in both productions. Yes,
in both, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
10 feet tall.
Pandora as well. And there's something as a performer, it's sort of delightful to be able to make something more than just an instantaneous costume change. You're making an entire sort of physical transformation. And I think there's a real delight in that for the audience to get to see something they would never be able to really see in the same way, either on stage or in a film, because you sort of feel like you're in the space with that performer when that effect happens. And the same, of course, happens when the world gets to magically shift around.
Yeah, no, they can't hear us because I'm muted, and I think you might have been
No, we
speaker.
can't.
Hey, you guys, you need to mute
Guys,
yourselves.
The interaction with
yeah,
the
just,
audience
or
is
you
different
go to
than
the social area,
just
guys,
sort of in a
go
regular
to the
stage
back,
setting. So,
okay?
a lot of times when you go to see theater, it's actually kind of like this, where I'm talking at you and you're there sort of listening. But with performing in VR, and especially with Pandora X, we're all kind of there together. And a lot of the interactions that audience members have talked to us about that were most meaningful were the one-on-one interactions that weren't things that Alyssa and Kira had thought about ahead of time or necessarily scripted, but that kind of come out of what that individual audience member is doing in any given moment. And it's really a lot of fun to have agency as a performer to really respond to that in an improvisatory way that's still in character, but that makes the audience member feel like they're there.
Can you hear me okay?
Having a very live experience. And I think that's something that's
Eric, follow me to the lobby.
Yeah, go to the lobby, guys. Excuse me for a second. If you're in the audience, could you take it outside if you need to talk? For some reason, the toggle all isn't working because I guess not everyone is listed as a host up here, so we're not able to use that function. Thank you.
If you were wondering, we can hear you. Your audio is working. Hooray.
Yes, congrats.
I would love to ask a question actually for everyone on our team. Alyssa, you want to go first? Ask your question. Go for it.
I was actually going to ask Jonathan if he found over the course of time that all of these mechanics become sort of second nature and that you feel like you're physically in the world interacting with all of the audience members.
Some of them do, especially a lot of the sort of gesturing and the kind of controls. I think like any physical task that we do again and again, you start to gain a fluency of it, and it takes less of your conscious attention to execute it. And so it does mean that I have a lot more mental bandwidth to really see what's going on with each audience member. And especially something that's as technically experimental as what we're doing with Pandora X. There's a lot of times where audience members, whether because they're new to being in VR chat or being in a headset and just having some technical problems, I can kind of spot pretty quickly based on their body language in their avatar if they've got problems, what kind of problems they're having. And what's fascinating about the show is that I can troubleshoot things technically with them, saying open up your control panel, click on this, and do it in character, and it doesn't seem to take away from the reality of the world that we're creating, and actually it's just an accepted part of this world of Mount Olympus, in that yes, Zeus understands how your technical controls work, and that's totally cool, which is a really amazing, fascinating thing.
That's so great. Yeah, that's so great.
Exactly. Zeus would know, exactly. And there is this kind
Everyone needs a troubleshooting actor at work.
a troubleshooting god on their side. Yes,
I love it.
side as we go. Really great question, Alyssa and Jonathan. Thanks for such an awesome answer. I've been curious for each of you that are, behind the scene. It takes a lot of us to run this show backstage, and there are a lot of moving parts. Our audience and narrative does branch. We leave the world that we're in, which is pretty complicated, at least in the platform that we've been performing in. Anytime I think you leave a world, you have a chance of losing people. And so, we do. And then our audience has to land in these places and come back into the world. And there's a lot of complicated moments for that. And the way that we get the audience there on different ways, maybe we'll keep the kind of magical moment as Jonathan, as he actually gets his group to the underworld. We'll keep that one a secret for now. But I'm curious, from each of you having seen what happens with the live audience, have you noticed that there is something that has surprised you with these live audiences that you didn't expect before we were running the show live? Like, has there been something that surprised you along the way of each of these live audiences?
Well, since I'm right next to you, I'll take that first. I think the thing that surprised me but shouldn't is that like any other live, interactive, immersive theatrical experience, the audiences have different reactions every single time, and they will laugh at unexpected places and do unexpected things. They will go places you're not expecting them to go, say things you don't expect them to say. And I think that that's one of the challenges that Jonathan and Pamela, who played Hera, as well as Deirdre, who played Corey, they handled that so well, as well as Hermes and Iris. All of our Greek gods and goddesses were able to just go with the flow and handle anything just the way you would in interactive theater. They could just handle anything that was thrown at them. And I think for me, when we were on that back channel, I was always amazed to hear you cueing absolutely everything. And then I could also hear what was happening in the world. And so it was always different. Every single show was different, and in every single show, something unexpected happened. So that was what I really enjoyed.
And I think Deidre's actually here in the audience. I think she's in the back.
Yes, Deirdre, if you're here, we have Deirdre.
Give it a little. We'll give a little.
She is standing.
We have Laura as well.
And Laura, who is our producer. Yes. Laura, give a wave. Thank you guys for being incredible members of our team. We could not do this show without both of you.
We just have a few more minutes before we have to turn it over to the next group. So let's talk about the big win at Venice.
It's a good moment, I think, for all performance. We were the first production that's performance-based to have won in the VR category, so I think that's exciting for those that are interested in creating interactive performance-based experiences going forward. We are very, very proud, especially after having been there last year and also having been a part of that community, just sort of being a part of the tradition, everything that we got to see live, and just what that sense of cinema means to the Italians and to their culture, and get to be a part of this culture and conversation with them. And I think it is pretty remarkable, actually, that Venice and these programmers, Michelle Rayak and Liz Rosenthal, have created such a respected category for VR in a highly ancient art form of this film festival. I mean, it is really remarkable that they've been able to get the VR category on this kind of special stage as well, and to be able to give that kind of those accolades out to creators.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey.
Who is that?
Language. This is a PG room. Okay. And I would say from HT's point of view, we actually came in as a sponsor and as a producer on the production. It was, and the team used our headset and our computers, and it was so fantastic to work with such a team that was breaking so many, just really forging the path in terms of that connection between interactive theater and virtual reality, and doing that in a space like VRChat, and interacting, having shows be live in the moment, where just like this one, where you never know what's going to happen, right? Where you have, and so we were just constant surprises, and we were just really happy to be able to work with your team and to support you with the technology to make the creativity and the imagination and the storytelling come through.
We were so thrilled again as well, and what a difference from having built a local network with 14 computers at Venice last year on this tiny medieval island to now having each of our actors troubleshoot for themselves. They are each their own technologist. They're running their own unit. Usually we would take care of that for them. Mark and Chris and Sabio, who ran Love Seat last year, were making sure that every actor was really taken care of. This year we had to say, it's different. You have the machine and system in your home. You are becoming your own technologist. And everyone did that. Every single actor rose and became more than just an actor. They did become their own troubleshooter. And I think those that were surprised and didn't think that they would be able to do it and do this daily with all of the software updates and things that come along with us being in this very new field, they did rise to that, and they were incredibly capable. So that was also incredibly exciting. And then I got to see Jonathan kind of pass on some of his gestural movement and language to each of the actors that were newer that we were training up in VR.
Yeah, man. Give me the hand, man.
All right. Well, thank you all. This has been such a great talk. We really appreciate it. Give us just, if the audience wants to follow with you, how do they find you?
They can go to our website, which is doublei.co, and so it's all spelled out, DOUBLEEYE.co. You can find ways to reach us there. We're also on Twitter and Instagram and LinkedIn, Double I Studios, and we look forward to communicating with all of you and to seeing some of you perhaps in Mount Olympus for a future production and maybe some flying.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. And the next group.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. And to Bob Fine, this has been a great, and team, this has been a great, now up here for 2 hours, bringing some fantastic content and conversations. We learned about grit, we learned about vision, we learned about storytelling, and there's just everyone who was up here on the panel gave us so many interesting insights about where this industry is today and where it's heading. So thank you to the audience for all your great questions. Next up, we have Lauren Price, Gavin Farrell, Eric Hansen, and Jean-Paul Francis. So thank you. Stay with us.
Okay, hey everyone. Can everybody hear me?
You guys hear me? I think we're talking.
Can everybody hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yes.
Awesome. Hey everybody, my name is Gavin Farrell. I'm on the board of directors for an organization which might be the oldest VR organization that's still alive. We combined with another VR organization that started in 2002, and we were formally formed as the IVRPA, which is the International Virtual Reality Professionals Association. So we encourage membership. It's ivrpa.org. And Lauren Price, the president of the organization, if he is around, is welcome to join me. I think there he is. He's got a beard over there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in.
You can teleport here.
I'm trying to do a selfie of this.
And then, so, yeah, here you go. Just teleport. There you go. So this is Lauren. He's the president of the organization. And do you want to tell them a little bit about the IVRPA?
Yeah, the initial first group was International QuickTime VR Association. We started in 1996 and incorporated in California in 98. And then in 2004, the group reincorporated or renamed themselves International VR Photographers Association, and reincorporated again in 2009, and then updated the name to International VR Professionals Association in 2015. And that's where we are now. Is we're a group of content creators and programmers and producers of VR content.
Yeah, and so I'd like to introduce Eric Hansen from Blue Planet VR. So Eric and I go way back. We used to work at a place in Los Angeles and Hollywood called the Noman School of Visual Effects. I was the webmaster there and the web designer, and Eric was one of the professors there. And Eric was always just 10, 20 years ahead of everybody else in terms of technology. And so his latest company is called Blue Planet VR. And I'm going to invite Eric to come up here and introduce himself some more and kind of get his slideshow ready.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Gavin. I assume everyone can hear me. Let me know if you can't. I don't know. I guess I don't even have to be by this mic. Right. But I will give the disclaimer. This is my first real experience in alt space. So I'm actually behind in this aspect of technology in that case. But nonetheless, what I'm going to do, Gavin invited me to speak today, and I just wrapped up a class on what I call the power of reality in volumetric VR experiences, and I'll explain basically bringing you to the real world rather than a fictitious world like this one, and through the means of photogrammetry. And I'll be showing you basically a how-to or kind of a tech review of that. So this is kind of a technical talk a bit. But I'll end up talking about the uses of all this, which I think are profound, actually. But I just got through doing a class for Autodesk, a class on this. And that was a video, pre-canned video, which was public all this week. What I did for this, though, is I stripped the audio out of it. It's 30 minutes long. And I'm going to play it now here on the screen, but I'm going to keep looking up and see what slide I'm on. It's basically kind of a pre-canned slideshow with some video. And then I'll just ad-lib, I'll just live screen my talk as I go. So that's kind of what so in other words, some of the slides may get ahead of me, but I'll try to keep an eye on it and let you know. First of all, we have to make sure that it will play correctly. And let's see if I can get that to load proper. Okay, and I'm going to go off and get started. Hey, look at that. Amazing. We wrestled with this for days this week, but I think it's working now. Okay, so this is my background. That's the real me. And in any case, yeah, I have a background in visual effects in LA. Worked on a bunch of big tent poles. I've always been an educator. I'm at the USC School of Cinematic Arts, leading the VR curriculum and visual effects classes. And I also have had companies. My first company was with Greg Downey, another well-known VR practitioner. That was a company called Ehrhart Studio. And now I'm developing my own IP with a new branding of Blue Planet VR. These are some of the projects. And like I say, I may get ahead of myself here, so I'm going to let this, hopefully this will keep going. There's probably more time than you need to read about me. But again, I'm going to have to let this video complete. Here we go. So again, we don't really need to go over this. This is just kind of the class overview for the Autodesk Prezzo. But what I'm going to do is just kind of let this run. But again, these are the kind of things I'll be talking about for the next half hour. You can kind of skim over them.
Hey, Eric?
Yeah.
Can you click on the host tools and just click on amplify my voice?
Okay. Oh, yeah, right here. Okay, is that better? Better?
Much better. Thank you.
Good. Okay, great. So again, these are the structure of this presentation, but this is done as kind of more for this class for Autodesk. But let me turn that off. And yeah, so this is kind of what we're going to go over. And again, the first thing though, all this is predicated about 6 degrees of freedom VR. This is VR audience. You all have a headset on. This is kind of preaching to the choir. But this is how I discovered 6.0. This is my first VR project I did for a visitor center for a national monument in Dayton, Ohio, where the Wright brothers were. And I did the visual effects on a visitor center film, but I convinced them to use this early VR headset, the iMegan, which was predated Oculus. This is kind of the first tracking gaming headset, really kind of more of a video headset, video display than true VR. But in any case, we let visitors kind of fly the Wright brothers aircraft or feel like they're flying it through a 3 degree of freedom 360 film. And this was a great amount of fun. This is all pre-rendered in Maya with Mental Ray at the time, with a spherical lens shader. And it was great fun to kind of expand the horizon of animation into that. But as the Vive Pro hit the scene, someone, luckily, somewhere working with us said, you should take some of your photogrammetry content that we were using for visual effects, bring it into a real-time engine, and make it 6 degree where you can inhabit these spaces. And we had a Watson Bell moment. I describe it as Greg wired this up for the first time with an Egyptian tomb that he had shot in Egypt on a project. And we were back in Egypt and able to walk around this space, and it just knocked me out. To this day, I pretty much put everything down in my career, not put it down, it just kind of pivoted hugely to this. And every day since that time, 6-7 years ago, I've worked on photogrammetry in real time. And it's like everything else I had done led me to this moment, this juncture point in my career. And it was super exciting, and it still is. I'm still like just dumbfounded by how great this is. So let's see, so this should go on to the next slide. Yeah, this is just a quick description. Obviously, everyone here knows about all this. This is kind of for a different crowd that didn't. But we all know that everything now is 6 degree, pretty much. The Go is gone. A lot of the lower-end headsets are gone. And Oculus 2 is kind of probably going to be the dominant headset from here on. I just got my Reverb 2 in yesterday, and it's stunning. So I'm very excited about that. But probably these are kind of the current state of the art, as you are probably wearing one of these. But in any case, this also is a great little thing that I found that describes the difference between 3 and 6 degree. Again, alt space is all 6 degree. We can move around in the world. We have parallax perspective. Don't really need to explain this. So, okay, so now This is a project that I'm on with Greg Downing, and it's called the McGow Caves. This is for a organization run by Bill Gates' stepmother, Mimi Gates, and this is called the Dunhuang Foundation. But these are ancient Buddhist art caves in the Gobi Desert. And I'm going to talk about the capture a little more, but we'll come back to that last slide. But this is showing taking from a lot of photography, creating a 3D model, using the same images to create the texturing of the model. Many of you probably are familiar with photogrammetry. But in any case, what you get here is a very strong recreation of reality, and seen through a 6-degree headset, you get an extremely strong sense of presence. So here, standing in front of these guards of the Buddha, you can move, and they have glass eyes, and you'll get a glimpse of light in there, and you just get a very strong presence, sense of presence of standing right there. And that's a difficult place to get to, so this is one of the beautiful things about it. What I'm going to do now is talk about a lot of technique to do this, and so these are the 4 topics. I'm just going to, and actually the slideshow will go pretty quickly through this, but this is what I'll be talking about for the next few minutes, is each one of these 4 topics. And it all starts with spherical panoramics. IVRPA is the professional organization of spherical panoramic photographers. So this is part and parcel with anyone who has done any spherical shooting, whether it be still or video. Let's see, this should move on. Again, this is kind of an odd way to run a slideshow, but we'll let that continue. So, yeah, we'll start out talking just a few slides about shooting spherical panos. And this used to be something that was a bit more involved. Today, it's extremely easy to do. Even though there are some spherical capture means for your cell phone, they're still not desirable, in my belief, for VR because of the accuracy of perspective needs to be done with a professional rig. And hopefully we're going to see that. It seems like this is hanging out on the slide for a long time, but we'll keep going. Oh, is this? Oh, no, there we go. So this requires proper panoramic capture. Requires what's called a nodal head, which is a device. It's really just a bracket. And to be honest, my students, a lot of times they'll fabricate them from, hardware from hardware store, Home Depot or something. But professionally, they're very nice. They have indexed ball and detent controllers. You don't have to figure out the math while you do it. You have to figure out the math ahead of time with these types of charts. And I'll talk about that a little more. But you can see off to the upper right, this is a bracket to hold the camera so it rotates about what's called the nodal point in the lens, or entrance pupil of the lens. And that basically means as you take all these shots, they'll perfectly match with each other. Because if you try to do this by hand and you rotate about your spine or something, you're going to introduce perspective differences between the shots. So this is kind of a rigorous tool to make sure that you're going to shoot something that will successfully stitch. This is showing some of the mathematics behind it, and we use a 3D application, Maya, to actually pre-calculate particular shooting programs. This is actually one of many, many shots. I'm not sure. This is 278 images, and it's 2.5 gigapixels. So this is actually a way to shoot in the gigapixel range of resolution. Not so much useful for VR, but for high-resolution panoramas. This is a lot of the work that we did about 10 years ago was that. We also shoot HDR images, and these are not HDR in the sense that a photographer would use it, but more in the way that we can use it for CGI lighting. So this is a mirrored ball that I shot here in the Kitty Hawk for the Wright Brothers film. And then this is a CG glider that's lit by that mirrored ball. And that way it has the same bounce light coming up from the sand underneath, has the same key light coming from where the sun was. And this is a great thing to use as you capture if you want to integrate synthetic objects into your scene. And of course, always wise to shoot a gray chart or color chart. And they have special brackets just for fisheyes that kind of rotate it right about that entrance pupil on the fisheye. And this only takes 4 shots, which is really nice. It's a very efficient way of capturing a 360 scene. Very, very simple. And again, resolution-wise, you get about 18K maybe about for this. In VR, I usually use 8K by 4K spherical panos. So it's more than enough resolution. This is actually an old tutorial I did for a magazine years ago about set extension work from 360 spherical images like we just looked at. But in this case, it's one down at the Arts High School. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, so this is extending that up above. I think I'm getting somebody else's speed. I don't know what that is. I don't know if you're hearing that or not. Anyway, somebody else is speaking. Maybe you could help me out with that. So this is photogrammetry capture, again, where we're able to use simple cameras with laser scanners to be able to capture complex subjects. So this is really the meat of the lecture here. No, I know what this is. This is, oh, this is another YouTube. I wonder if that got mixed up in this. Okay, well, no, it went away. I don't know what that was. Okay, in any case, we're back. Oh, gosh. Okay. All right, well, let me try to talk over him. I'm sorry. So, interior capture of photogrammetry, you want to walk around a room. If I was going to capture this room here, I'd walk around the walls of the perimeter, and I would shoot many, many images. I wonder if this is part... Okay. Hey, Gavin, are you hearing that too, or is that just me?
Yeah, we can hear it.
You can hear it? I think I know who this guy is, but I don't know why it's playing. I know my video doesn't have any audio, but I don't know. Maybe it actually creeped in. Okay, anyway, I'm going to probably have to end up talking over him. But here's a rig that was developed of 3 cameras on a special mobile rig to shoot one of the caves. And again, photogrammetry is just a very large amount of manual shooting. Oh, boy.
It's very strange to me. Does it bother the audience, or can you guys ignore it? Not a problem? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Move away a bit, or move closer?
Move up to the mic.
Closer to you or the mic? Does that mic really do anything? I didn't think so.
Maybe move closer to the audience.
Yeah, I think it's getting a little quieter there, right? Maybe. Here, let me come back here. Okay, well, maybe we killed them. I don't know. But anyway, this is one of the cave models. But you'll see this is actually a 3-dimensional model. So this is the result of our capture. Let me come back just a little further here. So I'm still hearing the guy. Okay. So I'm back here now. Anyway, you don't need to look at me anyway. So here's the exterior capture, where it really is just the use of a carbon pole with a camera and many, many shots. The shots you can see much higher above were taken with this carbon pole to look down and be able to recreate the ground surface. Now, I'm curious if this audio crept into my video, but I don't think so. Okay, well, that's annoying. Okay, so anyway, let's keep going. So the majority of photogrammetry can be done by hand, and again, with the addition of a carbon pole. So on a budget, you can use a painter's pole to do the same thing. Oh boy. Okay.
I think you hear it more than we do, because I hear it.
Oh, do you really?
Very, yeah, it's very faint on what I'm hearing.
You know what I'll bet it is? I'll bet it's on my browser. Let me check real quick. I'll bet you that's what it is. Sorry. Well, that's, hopefully you can still hear me. All right, I got rid of it. That was on my browser, and that's why it sounded familiar, because that was a
Cool.
YouTube I watched. Okay, sorry.
Okay, you come back on stage.
Yeah, we still got plenty to talk about here.
Yeah,
So
here,
anyway,
back up,
this is drone photogrammetry. This was shot with a Phantom 2 drone down in Indonesia, this remarkable temple, Buddhist temple within a Hindu temple. And, but again, drones are fantastic. You just can't get very close to your subject matter. But for a, kind of regional context, or for, something like a model size you can hold in your hand, really valuable to do this. So I do use drones, but again, primarily photography. Laser scanning comes in to fill photogrammetry shortcomings. So you would use this when you're doing an urban capture. So maybe not so much this room, there's some texturing here, but if you were in a painted plaster room, you would need to use a laser scanner or extremely fine detail, perhaps anything that's kind of more in the built man-made environment. Laser scanning can be very critical to use. I tend to shoot more natural landscapes, and I don't have the need for laser scanning quite as much, but I've used both of these units before, and they're both fabulous for making sure that you get very good results. Okay, so now this is a review of the post-production. And by the way, this whole presentation, if this is something you're interested in, is now, I think, live on Autodesk's site for posterity anyway. So you can always, if you're curious about all the notes and the details of this, you can access this online from Autodesk University. I do know that. But in any case, so the first thing we do is we grade in, I just use, what am I saying, Adobe Bridge, or Capture Raw to do this. You could use any raw processing package that you like, whether it's Lightroom or Capture One or what have you. But Camera Raw is what I use. But nonetheless, one thing that's important here is you'll boost the shadows so that you get detail in the shadows so that there's reconstruction of the 3D mesh within it. Aside from that, you just want to make your scene as neutral and as balanced as possible. I am looking into ways to kind of abstract the scene. You could do this here at the texturing stage, or you could do it later on in Unity. But I usually strive to make things faithful to reality. So this is, again, a very, very important step of what I do. I also use tone mapping. I shoot HDR a lot, and I use SNS Pro, which is a great little tone mapper. Again, there's a number of different ways you could do this. And then I use a program called PTGUI, which is kind of the baseline package for any panoramic shooter. And a terrific tool, just kind of the Swiss Army knife for VR work. I use this for video, for stills, to help me in some aspects of photogrammetry. It's just a great package to deal with spherical projection of panoramic images and stitching as well. Obviously, it's a stitcher, but really great package for that. Okay, let's see. I'm so glad I got rid of that guy. All right, so let's see. So we prepare our final set of images that we're going to compute our photogrammetry from at this point. So the next slide, I'll just talk about it now, will be the actual processing of photogrammetry. And this is something that in recent years has gotten incredibly good. We've been involved with photogrammetry from the very early days. I think Greg was on the image modeler team with RealBiz ages ago. But now it's amazing, and that's because of GPU. The rise of GPU process computation is so powerful now. So things that, to compute this as a 3D model, to compute that would have been staggering years ago, whereas today it's really kind of trivial, almost, to do this. So this is an amazing tech that we have, or tech performance. I use this program called Reality Capture. There's a couple of them out there that are equally good, and it's just a remarkable tool. And it basically will take your photographs if you properly shot them and then give you a mesh and the texturing with it. Oh, I should point out there's an open source package called Meshroom that you can download for free, and it's a very nice package. It's what I use to teach with my students, because reality capture tends to be on the expensive side. So, and Recap Photo, which is Autodesk's thing, is another kind of freebie that you can play around with and just see what kind of results you can get. Meshroom is a great package for this. Of course, you're going to create literally in the billions of polygons, so you usually export out a few polygons. And then you'll bring it into either Maya or whatever 3D application you like. Could be Blender, could be Houdini, anything. And then you would clean up and kind of get rid of the debris that you get from photogrammetry. Mesh Mixer is a great little, and again, another free package that Autodesk puts out that is designed for 3D printing, but it has really great tools for cleanup. And then I use Mudbox to do paint fix, but again, all kinds of options for that. These are just the ones that I use. And then, but anyway, so I do all my creative work in Maya just because I'm a big Maya artist. And I just creatively, that's where I'd like to be. So I kind of prepare my VR experience in Maya. I make special cameras that only rotate, and don't translate. So it's kind of, so I can rotate it around and feel like I have a headset on. And that gives me a preview of what I'm going to get in my VR experience. Let's see, what else could be said here? And then I have, obviously you can do social interaction with Normcore. You can do, let's see, oh, and then also when you bring the model in, you have to establish proper scale to it. That's another big part of it. And these are another tool I use is VRTK and Unity. I happen to use Unity or Unreal. Either one is a great place to do this. But the funny thing about photogrammetry is we're using the light is baked into this texturing. So you don't really need the incredible real-time rendering lighting that, say, Unreal offers. It's more about interactivity than it is anything else. This is showing one of the scenes is a panoramic image put in, so just to surround the scene. So again, shot with probably a fisheye and stitched in PT GUI. And that's the baseline, and then we start to add in, let's see what I'm showing here. Then I'm painting it down, so I'm only kind of using the sky. And then I'm bringing in sections of the model, which are very small, but here I'm scaling them up. And now you can kind of see what, now we're getting kind of a human scale to this, and now I'm kind of understanding what this might be like in VR. And again, this is coming out of reality capture. I also use Maya to optimize the geometry way down, so that's helpful. And then I think next I'll probably show, let's see, what am I going to show next? Let's see. And this is in the order of, say, 500,000 to 1 million polygons at that point. So in Blue Planet right now, you have an informational panel. I'm actually working to expand the UI, the interaction, greatly when it gets onto the Quest. But for now, a minimal amount of interaction here, mostly just a descriptor and then some other interaction. Now, what am I showing here? I'm showing the different components. And again, I'm kind of ad-libbing this from my class. I had text I was following otherwise. But again, you can see how the models are prepared in Maya. That's the main point of this slide. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I'm here in Unity at this point. What am I saying? So here in Unity, now I'm putting in the interactivity. So here's a little sphere, says panel description. You can click on that. You can get description, descriptive terms. I put in a particle dust moat, which just provides a greater sense of presence. And I don't doubt that many of you probably know about that technique. That's a very common thing. And then from there, I can continue on. Let's see what's going to happen here. I think you'll just, oh, now I'm going to a different scene. So now we're in Blue Planet. This is the collection of environments that constitute the product. And some of these are flight experiences. I'll show you one of those. And these are all just kind of unique locations that I've traveled and captured with it. So I have a big massive list of environments that I'm trying to capture in my lifetime, and these are some of them. Okay, so now we're going to see how it is manifested in the final delivery executable. So here now we show up in the scene, we can read the descriptor, we can dismiss it. I think next we're going to see the panel description. And I'm just looking at, I'm talking about parallax here, how you get a strong sense of presence because of the nature of parallax, and 6 degrees of freedom. And here we'll go ahead and highlight the what the meaning of these carvings are. And this is a remarkable temple. There's just enormous amounts of kind of Buddhist symbology embedded in this. This is just one tiny aspect of this entire structure, which I think you'll see next coming up. So next I'm going to teleport down the length of this. And of course, tetherless headsets like the Quest 2 offers amazing jump up above a tethered experience because we don't have to teleport. And actually, like what I'll do is I'll bound out a region in my backyard and I'll walk around in these spaces, and I don't need to teleport. I can just kind of walk right up to this carving and examine it, and it's a remarkable thing. So again, this is kind of the nature of this talk, is that it's kind of the power of being present virtually, but with all the realism of the real world. And I think that does something to your neural cognition when you provide it with real world data that photogrammetry gives you. So now we're going to hop up to an overview of this entire temple. This was shot from my drone. And now we're looking down. This is actually on Chinese New Year, so there's a ton of people here. But there's the sculpted panel that we just were at. So that kind of shows you the one small section of the overall temple. And again, static view, but still easily acquired with the drone. You can see all the volcanoes in the region. And then, of course, the other big thing to do here is to go get up in the middle of the night and see the dawn come up. So this is the view at dawn at the upper reach of the temple. And a stunning location. What you're not seeing are the hundreds, literally hundreds and hundreds of people I had to paint out of this. An enormous amount of people that, at least that at that time, Chinese New Year. Okay, I think this is going to show you a flight sequence. I think it will. So this was a capture that we made in Iceland. We had the good fortune of working with New York on some of her VR pieces, and then we spent additional time kind of capturing other places on the island in the country. And this is one where we chartered a helicopter and flew up this spectacular canyon. And we had 3 photographers, and we're all shooting madly, and we flew to a number of locations. But I used to be a hang glider pilot in my early days, and this is looking up at my old hang glider, and it's locked to the camera. So we're going to have a hang gliding experience here with 2 aim controls, and you can just run right off the precipice, as we tend to do. And then you're now in flight. Now, of course, seen in a VR headset, this is rather incredible because you're getting the feel of the stereoscopy or the volume of the scene that, of course, the flat image doesn't give you. And then, of course, you can just, wherever you aim, you'll travel. So you could travel up the river, you could go up high and get an overview, you can explore deeply this canyon system. And it's just an amazing opportunity to do that in VR. Let's see here. And I think I'm going to bug out of that. And we probably, I think that's probably all I'm going to show in this one. I think that's probably true. Oh, no. Then this is kind of fun. This is called the evolutionary spiral. And this is, there's a great illustration that I was inspired by some artists with USGS years ago. And I always wanted to model it. So I had the opportunity to do this on a science dome film that I worked on. And but I translated this model over into VR. So this is a constructed model, constructed straight up in Maya, but based on this illustration. The beautiful thing you can do with this, of course, is interact with the model, grab it, and scale it and so forth. Here we can get in and see the extremely fine detail that a MEL script gives you in Maya to get just the finest area of that spiral. And now, so this is an arbitrary size of this, but I thought, wouldn't it be nice to kind of get deeper into the scene? So if you go down to the lower ring, I think that's what I'll show next here. It says grab and scale up. You can just grab, and many of you know this, grabbing and scaling UI from VR, from 6 Degree. And so here I am just scaling it increasingly to be larger and larger. And as it gets monstrously big, it gets really fun. And then you can just kind of come up into the scene and then kind of put yourself down on the water's edge and then just kind of use your 2 hands like you're swimming up and going through the different areas as you go. And there's also another little UI I put in here to turn off that, so you just see the light forms and a beautiful graphic of the ears spiraling upwards. So that's kind of a fun thing to do, too. Okay, let's see what else. I think we're going to probably leave this app after that. And this goes on and on. All of these are are pretty, each one of these locations has a great story to tell. There's just a rich amount of content in here. Okay, let's see, I'm probably leaving it. Maybe. Okay, but anyway, and this is just a couple of slides. I don't even probably need to ruminate on this too much, but this is just kind of talking about where is all this leading us. And again, I'm preaching to the choir here with the VR crowd, but VR, of course, is useful for all means of human endeavors, you know, from travel, in my case, to interactive storytelling. Wolves in the Wild is a great example. Real estate, blah, blah, blah. This is all the stuff that all of us here always think about all the time. We need a wider proliferation of headsets, as we know, and AR, as I say, will be kind of a gateway drug for us, I think, as Apple begins to roll that out in a bigger way. And that's might be it. No, let's see. And then, again, increasingly social, just like we're doing here. I'm a big fan of the Museum of Other Realities. That's another place that I hang out in a lot, and just think that has a lot of great innovation going on there. Obviously, in education. And again, most importantly, we need good content. You know, I get a little tired of the usual cliche things that are done in VR. Whether they're documentary or gaming. And I just think there's a whole nother realm of content that it's up to us as creators to explore and to provide the public so they can really expand what they think of VR being and may have motivation to get a headset. I think that's about it for what I was going to say. The last thing is just a thank you and my email address. I'm happy to interact with any of you. It's eric@blueplanetvr.com. And there's also a free demo of this if you'd like to take a look on Steam as well. So I think that's it for me. Is that you, Gavin?
It is. I changed my avatar.
Oh, you sure did. Okay.
I tried to
okay, Gavin.
Yeah, so hey, can I get a big round of applause for Eric Hansen? Or like a round of emoticon hands, I should say.
All right, new to me.
Yeah, so Eric, can you come back up on stage? I just want to, we set aside some time for some Q&A.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have our next speaker, JP Francis. I don't know if he's actually here yet. I hope he is. But he's going to be coming up at 2 o'clock, so we've got about 20 minutes to take Q&A. So,
40?
yeah, no, 20.
Okay.
20 minutes. So does anyone have any questions from the audience? I don't know, did I mute?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Closer?
I can hear you. Sure, you betcha. So yeah, and actually for anybody who is savvy with 3D modeling or spherical photography, you'll probably recognize the boundary between the two. You know, I think for newbies in VR, when they see this kind of work, they may overlook that, but I think to the educated eye, you'll probably spot the seam. So one of the, again, my background's in visual effects, and the whole foundation of visual effects is that you establish thresholds of human perception where you can introduce the next method that may be more economical to do. So in the, like classically, you might build miniatures or maybe have a full-size set piece on a green screen, but then beyond that, maybe you would have miniatures, and then beyond that, you'd have a matte painting, which would be a 2D piece of artwork. So I worked on the film Fifth Element, right? And that's a great example of all that layering that we practiced on that. So in VR, because it's a stereoscopic medium, we have to consider it through the lens of stereoscopy, and that gets a little trickier. So human stereoscopic perception, on the textbooks, they say it's about 60 feet away, like anything beyond 60 feet, 20 meters or whatever. will feel relatively flat to your interpretation or your perception. I think it's usually, I usually feel like it's more like 100, but it's a gray area. But effectively, after 100 feet, there's no stereoscopy. So therefore, that's kind of how I'm doing the work I'm doing, is that I'm keeping photogrammetry to be within that 100 feet so that you get proper stereoscopy and parallax. Parallax is a different thing, though. That's the relative motion of objects based on the movement of a camera or your head, right? So that's if you move your head, obviously your monitor will shift against the background, et cetera. So parallax is the other, which I say, principle that you need to pay attention to with this work too. And so that's kind of like at a bigger scale. That's not just like, you could have parallax a mile away if you're in an aircraft, right? So you kind of work, you consider both of those as you lay this out, but very simply put, I'm kind of going off on this, but is that you look, there's a scene, a perceptual scene where the 3D model ends and the panorama begins. And I could use stereoscopic panoramas. I haven't done that. I may still consider doing that, but I don't find it's that necessary, because usually by that point I'm beyond 100 feet anyway. But if you look at this work, if you download the demo or something and evaluate it, you'll see where, you'll probably find that scene. Like I say, to the educated eye, you'll see how that works. But, and it works relatively well. One thing, I don't believe in, what should I say, continuous motion or locomotion in these scenes. I've always been a big believer in teleportation, because you'll land on a different spot. It's not a gaming environment. I have a lot of gamers that always want that from this product, and I kind of oppose it philosophically. I think it's about feeling present, not like the aesthetic of flying through a scene. But if you were to fly through these scenes, you'd probably see that scene faster. You'd see the cheat line a little easier. So that's another virtue of teleportation. Now, of course, as this goes over to a device like the Quest, where you can walk the length of it over a long length, that may be something I'm going to have to think about or maybe readdress to make that scene feel a little better. But anyway, that's some of the, if that answers your question there. So they do integrate well, but obviously, let's say in that Buddhist temple, Borobudur, that hallway of carvings, that, even though that's really just the sky, but let's say if it was, you saw more of the foreground, as you walk, you know, the spherical panorama is in one location, right? It's just, it's fixed in space. But if you walk that panorama, you saw more, really going to be the farther you, as you walk, you know, there could be times when that may not serve your interest. You know, have a trans space. It's a cheap and easy, not and like I said, the people aren't going to like you, I guarantee you would. So anyway, it's another, you know, world. I mean, I could use a level of detail. I could use capture. So it's kind of so like we put cameras on that rig. I mean, I could use the capture for something. So kind of in these days, we sun, and the other thing, if you look at shadows are stair-stepped because the shadows are too beam of how fast. So that's another challenge that we have too. So time, and see, it all kind of works, like the limitation of time also kind of drives how you're going to use panoramas too. You know, it's a tricky bit, but time and grammetry is pretty straightforward to do. And time also measure room, and you could just use great work done on off-cell cameras, and you know, but it's nice to use, you know, high resolution backs and proper optics and all that stuff. Is that it? Everyone? Yeah. You know, but it's to resolution back. I'm sorry, I missed all that.
Yeah, is that it?
wondering?
Anyone have any questions?
I'm sorry, I missed. You in the model? Really, the Pano is scaled extremely largely. Like I usually scale the. No, and that's kind of arbitrary. Like the scaling of the Pano can be pretty big. The nature extremely large. I usually kind of push it way out there. And as I develop the experience and walk the boundary, I make sure, like all of a sudden, looking to the panorama, you know, whether it's obvious. So I kind of go to a lot of trouble to make sure it feels fairly seamless. Some cases it'll work. I mean, most cases it'll work, but it's very easy to find situations where, oh man, I wish I had shot more photogrammetry right there. This happens a lot, actually. Where I go, I wish I could have gotten just that next level, you know, because then I wouldn't feel a little as fake as going over to the camera. So, like I say, in the end, just with Apple putting the LiDAR, you know, capture on the new iPhone, it bodes well for us. I think, 10 years from now, capture is going to be a whole different thing. We're going to look back like, wow, we had to take, because a lot of these captures are in the thousands of images, you know, I mean, because I think, you know, was it 8,000 or something, but generally like 100 a lot, even more so, but thousands of images. Think of all the pixel data, a vast amount of just to end up with a mesh. It's been super innovative. So it's it'll be as simple as waving a device around and boom, you got it. You know, and just extensively capturing every possible hidden occlusion. You know, that's where we're going with all this for sure. I mean, Leica's got the new 360 Go, which is a pretty neat device that can kind of do that.
Yeah. You know what I love about photogrammetry is that you can capture things that you can't see in real life. For instance, you can put a pole up into an area that you can't get to with your body. You can put a drone up down into a crevasse that you can't get to. And there's this project that I think your former business partner worked on in Easter Island, where they dug these huge ditches around those giant Easter egg statues. I mean, the Easter Island, sorry. And what they did was they stuck the pole down there and they shot photogrammetry down the base. They found out that those statues have whole bodies. You know, and it's like you can get your body down in that ditch, but you know, you can bring it back out for it to be experienced in VR. You know, so you're expanding the access of the visible access of these incredible places and these incredible sculptures.
Yeah, one thing that I do a lot in this work also is that being like, whereas I was talking about you're kind of limited to this range, and you are, but I also try to shoot so that I can also kind of float upwards or just kind of see it from an aerial POV too, as best as I can. And so what I put in a lot of these scenes is just a glass sphere. It's maybe 50, 100 feet up, or depending, you know, 23 feet up maybe. But you can teleport to that, and now you have the aerial POV, and that's pretty interesting because you can, you know, as a photographer, you can access places that you only could, say, if it was a drone or a boom or some other device. So it gives you the ability to interpret or experience spaces in novel points of view that you couldn't see otherwise. We did that on the China caves. We actually found, we put you as a viewer up in an area that no tourist could ever go to, where you're in front of this big, giant, reclining Buddha. And it's, I mean, you'd be jailed for your lifetime if you ever scurried up there. I mean, it's a forbidden area. But we were able to shoot it with our poles and get, you know, capture that. And we also found on the head of one of the Buddhas, there was a bird nest. And nobody knew about it because nobody had ever seen it. It's kind of like if there's a bird nest up here somewhere. And it was so funny because we pointed it out to him and we showed him on the model. He said, by the way, did you know there's a bird that built a nest on the head? And they're like, oh no, we have no idea. And we couldn't tell if it was 100 years old or recent day or whatever. These are like 800-year-old caves. So that was kind of fun. So yeah, that's another thing that I find really fascinating. I find two things super fascinating about photogrammetry. One is the scaling aspect. Scaling nature down and looking at it small, taking nature, scaling it higher, which I do a lot of, and then you begin to see things from the point of view of a small animal, an insect, and that's really remarkable. I've got a number of scenes where I've done that. I kind of mentioned it as you go into the experience, but I want you just to experience the grandeur of it. And these are kind of smallish, kind of sandstone environments naturally, but they're just spectacular when you scale them up. So scaling nature is an amazing thing, and then novel points of view is the other really great.
There's two things I'd like to add to what Ehrhart just said. There's one model that he mentioned in his talk that he did for Bjork for one of her music videos, and I believe it was a lava tube that was in Iceland. And then there's another one where you've got, I don't know if it's the same lava tube, but it's this volcano that you can go to in Iceland where you can go into the volcano, and it's sort of like this giant chamber, or volcanic chamber that you're in. And I remember at your studio, you showed me where you've got it so you can experience it and you can walk through it, but then you can shrink it down, and it's like a dollhouse view, and you can kind of like move it around and see it from.
Yeah, that was great down. He had the good fortune of shooting that for actually another music thing. It wasn't Bjork, but it was fantastic. And that's a really rarefied experience that I think most people pay many thousands of dollars, because you have to either take a helicopter out. I haven't done it. Craig did it, but it's a very expensive proposition. So and being able to again see it as this kind of dollhouse-like aesthetic, there's something magical about reality, again, when you shrink something down. That's why, I used to be, just so infatuated with photoreal CGI. That's all I did in features. And I still like it, but I don't find it that interesting anymore, because I feel like you can kind of do anything you want to do. And of course, production design is always rewarding to see. But to me, these days, I just love how to manipulate reality itself. And that's where I think that's like the title of this talk, The Power of Reality. It's like it brings something to your perception, your cognition, that is different from showing a CG model. This room serves this function perfectly well, but if I took this room and I scaled it down to a tabletop model, it would look cool, but it wouldn't be like, wow, it's just unbelievable. But if you do that with photogrammetric capture, there's something magical about that. So I'm still kind of trying to figure out why some of these things are so amazing cognitively. But there is something different that goes on with photogrammetry. And I'll just say this, because we're all, again, in the same carpet here, but no artist is really manipulating reality with photogrammetry yet. And some of my students have. I've helped them on some very cool projects where, depending where you look, there's a distortion or kind of a rippling of the environment. But there's a huge upcoming area. Somebody's going to figure this out very soon, that, of using photogrammetry as your tableau or as your canvas to do abstraction, and where you can kind of like bring an observer slowly into an abstract world, leaving reality. And that's something I want to spend some time in. So that's, I think there's great potential for this. I'm just scratching the surface.
So there's, well, first we've got about 6 more minutes with Ehrhart. Is there any other questions from the audience?
That's TBD. I'm just now kind of getting going on that. But it's, well, actually, I'm not getting going. I've actually got builds on it. Probably next summer, technically speaking. I don't know the exact date yet. But it'll be
It's a good question. Yeah, so right now, I have it personally on the HTC Vive. I purchased it through Steam. It's $19, and it's got, it comes with, is it 40 or 50 experiences?
It's 20, actually 30, 29, but it goes on sale. I'm sorry, where are we at now? We're on Saturday. Next week it goes on sale. The week after that it goes on sale for 20. But the, like I say, what I would do is download the demo, see if you like it. I think it's an amazing amount of content for 30 for sure, but because it's like 56 separate scenes.
Yeah. So Ehrhart, can you tell us, tell the audience the different ways they can find it and the different ways they can download it right now?
Yeah, sure. So it released last summer, this summer, on Steam. So it's on Steam, and you'll run Steam VR with your, depending whatever. Well, actually, you'll run Steam VR no matter what headset you use. But it's Oculus. I've pulled it up for Oculus as well, so you could run it from a Rift S or whatever you want, or Quest, on Steam VR. So that's possible for the Quest. What I'm working on right now is the native build for the Quest, where it can be tetherless, and that's, like I said, that's going to be another game changer. But for now, that's in development. But then it's also on the Oculus Store as a Rift app, so it's on there too. That all being said, what I would recommend for it, because I developed it on the Vive Pro, and there's plenty of resolution in these scenes for sure, but boy, does it look better when you get into a Rift Pro or an Index or the Quest 2 or now the Reverb. The Reverb just blows my mind. But so yeah, if you can see it on a higher res headset, you'll get more out of it, I think. But it will look good on anything. Yeah. So it's basically Quest.
Yeah, I used the Pimax 8K Plus headset. Does anybody here have a Pimax? It's basically what does it give you this, the field of view is insane. It really feels like you don't get that kind of tunnel vision that you get from VR. You really feel like you're just there. One of the experiences on the Blue Planet VR portal that I just love is the Mono Lake sand formations.
Yeah,
and so
the
tufa. I don't know if you guys, there's probably a lot of Californians in the room right now. I don't know. But if you get out to Mono Lake and you can see these, they're actually not that big in real life,
No, they're very small. There was a slide of it, actually, when you showed Greg with a boom and a laser scanner. That's the tufa. I can't. Oh wait. Can you color?
Yes.
No, you can't scrub though.
No, you can't scrub, unfortunately.
No,
too bad. Yeah. So, well, I just want to thank Eric for taking his valuable time out to come here to AltSpace VR and to Virtual Reality Day and help represent IVRPA and show just a very small sampling of Eric's work. The volume of his creations is really phenomenal, and it's really, check out Blue Planet VR. And then you can see his past company was called X-Res Studios. And I think you still have links to all that content as well.
Yeah, BluePlanetVR.com and XRS.com are still up. So XRS
Awesome. Eric, thank you so much again for joining. Really appreciate it. I think I see actually Jean-Paul,
you got JP?
Francis, and JP.
All right,
Can you come work your way down to the stage?
All right, I'm gonna hop over here.
You might need your help, Eric, to show JP on how you got your video to work.
Okay. Well, it's like we did earlier. Hey, JP.
Okay, so so let me introduce you, JP, or if you want to try to queue up your video first. So while I introduce you, I'll and you can tell me if I've got your intro incorrectly. So I am. How about that? Is that better? Okay, can you guys hear me? Echoey still? Yeah, I'm using a Oculus Quest version 1 on this, and so it's the native microphone. So I apologize to everybody. So JP Francis, he is the co-founder of a company called Macroscape, and it's also a company called Visualize. And basically, you probably read the bio, but the gist of it, or the core philosophy behind the company, is that they are taking biomedicine and basically developing a virtual reality experience where you can visualize the content in a way that will actually help doctors and pharmaceutical companies and basically technicians and scientists visualize and understand the data in a more visceral way, and possibly lead to new types of understanding. And that's all I'm going to say for JP. I'm sure JP's got a lot more to show us. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can update out here. Did you have, were you able to bring up the little screen where you put in the code?
Do that. It's not recognizing the code, unfortunately. It's SAT-problem is what I was given. I might be missing.
Can you? Yeah, we tried just republishing it. Can you hit republish on the board media player?
Yes, I can.
Might be because Eric's presentation still queued out.
Okay. That looks like it might have worked for a second there. Let's see if it loads.
Okay, ready?
I think so. Cool. Yeah. So that intro was yeah, pretty much correct. So I was actually a student of Eric's. So this was at USC, and I guess I'm going to talk a little bit about my background, which was in the VR industry for a little bit, and then I'll go into some of the work that led me into doing a PhD
Okay.
at a research lab, and then some of the company.
Hey, JJ, can you just, sorry, can you just click on the host tools and then hit amplify my voice?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks. Can everybody hear me better now? Okay. Great. Well, again, just to repeat that. So I'm actually a student of Eric's, who you just heard speak. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the work I did in the VR industry, some of it with him, and then ultimately segue into how I came to work for a biomedical research lab and ultimately form a company called Microscape around 3D biomedical data visualization. So I guess a bit about my heritage is that I grew up in kind of a National Geographic household. So my dad was a marine biologist and spent his career marooning himself out on islands and strapping cameras to fur seals. So these were called critter cam at the time, kind of a precursor to GoPro in a way. But it was a way to get eyes on kind of a side of fur seal life that people hadn't seen before, so sorts of POV roller coaster rides as they're feeding off the shore of some Chilean islands, in his case. So growing up, we had, the result of that was we had, all sorts of cameras lying around the house. So filmmaking was a big part of the way I saw science. So whether it was, just slides of, monk seals, fur seals, blue whales in some case, we just had boxes and boxes full of them in the basement. So there was always an understanding that science was about sharing it, it was about understanding it and presenting it in a way that people could understand. So when I went to go do my degree at USC, it was so mostly in computer science was my main major. I was, obviously saw it to be the future and was keen on learning how to code. But it also had a big cinematic, I did a cinema minor. So I was lucky enough to get an introduction to VR through a guy named Scott Fisher, who did some of the early work with NASA and really just ran an amazing classroom where we were exposed to all sorts of new devices. And I still remember that first year VR experience, seeing a cartoon killer whale at the time circling around me, and it was just phenomenal, completely blew my mind. So much to the point that, the next semester I was taking 22 credits, working with Eric to do, some really fun stuff around panoramic creation and composites. And I was really, saw the potential to use VR in a way that, yes, for the filmmaking, but that it was a medium that was capable of so much more, just as far as the types of visualizations you could start to deliver. So when it came time to graduate, my plan the whole time was, I'd go work for big tech, do Google, Amazon, and when it came around to it, I just realized I needed to see VR through. So out of school, I worked at a studio called MXR, where it was an interdisciplinary group of 9 students or so, a mix of artists, developers, and I really just slipped out of my car, just going house to house as all my fraternity brothers did their Euro trip. And ultimately made a piece that was got some acclaim, and was enough for me to leverage some more freelance work in LA.
So the first foray just started going on the road. We had there was this guy Vidit here who was interested in using VR for sustainable commerce. So there was this idea that if you got some connection to the villagers that were making craftsman projects in third world countries, you could charge a premium and really just kind of build this kind of, I was really kind of gung-ho on this empathy machine that Chris Milk had been talking about. So anyway, there was some work with that. I'll skip the video, and then some work with Eric going around the Southwest, doing some photogrammetry, and then ultimately running around doing some wildlife filmmaking for USA Today. And I got really interested in building cameras and things too, and seeing what we could get after there. And there was a fair share of glamour, but basically it got to a point where I started to see the writing on the wall with 360 video filmmaking. So there was this, I remember the Rio Olympics, and it was, so everybody was kind of starved for content in the 360 video world and running down trying to make something that people would find interesting. So it was around that time that I started to get involved with some scientific efforts at USC. Particularly, I heard a guy named Kyle McClary give a talk about an idea about putting medical images into VR. And just so I know, I heard that there was some interest in medical in particular in the audience here, and I'm not sure if maybe by show of hands if any of you are in the medical space or have any persuasions there. Okay, yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, so yeah, so the idea was, could we take some of these medical images and put them into a VR experience to show them to new, whether this is donors coming through or kids checking out the lab or researchers' children, or people looking to get involved with science in general. So there was an organization called the Bridge and Arts and Science Alliance that was funding kind of small spin-up VR science initiatives. So the mission of, just to back up, that this scientific lab was interested in a pretty grandiose project, which was to build a virtual model of the human body. So this is something that could be multi-scale, everything from atoms to organs up through the entire body as a whole. So the idea was to be able to integrate all this data into one cohesive model where you could test drugs in silico. So this was basically a 50-year sort of initiative that they were after. And part of that was to be able to display this model in 3D, ultimately, for outreach and education. So for them, it was mostly interested at first with protein and drug development. So when you're looking at 3D models you have a certain protein that will fit kind of lock and key mechanism into whatever enzyme you're trying to activate. So there was a legacy of doing sorts of 3D models around ball and stick, and everybody remembers that kind of Watson and Crick diagram from the early days of these ball and stick models of being able to build up, whether it was the structure of an insulin molecule or DNA in their case. So there was some lore basically around the use of 3D for science. And their aim was basically to move beyond protein structure, which had been their competency, and start to actually look at building entire models of cells. So things that would actually not only look at kind of multiple proteins forming complex structures, but actually those structures forming organelles and ultimately a sort of trillion atom cell. With 20,000 different types of proteins and an extremely complex environment. And in order to model this in 3D, the amount of data that we needed to integrate was pretty immense. So this was everything from the images of X-ray tomography and electron tomography up through fluorescence microscopy, and not only that, but also understanding kind of the interrelationships between these components and how they fit together. So it was a pretty massive consortium that involved labs across California, but also in Shanghai and Israel, and everybody kind of contributing their own sorts of data to this idea of building a model. The question for them was basically, how do we represent this model and bring all this data together? And for that aim, they were keen on actually doing some pretty experimental work at the crossover in art and science. So there had been some sort of legacy of doing 3D graphics for cell modeling, mostly using surface structures and space filling models, and also some kind of more watercolor type artwork that had been done mostly down in San Diego. And the idea was, can we do this in kind of a scalable way? And not only that, can we do it in VR? So it was around that point that we started working with, it's a guy named Alex McDowell at USC, who had worked with the MIT Media Lab for some of the early concepts of minority report and a big interface. And the idea was basically, can we use this sort of design thinking and holistic world building to create this big cell model in a way that was interpretable? Because if you basically throw somebody into a VR experience with trillions of atoms, it's not something that they're going to easily be able to make sense of. So this was $500,000 that was poured into a project where basically we it was a bunch of just artists and scientists getting thrown into a room, and you can see my, Kyle, who I was working with at the time, and myself. I'm not sure if I have a laser pointer on my hand, but anyway, it was just a large sorts of brainstorming sessions, which were interesting, and I can show kind of what the output, one of the first video outcomes we had of this project was on this next slide. Oh, no, maybe it's not going to play here. Let me see. Eric, did you have any trouble with getting videos play?
You might just not set it to autoplay when you uploaded it.
Okay.
You might just use it to play again and see it.
Let me see about that. Oh, that's going to be an issue. Interesting.
It might be when you uploaded it.
Well, I just made the one playlist. I only had one big long movie, so I didn't do multiples like you. Here you go. Maybe something. No. I think that maybe do next. Well, if you go next, you can go back. Oh no, you can do previous. Here you go.
Yeah.
Maybe you go next previous and then hit play the right time.
It could just
it might have been an autoplay problem.
Yeah, well, the video permission problem and find it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move forward. This isn't terribly important, but some of the other ones I definitely will want to show. So if they have an issue, then we'll address those later. But basically, the outcome of this, it's not a very impressive video. It's what came out of it, and then there was, a big artistic effort around doing these cell models, and really, it was a little bit too cartoony. So the idea for us was, it was a big disappointment for Kyle and I, after looking at this. A little too many cooks in the kitchen, and that there needed to be a little bit more scientific rigor in the work that we were doing. So it was around that time that I realized that if we were going to make an honest effort at this, I actually did need to do some studying and actually take on a PhD that was at the crossover of chemistry and computer science. So we started looking more at this idea of rendering actual microscopic images. So these were 3D image stacks at the time, so kind of more similar to point cloud data, if you've seen anything like that before. But basically, can we take the actual data itself and represent it as opposed to doing the typical kind of surface model and rendering? So it was, again, a matter of taking this data off the instruments, taking those image stacks and compositing them, and then doing, in our case, as a form of maximum intensity projection to show actually the interior of the images, which is something that we worked with polygon models at first, so trying to make meshes out of the data, but realized in order to actually show the whole thing, we would need to do more advanced kind of our raycasting on the interior of the data. So this, yeah, and if this doesn't play, we're in trouble. Okay, so Gavin, what I'm gonna do is get out of here and look at see if I can get autoplay and configure it that way, and I'll should be back in under a minute here.
Hop back on stage here. So, for the audience members, one thing I don't know if you caught when there's some new people that showed up. So, our previous speaker was Ehrhart, and he's actually what's your official title? He's a professor at USC, and he basically he's sort of like the Jedi Master, and JP is his Padawan, I guess you could say. But they really just turn out some amazing students from the USC cinematic school. They've got a whole virtual reality department, and I guess the one thing that I would ask from the audience is how many people here are actually in the VR field, or thinking like that would be my first question. Anyone? Okay. Let's try. Yeah. And then how many people here are thinking about actually sort of getting into the VR field? Okay. That is Helen. So, Helen, can you tell us a little bit about what you, is there a particular part of VR that you're most interested in?
Oh, hey everyone. What interests me most about VR is really the narrative potential, and how, for the first time, because of technology, we can genuinely blend the border between fantasy and reality in a way that we could never before. And that's yeah.
I love it. And then, so in that vein, where if you had a grant to do anything that you could dream of, where would that lead you? You think?
I think that I would do a piece of, I would focus on like a narrative fiction, but have it in kind of the VR for good empathy building kind of space. Narratives from different perspectives, and being able to visualize that, I think that would be really interesting narratively.
Yeah, that's I love that. I mean, that's one of the things that's so interesting about VR is that you can sort of, depending on the VR experience that you've how much experience you have in VR and all the different, particularly like some of the games that are out there. You look down and you have a female body, or you look down and you have a male body, or you have a gender neutral body, and then you have people interacting with you and making assumptions and interacting with you in ways that maybe are new to you, right? And what's really funny about VR, I think, and I think Eric actually mentioned this earlier, is that if you look at the early stuff that we built in VR, we really haven't explored the full potential of it yet, right? I mean, like, we sort of like ported, the first thing we did was we ported all these games that existed on the Sony PlayStation and Xbox into sort of VR world. So we just translated something that already existed into a VR format. But there's so much more potential in the medium. JP, how you doing?
I've now lost, so I put in the new code and I've lost the entire configuration capabilities now. So I'm
okay. Let me see if I can.
JP, did you remember to do the elevated status?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, let me try that again.
We've got someone here from VR Day. Where is she? Helen, was that you? Who was the person that was here to help us get with technical issues?
Oh, you know, Eric, you're right. Actually, I missed that. So it's going to be whoever the owner is of the event will need to take
Yeah, that's what I was
command.
asking. I'm trying to see if I can.
Or you could just republish it with Elevated and then put that code in.
Yeah, no, I could. The issue is I don't even have the config panel available anymore.
Yeah, but
maybe leave and come back in. Or there's a re-enter. Remember they showed us that re-enter command?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm afraid I'm at a monkey wrench this thing, because if none of us, can you see the config panel from your end, Eric?
No.
Okay.
Do the re-enter. That's what that guy had us do the other day. You know how to do that from the main menu? Settings. So hit Alt Space and then go to Settings and then go to go to General, Settings General, and then there's Re-enter.
Oh, I see.
That's what fixed it the other day.
Hey JP, I just made you the host. See if that helps.
And JP, you're making a new publish, it's just that file, right? Hey JP, I don't know if you're, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted. Are you talking? Kind of looks like you're talking.
Got it. Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah. We're good.
Yeah. Cool. So the main gist of this is that we figure out a way to render microscope data in VR headsets, and this is different than a lot of the way that things are traditionally done for biomedical visualization, because it's typically surface models that people are rendering. So to render the actual 3D data stacks is what our contribution is. And the reason this is so important is that visualization right now in biomedical, it's a multi-billion-dollar international industry where people are spending millions of dollars on electron microscopes, CAT scans, MRI scanners. But what happens to this actual data right now is that it just ends up on a bunch of hard drives and thumb drives. that never see the light of day. So these are just rampant around biomedical labs. And if I want to view one of these images, what it means is that I'm taking these hard drives and plugging it in to a really expensive machine in the corner. And in order to just view this, these images, it's Windows-only software that costs $50,000 typically, just to view these images, which are often taxpayer-funded. So it's really a huge problem just for basic communication in the sciences, not to mention outreach with the general public. So I have some videos of basically we've been able to render this biomedical data in web browsers on mobile phones, and of course in VR headsets. So it's I guess, yeah, no, it's hard to move forward without some of this material. But basically, we're trying to come in and create a portal that opens up 3D scientific research data around the world. So that's the objective of Microscape, and we have basically a beta that you can download from our website. And if you want to email me and follow up about it, I could show you some of this demo work that we've done and talk a little bit more. I have a request here. Okay.
I've been trying to reach out to Bob Klein to see if he can give you access to the screen.
Okay.
Can you put your slides back in by chance?
No, yeah, there's no access to anything.
It removed all your access, huh?
Completely, yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, well, let's see if final get access. Is there, can you give folks like a URL to maybe visit while where they can see some of your work?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. If you want to go on your home browsers and look at microscape.xyz, that'll give you a sense of some of the visualizations we're doing, and especially on the media side.
You guys hear me?
I can hear you all right. Yeah.
I got you.
Okay. Well, apologies, guys. We were having technical difficulties earlier this week with getting our content presented on the screen, and I was actually pleasantly surprised that Eric was able to get his videos to work earlier. If anyone in the audience has a suggestion on what we would try to get access to the
JP, you may want to not just re-enter, but actually log out of AltSpace and come right back in again, because maybe it'll restore your privileges.
We've got some more folks joining us.
Is there anything in the tools?
No, I went through all the host tools, and I can go to the main menu, and I can go to the people section, and it's Brian, not Brian.
Yeah, that's Brian.
Oh, I didn't realize it was Brian. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I can make him. I can make him the presenter, and which I've done, and I've given him the presenter rights, so it should be working. Here.
Is JP back?
Not yet. So hey, Lauren, why don't you come back up here and we can talk more about IVRPA. Why don't you, Lauren, can you tell them a little bit about your company?
Sure. I make, for the most part, I make hospital curtains that have large scenes of nature on them. Based on the premise of when we are in or view nature, our bodies emit serotonin, which is a happy hormone, and it helps to relieve the anxiety and stress that people feel when they're in the hospital. And it seems to be doing that, and we're doing it also for sealing and patients within the MRI and CT scan suites.
Yeah, what's up, Gavin? Can you hear me?
And I'll put a bee in there to get the patient to focus on what's going up there.
You go to your menu, and then to the left, there's like.
So
yeah, 1 second.
eventually I'm going to be doing something in regards to the headset and projection for patients. Give them,
Yeah, let me look at this. Sorry, the headset's
so that they can come out.
reloading.
They can get released from the hospital a lot sooner, discharged from the hospital a lot sooner. Just about there?
No. We're making some progress, I think. We're going to try to show us. Do you have access to the browser, JP?
1 second, yeah, I'm just getting back in the room. Yeah.
Welcome, DJ Smith, too.
Thanks.
All right, Gavin, I'm not seeing a browser wherever you're able to find that.
Okay, if you want to give me your URL, I can punch it in.
Yeah, you're talking about a web URL or the actual configuration code?
Just a web URL. I can go to I can even do YouTube.
Cool. Yeah, let's go if you want to do Vimeo and look up
I don't know. It doesn't have Vimeo. Let me see. Does it?
Okay, I see.
Can you move to
I'm sorry.
There you go. Is there something I can search on YouTube that would have it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, is it YouTube only, or can you go onto our website by any chance?
It looks like it's YouTube only.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to switch.
Let me hold on. Let me see. I'll go back.
Okay.
I can do Google. Yeah, let's try Google. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, if you just want to look up microscape.xyz is the URL. I am not seeing what you're seeing though. If it's
yeah, that's because I have to broadcast it first.
Great.
There we go. Okay. Hold on a second.
I heard an interesting conversation about something about serotonin while I was trying to figure this out. Was that a conversation from somebody in the audience?
Sorry, I had to unmute. That was from me, Lauren.
Okay.
It's regarding the images that we put on hospital curtains so that people it provides people a way to code to another place other than where they're at. And when we're in nature, our bodies emit serotonin, the happy hormone, and it calms our nerves and stress down, brings our nerves
Sure. No, I've heard some of that work being done, like pre-surgery, as a way to calm people down using headsets, and it's a fascinating idea. Yeah, the Children's Hospital in LA has been particularly receptive to, yeah, not only that, but also animations actually educating kids about their condition. And one of the early ideas with some of the more animated work we were doing was for type 2 diabetics, young kids, to just understand the way insulin reacts in their pancreas cell and all of that. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ways that, whether it's medical images you're showing or not, that, yeah, a way to provide comfort. And it starts, yeah.
The Boston Children's Hospital has a whole multimedia department, and they have got some very interesting things that, and the disc jockey, what's his name? Ryan Seabrook. He's one of the big proponents, and he brings several high-level, big names into the thing. They've done some real interesting projects within the hospital.
Got it. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome Children's. Yeah, for us, it's interesting because there's a whole angle on, you know, whether patients will be more involved with the process and imaging in general, and kind of what leads to better healthcare. And a lot of these clinics do have their funding can be contingent on exit surveys with patients. You know, if there is a 5-star rating, it was about, you know, some great experience they had, either viewing their own health data, or just having kind of a good media experience while they were there. It's something that actually does affect the bottom line. So it's not kind of a passing idea necessarily. Just
About a couple weeks ago, where they were talking with the group at Hoag Hospital about how they're using VR in their treatments.
So Gavin, I'm not seeing what you're seeing yet.
It's all dark, actually. I'm not sure if people are seeing anything, but it's dark for me.
Yeah, it's a dark screen for me as well.
Does anybody have Bob Fine's phone number or access to the number that he provided?
I have his number. I can give you a call right now and see if the group at
Actually, in the WhatsApp,
ID.
what do you need me to talk to?
We need to edit. We're going to get basically of the and then we reset the media portal. Yeah.
When we click on the screen, it doesn't give us any access to anything. Yeah.
Typing in, we're not able to see the slides anymore. The multimedia portal is inaccessible.
We're going to.
This is
Wait for of the.
just like works for a while, and then suddenly just when we click.
Someone probably needs to reset.
I want to explain the issue to was that after a video wasn't auto-playing in the slot, I had accidentally uploaded a link that was playing the owner only.
I see. Apparently, set to play host only.
Owner only, that's right. Sorry about this, Gavin. That was a total bust. Yeah.
Okay. Underneath my HMD.
Okay.
Let's see what we hear from him. Because we're actually next. So
Yeah, we need to get this working for the rest of the presenters.
yeah. Now you know my motivation to help you guys. Happy to help. Are the other presenters done? Well, that's the question. Are you guys done or?
I definitely can, yeah, unless there are questions.
I think if we can't get these, we could be done.
Okay, so he's saying we'll reset the board, but everybody needs to come back in, so I guess you guys probably will all be kicked out.
Okay, see you guys. Great preso, JP. Enjoyed it. Yeah. No, good job. All right, guys.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Lauren.
Guys, come join me for our sessions as well.
Are we all coming back and GT's going to finish?
We can give it a try. JP, you want to try to finish?
Yeah, so he's going to reset right now, guys. We're all going to get kicked out.
Okay, we'll come back in later. I mean, we'll come back in a second.
2-3 minutes, he says.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay here just to get kicked out.
Yeah. I think we lost JP. I don't think he's coming back.
Gavin, are you helping Bob, or are you just sort of? I see IVRPA. What is that?
Yeah. So basically, we're hosting this. We were hosting the 1 p.m. to 2:45 session. And we're from the IVRPA, which is the International Virtual Reality Professionals Association. And basically it's a membership where we provide all sorts of support that people that are getting into virtual reality. So you can check it out. It's ivrpa.org. And so we brought in Ehrhart. Oh, sorry.
No, that's wonderful. I actually have not heard of you guys before, but good to meet you, because we are actually organizing a XR Safety Awareness Week.
Oh, nice.
Something that you would be interested in. I mean, the next session is not related to that, but we do a lot of activities as well. I'm going to check you guys out, IVRPA, easy to remember, but we're xrsi.org, and in case you want to kind of get together and talk about some mutual goals, would be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. We're actually we're kind of considering changing the name of the organization to IXRVRPA. but at the same time, it's like we're in April. We're going to launch an XR version of the site. And then one of the reasons a lot of people haven't heard of us is that we've actually been around for so long that we were actually, we started in the late 90s during VR 1.0, the original VR. And so some of the people that are in XR and VR now weren't even born yet when our organization was first founded. So it's kind of cool because we've got kids that are like 18 years old and that are joining the organization, and we've got guys in their 80s and then every age in between. And typically what we do is we have what's really cool about our organization is we're international. So what we do is we take turns. When COVID is over, right? The cool thing about our organization is that we have these big conferences and they're in really cool cities around the world. So last year we did Belfast, Ireland. The year before that we did Tokyo, Japan. The year before that we did Prague. The year before that we did, let's see, what was that? That was Iceland, Reykjavik, Iceland. And then, so we basically, because of COVID, we're exploring spaces like Alt Space VR start bringing in our membership, and so that we can still have in-person meetings, even if they're virtual. But we're also, I'm very interested in another space. It's called, it would be cool to have them come here and talk about the work they're doing. They're out of Vancouver, British Columbia, and they built the Museum for Other Realities. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I actually have bought that experience for like $19.99 or something.
Yeah.
And Kaleidoscope is a big partner for them. So we are partners. We're actually partnering with Kaleidoscope. We'll announce the partnership in December.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, and we're going to publish some grants there as well. So I was actually curious if you are, launching your site, you should do it during the Safety Awareness Week.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll have to get. Oh, there's Ken. Hey, Ken. Ken, we're having. Are you guys going to reset the space? Because we can't access the viewer.
It's reset now. You need to re-enter, and then you'll get back to a fresh world.
Okay.
If you can go to your settings and re-enter.
So I guess we just need to exit. I guess we'll just exit and come back.
Yeah, or if you go to settings, you can click re-enter room, and it will do it staying here.
Oh, okay, so let's see. Settings, re-enter space, re-enter room.
I can only see the question mark.
Hey Rachel, if you're here, it does not play anything except for a question mark.
Yeah, I see the same thing too. I don't know why.
It's not recognizing your photo URL. It must not have been a pure photo.
What? It was photos. They were JPEG. They were JPEGs, and I put them in the JPEGs in Allspace VR. I am, and I thought I clicked on.
No, I can't. Yeah, the slides are still not visible. We've got 10 minutes.
Is that for the next presentation?
That is for the next presentation. Rachel, I can't hear your audio. If you could just like amplify your voice would be nice.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, so we're wrapping up on
Okay, now I see. Now I can hear you. But about these pictures, should I do them again?
I think you'll have to. It doesn't recognize the URL as a photo. Where did you store your photos?
Sorry?
You need to double click on the photo so you get only the photo by itself, and then use that URL. If you use the photo page, it won't work.
Enter code, add multimedia playlist. Okay, let's figure this out.
Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and wrap up on our presentation, and we'll let you guys figure out what you got to get up with from the next one, right?
Sounds good.
Okay, Gavin.
Can you hear me? Ask what? Let's see if we can get this new one going. DESK dash WHAT.
Is my audio okay?
Yeah, your audio is great now. Okay. Let's see if this plays. Nope, it still doesn't play. I'm trying all the codes, but it's not working for me. Divide. Office. How interesting. No, Rachel, it doesn't work.
I don't know what I did wrong.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. So file. I have to make everything into a download. So the only thing is, where are you hosting these files? That's I see. Yeah, do you want to just drop all those files into my Slack? I don't know where I should host them at this moment, or... Because I see them. I see all the Altspace, all these slides are there. Okay. And download that. Okay, check. And now this is kind of crazy. All is back to normal. Trying to load our files. Now is not the time for this stuff. Download, come on, open. test before now. We were not able to test. Okay, so what I need to do is now add all these files. No, doesn't let me. We might have to. DIVIDE-Chris. Okay.
No, there's 13 of them, so none of them are any good, huh? How about next? If you go next, are all of them bad?
Yep. This video console will not play somehow, no matter what we do.
No. All right, we'll just have to do with that.
13 total. I sent file to your email. Okay. So Bob says give me 15 minutes, he says.
Oh, he might wait to fix this?
Yeah, he's basically going to upload them himself and then going to give us the code.
I see.
I didn't realize it's such a lengthy and complicated process.
It was. Should we start talking with that, or should we wait?
Your voice is echoing. I'm gonna quit from the Google.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. One image config editor. So let me try this again. Why does it have to be a JSON file? I don't get it.
JPEG?
It says it wants a JSON file, JSON. It won't accept my JPEG.
Really?
Yeah, when I'm loading from the file, it won't accept my JPEG. That's bizarre. Why does it want only JSON file? I'm not aware of this bullshit. Seriously. Frustrating as hell. Are you serious? The zip file is empty?
The file is empty? No way. Did I send you an
Hold on. Unbelievable. So just a quick update for everybody. We're working on getting the slides back. Most likely will be just about, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes at best. We have about 13 slides, so that takes time to upload. Apologies. So recently, when you uploaded the JPEG file, it actually uploaded it directly? It accepted it? Because for me, it doesn't accept JPEG.
Yeah, it accepted. So the first step of the process, so I have the zip file, and the zip file was full of the JPEG. And then each one you load one by one into all space VR.
I did that on the computer. I didn't do that in VR. I did that on my computer. And then you go to this other console page that Bob said to go to, and then each one you kind of provide the URL, and that uploads, and that generates that two-word code. So there was several steps to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first step was on the computer, it wasn't in VR.
Got it.
Where are you now?
I'm trying to create that now. So when I create a photo, okay, it gives me a URL. And then I take that URL to load.
Needs to be the photo of the URL by itself, not the...
Sorry, what's that?
It needs to be the photo's URL itself, not the URL of the page with the photo.
Okay.
If you're using, you're uploading photos to Altspace, correct?
Yeah,
I did. Oh, you're doing it. Into your gallery. Yeah.
So this is how a photo looks in
Yeah.
Altspace. You need to click that and get just the photo by itself. If you use the URL of this page, it won't work. It gives you the question mark.
Yeah.
That's probably right.
Then it will work.
Yeah. I am practically working on it right now. And Bob is working on it as well. So let's see if it works out. Uploading image number 3 now. Create a photo. It's very, very interesting, this whole thing. And add image number 3. Okay. Upload image number 4. Another URL.
You can publish and see if it works, and then...
Yep. That's 5. Oh, you're saying that I should publish first and then check whether it's working or not?
Yeah, if you get the first slide right, you know the other 13 will work, but if you
Yeah.
do that, it's still an error. Probably.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. 5. comfortable for. Okay, let's see. Config. See. Okay.
All right.
We're on.
We're on.
Works. Great.
We are on.
We will get started.
Amazing.
All right, here I'm going to take the stage right here. Rachel,
I'm right here as
a little bit
well.
close to me. Awesome. Do you want to switch places? Let me see if I just need to get my OBR kit running.
Where would you like me?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me get my OBR kit set up because apparently I'm going to need that. Okay.
All right. Am I in the right spot?
Yep, absolutely.
Very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So, when it comes to, from cognitive therapy to physical therapy to pain relief, XR is quickly changing and transforming healthcare. And I am, first of all, I want to apologize to all of you for this technical difficulty that we faced, but I think we are on and the YouTube stream should be on. We are here to talk about XRSI, Medical XR Advisory Council. I have with me Rachel Michelson today, who is the lead of the Medical XR Advisory Council, and myself, Kavya Perlman. We're going to explore how we are helping build safe XR beyond just gaming aspects. So let me get started here, and I'm going to be switching between a couple of these apps that I'm using to refer to my notes. So from cognitive therapy to physical therapy to pain relief, XR is quickly transforming the healthcare industry, changing the way doctors provide care to patients. And there are several areas in which XR is impacting healthcare, including access to healthcare, pain management, psychological therapy, anatomical visualization, medical education, physical fitness, and rehabilitation. While that's a great news for all of us living through a raging pandemic, we still need to be aware of the risks and the challenges that come along with this mass adoption of VR and XR in the medical space. So I'm Kavya Perlman. I am the founder of XR Safety Initiative. In the next it's actually now almost 40 minutes, we're going to talk about exactly, and Rachel and I would reflect on some of these challenges and opportunities, along with the potential consequences that we may face as we move fast towards these domains. And with that, I actually want to ask you, Rachel, if you could just get into a little bit of an introduction, your work at the Medical XR Council, and yeah.
Well, it's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. Also, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I want to see how many times we're going to mention COVID today. You know, we already did once. I think we'll have to mention it again a couple of times. So, safety in XR. XRSI is the Safety Initiative Organization. It's a non-for-profit organization that has several areas of focus. And the medical is one of them, is one of the programs that I'm fortunate to be part of. So we have about 10 members right now,
And these are people in academia, and some of them are practitioners, medical practitioners that are using XR every day at their work. There are also regulatory experts, and we are, they're entrepreneurs, people that are making technology happen. And so our members are involved in a number of projects. For instance, one of them is the hygiene project, which is very important again, now that we have COVID, to be able to disinfect the equipment. And there are other things that people are involved in to facilitate safety, to be able to have this become mainstream, have this become, something that people use every day and they feel comfortable with. So personally, my experience, so right now my area of expertise is cybersecurity, but I arrived at this an area where the equipment is extra sturdy. Batteries are sturdy, displays are sturdy, when they fold they don't break. There's redundant equipment in case, something like September 11th happens, and the equipment that's on top of the World Trade Center towers is not available. We gotta have redundancy there. And the equipment is designed to do that. So medical, in my opinion at least, has that same problem, has that same challenge. And then myself, I can see that from a point of view of an engineer who's dealing with real life deadlines and budget constraints. And I can now see this from a point of view of the regulators who have to make sure that the equipment is safe and comfortable, and in addition to performing its main function, it has to have all these features. So XRSI was a perfect fit for me to be able to bring that into the XR space.
And I love that about the council that we have interdisciplinary experts. So we have Bob Fine, who many of you may know is the founder of IVRHA, IVRA, as well as we have Walter Greenleaf. Many of you may know Walter Greenleaf as well, a seasoned medical XR professional, such amazing advocate. And we have several entrepreneurs and academics, as well as Dr. Charles Zikuda, who himself has been doing neurosurgeries for a while now. I'm actually just amazed how we kind of able to sit on the same table, talk about cybersecurity, safety, privacy, and all these other concerns that come up with the mass adoption of XR in the medical domain. Really remarkable set of individuals. I'm so honored and proud to work with you, Rachel, and all these folks that we are able to interface. So as we talk about these, challenges, what are the most prominent challenges that you are seeing in this space that go beyond gaming?
Well, the bigger issue or the most permanent issue is that there are no standards. And here I am mentioning COVID again. There are no standards even as we're painfully aware of for the masks, if you think about it. So I took a while, being the nerd that I am, I went online and I said, I'm going to find a mask that has some testing done to it, that actually guarantees what percentage of what size of germs it filters out. That was hard to do, but I did learn that we're not using the masks correctly because they can only do their function, they can only filter out the germs for maybe 8 hours, and then you got to replace them. And nobody's telling us that because there are no standards. So let's take that simple example and see how it applies to the software and hardware that we have in our XR. So for instance, the first time I put on a headset, I was not impressed with the battery life of it. It kind of died, a couple hours later. How is that acceptable for a professional environment when you're in the middle of a surgery or when you're in the middle of an appointment with a patient? It shouldn't be dying, and it shouldn't even be going into sleep mode every time that you take off the headset. I know they do that to save the battery, but that would not be acceptable for a firefighter if they're using that. Because seconds matter. So So what I'm seeing is the lack of standards that a manufacturer can strive for, just like with the masks, that say we're going to make the battery last 8 hours because that's a shift length of a firefighter, let's say. And then, so once we have those standards, the regulators would be able to pick and choose which ones are important to implement, and the engineers would know what to design to. So that's the main issue, and that's where XRSI can be helpful, because we can start. You can't arrive at standards right away. You know, you got to do some case studies. You got to see what the state of the art is right now, and then be able to see which practices are best and which things should become standards for the industry.
Excellent. Thank you, Rachel, for that. So clearly, we need to achieve some kind of a right balance between privacy, cybersecurity, clinical effectiveness, but all of that while considering regulation. And as you mentioned, these are missing. So let's dive in further. What does it take for a device to be called or used as a medical device?
A medical device has a definition. If one goes to the FDA website, there will be a definition of a medical device there. And what you will learn from that is that a medical device has a specific purpose. It's called an intended use. And it also has an indication for use. Those are the definitions that the FDA places on it, from which we conclude that a medical device is smaller in scope than, let's say, a headset. A headset is a generic device that may be a basis, a foundation for a medical device. But the resulting medical device, if it resides on a headset, you got to see where the boundaries are. You got to see what's included and what are all the components that the medical device uses. So a medical device manufacturer is going to be responsible for all the pieces that their medical device uses. It's going to be responsible for the performance of the headset. If the battery dies, the manufacturer is not going to say, oh, that's not my problem, that's the problem of Oculus. That's not doesn't fly with the FDA. The FDA wants to see the entire medical device be of a consistent quality, and they want to know who's responsible for that.
Awesome. So, digging in further, and you and I have closely worked on some of these aspects, and over time I've learned your passion for accessibility. So what about the accessibility aspects of these devices? So why do you think this is important in XR domain, and what do you recommend we need to do to make XR more accessible?
Well, the reality aspect of it. I like the term extended reality, virtual reality. They all have the word reality in it, which means they strive to make the experience for the user be realistic and be something that they're used to, something that they're comfortable with. Well, guess what? Patients come in all shapes and forms. We have patients that have limitations, physical limitations. Like myself, I have a physical limitation. I have limited use of my left hand. So right now, one of my controllers is on the table rather than in my hand. That's why I probably look weird. But there are people with cognitive limitations, and there are patients who are simply not technology savvy. So if we want to reach those parts of the population, which would be appropriate for a medical device should be used for whichever the target population is without those limitations, then we have to make the user interface, we have to make the user experience comfortable for these. An engineer designing a piece of equipment, they may not see that. They may be excited about a particularly complex user interface or a particularly complex set of graphics. Guess what? Not every patient is going to need that or appreciate that. So if there's a gap in between what the clinicians need and what patient population needs and the engineer, that's a gap. That we have to have common understanding, we have to have common terminology, we have to have the vocabulary to be able to communicate these needs to the engineer.
Totally. Yeah, and And so, how do you take this sort of a general purpose device and make it, or even a platform, and make sure that it is ready and safe for medical use? What does the industry need to do and learn as you have learned yourself?
What I've learned is that we have a chain of a manufacturing supply chain here. Because if I'm making a medical device, let's say I'm making an X-ray machine, I'm an expert in X-rays, but I'm not an expert in networking, I'm not an expert in operating systems, I'm not an expert in the virtual reality aspects of it. So I'm going to buy components from vendors. And this is where the FDA also has a lot of input, and this is where it makes sense to select quality components. And then in turn, as a let's say I'm the only one to make an X-ray machine, I select a quality operating system. And then the operating system in turn has some subcomponents that they might be purchasing from somebody else as well. They have to apply that same rigor to their suppliers. And then everybody's working in tandem, and everybody's aware that they're making a medical device. So for instance, for Linux, let's take that as an example, Wind River has a version of Linux that they advertise is suitable for medical devices, because they take extra care to be testing that Linux and to be ridding it of cybersecurity issues, and they commit to disclosing any vulnerabilities that are found, and that makes the device manufacturer feel better. They know that they have a partner, that there's going to be a joint responsibility there. Let's say in cybersecurity case, the FDA says that cybersecurity, given that as an example, is a joint responsibility. And so everybody in the supply chain, including SXR components, are going to have to take this seriously if they want to be part of the medical device, and they want to be not directly passing the FDA, but indirectly through the manufacturer be passing the FDA clearance. They have to be a good partner.
Absolutely. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people, in fact, a lot of organizations are popping up, and as they should be with the second pandemic, as we can say, with the mental health and whatnot. But clearly, people are lacking guidelines as to what could be a FDA expectations and what are the safety considerations that they need to take into account. So along the same lines, then I need to then ask you, what are those safety concerns in the medical XR domain, all the things that you have been working on, we collectively have been working on. What are some of the prime concerns that you're seeing from a safety perspective?
So we can start with the notion of comfort, which is, to me, a combination of safety and usability. Comfort is a person, a doctor, let's say, or a surgeon, will be wearing a headset for hours during their procedure, and they will be possibly taking the headset on and off because there's a surgeon in the room and other things in the room that they have to take heed just in their headset all the time. So that scenario alone produces several types of challenges. You have your visual comfort. Is this person, their eyes going to get tired? Are they going to want to quit in the middle of a surgery? We can't have that. So there's visual comfort. There is vestibular comfort, which is what if a person gets dizzy when they have to take the headset on and off multiple times? Can't have that either. And there's also other types of physical comfort, just the weight of the headset alone. What if the thing is heavy in their head? Which it is. They are. And those other types of comforts have to be cared for. There's other noises in the room. There are people coming in and out. There's hygiene concerns. There is all of that could make or break the product that's otherwise good and performs its main function, its intended use. But if we don't get the comfort right, we're going to fail.
Yeah. And just enhancing workforce, healthcare workforce, and we recently spoke with, NHS and a couple of their partners who do workforce development and the training around it. And it is very, very obvious from their research as well as our observation and research that we really need to educate people. And so start with awareness. So this kind of event is really, really remarkable and good to spread that awareness that there are safety concerns that emerge way beyond gaming, especially because XR is becoming more and more common beyond gaming aspects as well. And since you mentioned, Rachel, and of course I'm aware that you're a cybersecurity professional as well, so what about the cybersecurity aspects? What are the cybersecurity concerns in the medical XR domain? And then, what do we need to know as VR, XR, VR stakeholders? What are those things and how they're different than the traditional threats, perhaps?
So cybersecurity to me is a combination of technical issues and human factors a lot, because one can have the most complicated encryption algorithms encrypting their data and have their keys stored securely, but if the user posts their password on the wall, that's going to be a problem, and that is most likely where a hacker is going to put their efforts into in order to breaking the mathematically perfect encryption. So when you talk about cybersecurity of weapons and the XR devices in particular, you have your old concerns, the same ones that have to do with humans, like phishing attacks and the WannaCry and all these other things that are in the news a lot, affecting medical HDOs. Yes, they are in the news.
Like ransomware.
Ransomware, that's right. That's one of those. But we have novel concerns that have to do with the headsets as well. We can make, because the person is immersed in the environment, their vision is totally, obviously, as we all know, their vision is totally controlled by the headset. So if the hacker gets their way in and they start showing images to the brain that the brain can't make sense out of, the person will get dizzy and they will fall down. Can't have that. And if they don't show them the room correctly, obviously they will start to brain direction and fall down a set of stairs. So a person essentially becomes a human joystick. And the term is coined by the University of New Haven researchers who did some research on this, and what they have discovered is that in a headset, they saw some files that had no access control on them. They also saw some UDP streams that had no integrity check and no security, no encryption on them. And they also saw some cameras that gave no feedback to the user whether the camera was on or off, and the hackers were able to substitute images by manipulating that file and that stream and that camera. They were able to show images that didn't make sense to the person and didn't show the room correctly, and sure enough, the person became a human joystick.
Yeah, and then being able to, shrink those boundaries and expand those safety boundaries that we rely on for safety, that itself is a massive concern when it comes to these novel cybersecurity attacks. In fact, the person who conducted this research, Ibrahim Bajili, he is one of our senior advisors at XRSI, and I'm really glad that, these kinds of research work is continuing. So we need to actually discover these attacks ethically, and then probably stay ahead of the bad guys, I would say, because obviously these things are coming for us. And Rachel, you talk a lot about risk, per se. So could you please more on this risk perspective from medical use?
Yes, certainly. So risk is something that risk management is what we deal with every day, we just don't call it that. Let's say I'm planning a trip, and let's say there are 3 dimensions, and I'm trying to decide, should I take the trip or is it too risky to take the trip? So let's say there are 3 dimensions to my decision making. Let's say I'm thinking, is this going to financially affect me? Am I going to be late on my rent if I take this trip? Let's say the other dimension is my time, what events I'm going to miss here at home if I go on my trip. And then the third one, which is disproportionately important right now, is my health. Am I going to have a risk to my health if I take this trip? So my decision making, however quickly that happens, I don't go through a formal process when you make a decision, but I say to myself, let's evaluate these risks and let's say, what's the likelihood here that something will happen along those three lines, and what would be the impact? If my impact is I can't make rent next month because of that, I've spent all my money on the trip, let's assign that to a numeric value and say, maybe that's a 9. That's a 9 on my scale of concern. And then the COVID risk right now is 50 because that's disproportionately important right now. That's the intuitive process. And then at the end, when I put in some risk controls, I'm going to wear a mask, I'm going to move the trip to a week when there's no other events, and I'm going to get cheaper tickets, so I'm going to travel by car and not by plane because that's less expensive. Then I look at my risks and I put in some guards, some controls, and then that way I lower the risks to an acceptable level and I go on my trip. That is the exact same process that the FDA wants to see from the medical device manufacturers. They have to look at their device in a systematic way and they have to say what can possibly go wrong, and they have to assign these numeric values to the likelihood and to the potential impact. And they have to put in controls that help you bring that down. And in the end, you want to bring it down to an acceptable level, and only then the device can enter the market and be used on a human. The FDA doesn't necessarily make you pick a particular control, like they don't necessarily say, oh, you have to encrypt this piece of data, but they want you to be looking at that in a systematic way. They want you to have a system. They want you to look at that and make a conscious decision. Okay, I'm not going to encrypt this piece of data because. So if they see that logic, then they're okay with it. And they're okay with it as long as that risk management process that unfortunately has to be built in your design. This is not something that one can add later because requirements for your product come out of that process. Like I say, I need a firewall, or I need to encrypt this link, or this file. And that makes for more requirements. That makes, unfortunately, for a longer development life cycle. And it makes for a longer period that the FDA has to be approving the devices, and that takes time. That may take a year to satisfy every requirement that the FDA places. So newcomers to the industry, the people from the gaming field, may not be familiar with that, and they may not be familiar with the fact that they're dealing with a longer cycle, longer development cycle, and the risk management. That's their awareness.
I can attest to that. I am here in San Francisco, and I have previously worked with Facebook during 2016 election time doing third-party security. I've worked with Linden Lab, which is the maker of Second Life, the oldest existing virtual world. And one thing that I can tell you is when these type of organizations do things, they don't want us to take 5 steps if they can do things in 3. So this whole mantra of move fast is something that's not very compatible with what medical, industry demands. And that's why we have to start with awareness and then basically mandate some of these guidelines and standards that we need to incorporate within the medical XR, this cross-section of medical and XR that is emerging. We talked about, safety, cybersecurity. I want to take a step next and talk about a little bit about privacy, more specifically, because in September 2020, just about a few months ago, XRSI launched a privacy framework. And so in the medical XR realm, I believe the aspect of privacy is changing heavily. And why is that? I'm going to take the next slide, is because we need to make consideration of the amount of data. So in XR field, this constant reality capture, this is an era of constant reality capture. Even with a virtual reality device or an augmented reality device, we are constantly collecting data, manipulating data, processing data. And so what happens then is there are these, privacy considerations that earlier would have been valid, but now with the inferences in play, basically, you can make inference using somebody's eye movement and, other biometric stuff that would indicate to you, hey, maybe a person is going to have a stroke at some point. So these type of things are now posing another difficult, sort of challenge. How do we deal with data protection? And while there are several laws, we have seen the rise of General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, in the EU. We've also seen, in January 2020, CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act, and more laws are coming. But what is lacking here is a true understanding of some of the biometrically inferred data that puts a person at risk, even though it is not necessarily biometric information, but one can infer a lot of biometric-related information, and we are calling it, within the XRSI privacy framework, a biometrically inferred data. And so obviously, this is going to change the way we understand, for example, PII and PHI. And Rachel, how does that impact this biometrically inference, really just the specific PII, PHI aspect?
My opinion is that those definitions, these things, PII and PHI, have definitions right now. Those definitions will need to be expanded to include the types of data that's on the slide here. Because as I'm speaking to you, you may be making inferences about my ethnical background or my age or the state of my mind. Am I upset right now or am I happy right now? All these things, the line becomes blurry between just simply collecting data and it being medical data. So that's why I think those definitions will have to be changed.
Totally. And for those who don't know what PII, PHI, it's personal identifiable information that can accurately identify a person, and then PHI is personal health information, which is even more sensitive. But now the PII, PHI used to be limited to, let's say, name, social security number, your age, your ethnic background and stuff, your cognitive state, emotional state. But now there is a lot more data available that's related to you, could accurately identify you. So yeah, it seems like medical XR space is kind of like a wild, wild west. And you and I often talk about it, Rachel. We need to pay attention to both development and regulatory side. So what do you think needs to happen for the domain to be more organized and regulated? And I would say, ask you both like in development side and regulatory side. Let's start with the development side. What do you think needs to happen?
So I think within, let's say, a geopolitical region, like let's say UK or the United States, there has to be some streamlining that has to happen to help this industry develop. For instance, funding. Funding is one aspect. There are funds and there are people distributing those funds, but there may not be a process, there may not be a streamlined way for an organization to enter this field and go through the proper steps with the proper funding. So that is what needs to happen on the geopolitical maybe level. But the developers of solutions, developers of medical devices, need to start becoming familiar with the existing regulations, and they have to start following those regulations. And the regulators have to be addressing the changes and modifying the definitions of PHI and PII, and talking about safety, the comfort that we talked about to make this happen, to make this become a reality. So there's work for everybody to do.
Totally.
And we as an organization are helping out, and the community is in need of some guidances and some processes.
Exactly. Seems like it could start from, a common understanding of taxonomy, and that's something that XRSI, that was the very first thing that we did. We heard a lot of like war of words going on around XR, VR, AR, just to be able to move forward and focus on innovation. We've put out a common taxonomy definition, which basically standardizes the definition of XR, AR, VR, and other related terms that are related to the field. And so I encourage everybody, whenever you are, working on some research and want to cite these things, to refer to XRSI definitions of these terms. And something that you, Rachel, introduced me to was the quantifiable loads that we need to take in consideration during the development time, and then of course, a lot of other aspects with respect to interoperability and whatnot. Specific to regulatory stuff, do you want to say something more specific to the regulatory part of it? Like, what could we be doing better here? And I know we have a slide on that talks about, policy, regulation, and how do we adopt these regulations.
There have to be, yes, in the government and local and state level and global privacy laws, but they have to be harmonized, because too many laws that conflict or overlap in some way make an Venn diagram that is a mess, is not very helpful. So harmonization of policies should be a priority. And then policy also includes, there's some affordability issues in here, that because if we talk about deployment, a government should be concerned about the deployment of these things. Are they going to be able to reach the population? Is the payment industry, are the insurance companies are going to pay for this? Is this even financially feasible? Because there are investments into the infrastructure that need to happen. We obviously need a fast network for this. And we are going to be investing into the end user equipment, which is reusable. So policies around that are important. So regulatory pathway for enabling innovation, that's the funding thing that I was mentioning earlier, how the funds get distributed, what kind of testing to prove efficacy is going to be required, because proving efficacy of an XR product presents some unique challenges. So for instance, there might be questions about habituation. What happens if you are prescribed a set of 10 visits in XR, and what if each subsequent one becomes less effective? It's habituation. And that needs to be checked. That needs to be part of the clinical trials, a very expensive and time-consuming venture. So there's a lot for the regulators to do to ensure the deployability of this.
Yeah. And, Rachel, earlier you mentioned that Council is working on some of the white paper together with Ehrhart on, hygiene issues. Then I know we picked up another aspect where we're trying to provide guidelines to more novice entrepreneurs. Novice, when I say novice, it means basically novice in the medical space, those who may be coming up from entrepreneurship background, or who may be coming up from gaming background, but now they are venturing out into medical XR space. So these guidelines are being developed. How can they actually benefit from Medical XR Council's existence? What exactly can people participate? How do they participate on an individual level? How do they participate on an organization level? And what's the process like? So how do people get involved?
So we launched we're a new organization, and a lot of our organization got formed this difficult year. So we have a website now, and we have presence on social media, and we obviously have emails. One of our emails is info@xrsi.org. Another one is my personal one, Rachel@xrsi.org. And I will be happy to talk to anybody offline to to have ways to come up with ways to contribute. One can become an individual member of our XRSI. One can have an organizational relationship between organizations. XRSI is welcoming that. We would like to have more participants, and we would like to, because we do have some areas that are less covered. For instance, the payment industry, the insurance companies industry is less covered right now than we would like it to be. So we are open, and financial support is always appreciated because we are a non-for-profit organization, and we need those donations to be able to function.
Wonderful. And I also just want to add to that is December 7th to December 11th, XRSI is declaring that week as XR Safety Awareness Month. And starting Monday, we will start to see more, media promotion around that, as well as other activities. And what that XR Safety Awareness Week, why such urgency for this is this would be the first time most amount of people will be using XR because of a amazing device, Quest 2, but at the same time, there is a lot of privacy issues that come along with it. Talk about parents, if somebody does give you that device as a gift, and if you are a parent, do you even know what's the age requirement? So during this week, XR Safety Awareness Week, which is December 7th to 11th, we're going to actually dedicate one of the days for medical XR. Rachel, what's the day? Is the second day? Is that right?
The 8th,
8th,
it's
yeah.
Tuesday.
Right. So 7th of December, we're dedicating to child safety, which is the most primary concern. And there are very few reliable guidance and reliable information that is out there. I mean, I actually was looking to research, and I saw people are recommending VR chat for kids, and I was just appalled by that guideline. I understand that, VR chat is a great platform. It's actually improving quite a bit, but it is still not something that I would recommend for children per se. At least not from a adult, sanitized, neat environment from an ethical point of view. So I encourage everybody. There is, the week is designed to encourage people to be more aware of things that happen in XR. And the way we are doing it is to, invite everybody to get into XR. We'll, potentially host something on a URL, www.gettingintoxr.com, and hopefully distribute pretty soon all these new activities that you can be part of. So please feel free to reach out to us at info@xrsi.org. And Rachel, I just want to thank you so much. We still have about 7 minutes from our time slot, so why don't we open up it to audience, maybe take some questions if anyone has any question related to this particular topic, or there are several other programs that we run, including, Ready Hacker One, which is a media and awareness platform. There is Cyber XR Coalition, which is focused on diversity and inclusion aspect, the biases in algorithm and whatnot. And then, of course, Medical XR Council. And then finally, the Child Safety Initiative that is still in the making, but will be launching during the XR Safety Awareness Month. So anyone has any question, Rachel, I'd be happy to answer at this point. And I see people are unmuting themselves. Please feel free to raise your hand or however it works for you. You should be able to talk. Go for it, Jules.
Oh, hi, Kavya. Kavya.
Hey.
Hi. One question I have, I really enjoyed your presentation. It was really comprehensive. I was wondering whether or not you have any information for other countries. I think you're USA specific. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. And then talk about inferences. Am I allowed to disclose your real identity if I think you are who you are?
Yeah, I'm Juliana.
Okay, there you go. That's what I thought, Juliana. So talk about inferences. Like within a matter of few seconds, I was able to tell that's Juliana Wolf accurately because of the sound, of course. And so that's just one very simple example. Perhaps the way you move and all of that comes into play as well. So back to your answer, back to your question, Rachel. We are a international non-for-profit. We have folks in the EU, in Germany, in Italy. We don't actually currently have a entity that is housed or based in the EU, but we are actively working to form a EU entity which will be based in Estonia. So we'll be able to then utilize, the only thing we are not able to do is we're not able to take EU funding, for example, and then that would actually expand our funding space. But when it comes to guidance, we actually have people. So, for example, Sarah Tico is actually part of the council as well. I'm going to go back to that slide for the council. So Sarah Tico from the UK, and we have another incoming organization from the UK. Dr. Charles Nikuda is from the UK, and then several of the XRSI members are all over the place all around the world, in the Middle East, in India. So it's a very global organization. It just, because, it's only been 1 year and we've done so much, it's sometimes really hard to popularize that. And then we try to also refrain from too much of a, Facebook, for example. We don't do much of advertising there. All we use is LinkedIn and Twitter. So our information is definitely, we're very global, and we are able to provide advice, guidance, regulatory advice, and developmental advice to everybody around the world, no matter what country they're in. I do have to say, Juliana, though, it is complicated with various jurisdictions. Because, for example, we have people in the EU, but we don't have folks in Africa that have really adopted XR. But we're working towards it. For example, some of the folks in Morocco have contacted us. And so we're working together to find ways to make sure that we have some more global presence and help out. And I know we have still 3 minutes, so would love to take any other questions from the audience. I don't see any hands. So somebody should actually ask me about the XR Safety Awareness Week. I actually encourage and invite all of you, just like I'm really excited for this virtual reality day. Super excited for that XR Safety Awareness Week. Why? Because it's super urgent. We need to make people aware. Good tone to when you go into XR, go with awareness. And then one of my, Rachel, one of my common, I was looking for themes around these XR Safety Awareness Week, and I'm not going to use this line. It sounds too paranoid, but I think I should drop it here, where I was talking about, don't let your present, the present that you get under the Christmas tree, don't let your present endanger your future. So if you get one of these devices, think about what kind of a data that you would be giving away without ever knowing. Or if you're handing this device to a child, you may be actually experimenting on your children. So that's why I thought that was kind of, very appropriate to say, don't let your presence this holiday, or don't let your present this holiday endanger your future. So something, if you guys want to take it away and think about as we head over to this holiday season. And I think with that, Rachel, we've pretty much occupied the entire hour. Thank you, everyone who participated. Thank you, Juliana, for that question. I really, really appreciate everyone. And special thanks to Ivra, Bob, who has been consistently doing this day for about 4 years now. XRSI is just really delighted and happy to be here and to support this effort.
It's a pleasure to be here with all of you.
Hey DJ, do you know
You want to walk over there? Actually, let me just stop amplifying myself, otherwise everyone would hear me. Oh, okay. You want to go over here?
All right. I think I'm next, but we have like 10 minutes. Everyone can hear
Yeah.
me okay, right? Yeah. Okay. I amplified my voice. All right. Well, we'll just wait 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that sounds great. DJ, I feel like this is an alt space 101 question, but why can't I remember how to teleport?
Oh, it's right hand B button.
Ah, that's right. I will say I downloaded the new Star Wars Squadrons. Or not Squadrons. The new Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Really good game.
Yeah, Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
And it's a purchase. It needs to be purchased.
I would definitely say so. I've already played it for about 2 hours today, and even though I'm going to be leading the next 3 hours worth of sessions, I will probably pop back in afterwards.
I can't get out of population 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. And also, if you want, we could start at like 7:05. I kind of just left it as a buffer just because with these things, you never know.
Sure.
And for changing slides, we can just, you can see these panels right below. Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
I got it. I should be good. So who else is in the crowd? I see Saul's here and Jake's here. They're Glimpse crew, but who else is here? So a live stream, Bob finds camera. Is Bob here? Or is that just Bob? Bob's camera. I guess that's Bob's camera. And Paracosm. Are you with Paracosm? A test user here? I don't know. They might not be
Yeah,
here
Paracosm
either.
is going to be here after this, actually.
Oh, cool. They were like one of my first presenters at NYVR back in the day.
Really?
Yep. They have super cool technology.
Yeah.
And all right, well, we'll give a few more minutes.
Yeah. I know it's different from being at a physical event where you can at least do some type of crosstalk in between, but with muting and unmuting people, it's kind of just paying attention to whoever is center stage. But for the next 3 hours, we're going to have a mix of different sessions happening here in AltSpace, and big thanks to Bob Fine for putting VR Day together. And so right now we're going to have DJ, who is the co-founder and chief creative officer of the Glimpse Group, a AR VR platform company based in New York City. Just talk about AR and VR hardware, where it's at, where it's going, and kind of just his perspective on the future of the space. Then after that, we're going to have a 30-minute panel on VR for education and entertainment, followed by another 30-minute panel on VR from a developer's perspective on UI UX and good experience design. And then from 9 to 10, we'll be closing off at least the sections that I'm hosting on a session for immersive storytelling and VR for live performance. So it should be a really good, 3 hours. And then after that, there's still a couple more hours left of VR Day. Overall, it's been a really fun event. I've been popping in and out throughout the day, and it's just been great to be able to virtually connect with everyone. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And aside from AltSpace DJ, what other platforms have you used for virtual conferencing?
I think AltSpace actually tends to be the most stable for a lot of users. But of course, VR Chat and Rec Room, but they really haven't been. I think AltSpace really does a great job with it. And Meet in VR and actually Spatial just added an event venue. Uh, and those are great platforms too. But I don't think events are really their focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the great thing about AltSpace is their stability with a bunch of users in a space. You can get, I've been in at least 50 people, and it's been still pretty solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And overall, just what's your thought on virtual events versus, having the live in-person conference?
I'm constantly torn, especially
Yeah.
with NYVR. Um, but I think we're getting closer, but VR can't replicate real life quite yet. So you have to take
Oh.
the pros and cons of the platform. And all things considered, I look forward to restarting our in-person event soon. But for now, this works.
Yeah. And actually, I just got a message from somebody saying that they can't hear. So I'm just wondering, if you are in here and you're in VR, would you mind raising your hand so we can see if you can hear us? Okay, we have Jake. Okay, we've got 2, 3. All right. And I know that these two are cameras right here.
So, is it possible because we have the host tools that we can hear? If no one else can hear, I actually, if you guys are active, raise your hands. Anyone? Yeah, I don't think those three can hear, or they may not actually be active.
Hmm. I don't think they haven't really moved very much. So
Yeah.
I think,
So I think they're. Yeah, I think those are stand-ins.
we could chat them too.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right
So
now.
Actually, I was gonna say that someone chatted the camera already, and now in the live YouTube live feed, it says the message over the presentation. So I told Bob that he was gonna fix that, but apparently it's kind of hard to fix.
So you can chat the camera?
Yeah, so don't
Well,
chat the camera.
yeah, if you look at the YouTube link, well, it's already. I mean, there's already a chat on it, so.
So we
But,
have
that's
VR
exactly what
Girl
Bob's.
and La Lisi in the back there, right? You guys can hear us?
So Lisi is the one who messaged me to said that she's having issue with hearing.
Oh, you can hear anything?
I can't hear anything. It's so annoying.
Maybe adjust your mic volume, DJ, just to see,
Okay.
because mine's at 0, and you guys can hear me no problem.
All the way.
I'm at +3.
Okay, let me go into the back and see if it's that.
Oh, as if we're not in speaker view or speaker mode. Yeah, you can hear us.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
No problem.
Karen. May I speak to the manager? You just joined us. Can you hear us right now? If you can, hand.
Oops.
Okay, I think that's a hand raise. Okay. Lisi, maybe do you want to try turning off your headset and joining back in? Oh, wait, let me type you. You can't hear us. That wouldn't make sense. Right.
It must be a setting because I can hear you even though I was super far away.
You're very
Can you hear
quiet,
me?
though. Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you,
I can
but
hear you.
you're very quiet. I think down.
Who's quiet?
What about now?
Saul is very quiet. So am I really quiet now too?
Yeah, I mean, you speak normal sound level to me.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I wonder if this is affecting anything.
I haven't amplified my voice. It's just normal speak. So it has
Well,
special sounds.
actually,
If I move.
I can hear you.
okay.
Okay.
I said like so
You're just soft
-3.
spoken.
Okay.
But
It's true. He is.
I can hear you.
Actually,
Can hear any?
All right. Well, DJ, do you want to get started? Sweet.
So
Yeah, I'll do a quick
let's
introduction and then you can go from there.
Perfect.
Yeah. So this is DJ Smith. He's the co-founder and chief creative officer of the Glimpse Group, a augmented reality, virtual reality platform company based in New York City. And they have 8 different subsidiary companies, all developing solutions using AR and VR tech.
Thank you very much, Elena. Awesome. We will get right into it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and the company, and we'll talk a little bit about the industry in general, and then I'm going to drive into what are the industries that we're seeing success within the overall XR, AR, VR ecosystem, because that seems to be a really common question. So to start, I'm DJ. I'm co-founder of the Glimpse Group, as Elena mentioned. I'm also a community manager. I run the NYVR meetup in New York City. NYVR is the second largest VR meetup, or it's between second and third, depends on the day of the week. But it's a very large community. And I have a strong, passionate for AR and VR technology. But what's kind of interesting is I'm not really a hardcore gamer or a programmer. I really enjoy all of the other aspects of what VR can be. As I mentioned, this is the NYVR meetup group. Started back in 2014, just a handful of us, and has steadily grown and grown and grown. And through running the meetup, that's basically how I got into the industry, met my current business partners, and formed the Glimpse Group. So Glimpse Group is totally focused on enterprise solutions, services, and products. And we do both AR and VR, probably about 50-50 these days. And we have a total team of 50, which puts us one of the largest enterprise-focused XR solution companies out there. The way that we work is pretty unique. We actually are a parent company of startups. So we acquire startups that are focused on specific industries. We try not to have too much overlap, but we bring on the startups and we provide the startups with a roof over their head, back-end support, legal support, and all of our startups are brought on with stock in the parent company, so they're very incentivized to actually help each other out. So it's a very collaborative work environment. And based on the list here, you can see, actually, it's probably a little hard to read, but we're in everything from healthcare to education to hospitality, financial services, marketing, and a multi-user virtual platform. That's more like a white label solution, and they're seeing a bunch of success in a couple of different industry verticals. All right. So this is a little bit more on how the Glimpse Group operates. I won't dive too deep into this, but essentially, as I mentioned, we bring on the startups in stock, and then we provide entrepreneurs with this ecosystem and support structure. And if you compare that to a typical venture capitalist startup relationship, they're kind of like, here's the money and go off and be successful, but you have to really carry the load yourself. In our model, we have a lot of a support structure. We also are inherently a portfolio. So as certain sectors of the industry become a little bit more heated up, we can slide resources within the organization to meet the demands of the customers, which has really been a huge lifesaver for the organization. As you can imagine, once COVID hit, certain sectors really got quiet while other sectors really ramped up. So having a portfolio play inherently built into the company is a huge advantage. Also, just having a total team of 50 is a big differentiator when we're talking to large organizations as compared to a small startup that may only have a handful of folks working for it. So big picture-wise for the industry, I like to talk about where I see the industry going and what impact it's going to have. I think a lot of people have used a similar slide like this to say that the AR and VR medium is the next way in which we're going to be able to share information and talk with everyone. I actually take it a little bit of a step further, um, and really what it boils down to for me is that AR and VR allows the communication of three-dimensional data. So whether it's an augmented reality headset or a virtual reality headset or projection mapping or holographic display, we're probably more of a three-dimensional company than an XR company, because we are inherently building environments and three-dimensional content, and the AR and VR hardware is just another way for us to share that content. So how is the U.S. AR and VR industry doing? So I have a pretty unique view on this. I think we've all seen the ever slipping exponential curve of adoption and revenue. I've actually gotten tired of seeing these graphs. And other folks may be familiar with this. This is called the Gartner hype curve. And the Gartner hype curve is a curve that represents emerging technologies. And as of recently, this year, we're not even on the hype curve anymore. I think they got tired of including us on the curve from when we started back in 2014 and 15. For me, this is my curve. Really I don't really like rules so much. So as you can see, my curve is a linear path. But this has been my perception from my entry into the industry, is that it's a nice linear path of increases in adoption, improvements in hardware. Um, the list over on the right are just kind of indicators, and the bottom one is probably the key one, is what my kids are saying about it and what their friends are saying about it. And I think if anything, I might want to put a little inflection point here and make the line bump up a little bit steeper in 2020, because I think the Oculus Quest 2 is really going to have a big impact on adoption of the technology. So the driving factor definitely has to be the hardware is really paramount to the conversation. Back in 2016, there was a lot of excitement, but unfortunately, there was only very few people were able to get a full 6 degree of freedom experience out of a PC tethered Vive or Rift solution. A lot of people saw Samsung Gear VR and saw their phones heat up and went into experiences that were not inherently very comfortable because they were 3 degrees of freedom. So great for exposure, but I think a lot of people ended up seeing experiences, going onto roller coasters, getting sick, and saying, "This isn't really for me." Now that the Quest 2 is a fully comfortable environment, I'm really excited to get a new generation of VR beginners into the medium, to really see what the possibilities are. I think also on the development side, the developers have figured out how to do some things. So back in 2016, Job Simulator was really one of the early greats. And if you look at it, it is a great experience, but it does not compare to what Half-Life Alyx is. And even if you're not into that type of game, there's just so much to be learned from what Valve has done with that game. Actually, they recently created a documentary where they have the developers talk about their thought process with so many different elements. And I can't recommend everyone who's interested in VR going through that. It's literally a master's class in VR design, UI design, sound design, lighting. It's really, really outstanding. So definitely take a look, and just many thanks to Valve for their really tireless efforts in creating that piece. So more driving factors is the rise of social communities. As I've mentioned before, we started Altspace is an amazing platform. It's probably my favorite for events, and one of the key abilities is to have a lot of people in an environment, which is so key for having events. Rec Room and VR Chat and now Facebook Horizon are all great platforms. And for me, as long as people are spending time in VR and using the medium and spending time with others, it's really great. And I encourage everyone to explore all of these different platforms and make friends and make communities. And the more people use VR, the more it's going to get adopted. Um, Another thing that's really interesting for me is the rise of these traditional console 2D games um, like Fortnite. To see how they're starting to hold events, and I have some additional slides in it. But then to also see virtual reality coming out with very similar types of experiences. Like I said, I'm not traditionally a gamer. I really, my son kicked my butt in Fortnite way too many times, and I just got tired of playing it. But we've been both been playing Population One, and it literally has I think, all of the elements of what Fortnite made it so huge. And Fortnite has 350 million active users. That is a crazy, crazy number to me. And I see the exact same type of excitement and interactions happening in Population One. So again, even if that is not your type of game, to understand what is going to drive this ecosystem, what is going to drive adoption, it's definitely worth checking out. And as I mentioned before, I'm really intrigued to see these traditional 2D multi-user experiences now advertising and showing the top performers in the world in our medium, right? They are animated avatars, and it's like, all right, I'm ready to jump in VR and be with these guys, and I know it's right around the corner, and it's huge amount of viewers, and TikTok, that was kind of their first event. The Travis Scott, that was actually only the first night. I think they ended up with a total of 40 million views over the entire 4-night show. So the other thing that's really driving the industry is enterprise adoption. And we definitely have had some challenging times here with COVID and distribution of headsets. And I think that that stalled a little bit, but there has been a huge amount more of interest in large organizations trying to figure out now how do I use this technology and really start to scale it. So healthcare, we've been doing support groups, which is an amazing use case. We've actually worked with Yale Medical on this, and it involves these kids. They're sick. Some of them have cancer, and they can't be physically with another kid to be in a support group or with a moderator. So we did a pilot program with Yale. It was written up, and these kids are able to conduct their support groups with a moderator in the safety of their homes with a VR headset. And I'm really excited about that opportunity, and that has actually opened several new doors for doing support groups. And one of the things that enterprise, I think, struggles with is avatars, and it's tough to talk to a McKinsey person and say, okay, we're going to conduct this really formal business meeting and have cartoony avatars. But for a support group use case, having an avatar that can kind of hide your emotions a little bit may really help that person open up about their feelings a little bit more. So it's a unique case where you're taking a con in some situations to actually be a positive. Um, Definitely have done a bunch of training stuff. It's one of the low hanging fruits of the industry. Um, I think 2 or 3 years ago we were doing pilot programs, and we would do a single experience, and we deploy it on a Vive, and it would sit in the innovation department, and a handful of folks would come through. Now we're deploying 20, 50, 100 Quest headsets into an organization, and we're starting to see scalability, which is huge. We have struggled with the Facebook Enterprise platform, mainly because it really didn't exist until this October. And last year, we couldn't even get our hands on Quest headsets because they had been so sold out. But we're excited to see really a proper enterprise solution launched. And we just hope Facebook can continue to support the rise of the enterprise industry use cases. So another sector that has definitely heated up lately, this is the university market. So I think universities are really desperate at this point to try and figure out, how do we justify our tuition? And, we need remote solutions, we need new technology, and we are really excited to, again, do pilot projects with several different universities. And again, 2 years ago it was a single Vive. This year it's 20, 30, 40 headsets to a specific class. And we're really excited to see that number actually ramp up. Data visualization is another one of our entities. So this entity is speaking to large financial organizations, and it's the idea of the day trader in front of 18 virtual live monitors, as well as a full comprehensive data visualization, immersive data visualization tool, which is really, really exciting to see. And then we're going to talk a little bit about this platform later. And it basically, actually, Jimmy up there in the top left, he's the general manager of the division. He's waving now. He'll go into much greater depth on this platform. But what's really exciting about this platform is it blends photography, broadcast content into a multi-user virtual world. Um, and that live interaction between a broadcast camera and a multi-user environment is a really, really compelling platform, and it can be used in so many different situations, so many different entertainment situations, where the entertainment folks right now are really, really struggling because there's no ability to perform in live settings. So we're having a number of conversations with big groups, trying to figure out, how do we get to scale with it? And I think we're on the verge of enough headsets being out there to make it viable. So the last kind of section of my presentation here is really going to talk about what we're really, really busy with these days, and it's the augmented reality, specific to the marketing side of things. So VR inherently is contingent on people having headsets. AR, we can still do a ton of compelling stuff with mobile phones that are in everyone's pocket. And it's really exciting to see all of the augmented reality abilities drastically improving. All of the social media platforms are building AR special effects, filters, visualization tools, even down to the operating systems of Android and Apple. There's a thing called Quick View, so you can bring up an AR asset immediately. Apple's new phone is the Apple 12. It has LiDAR. So it's across the board. There's just a huge amount of um, money and interest and research into AR on our phones. And for me, this just spells the true beginning of mass AR adoption. And I'm really just excited to see when are the AR wearables going to come out. You know, when is Apple going to get in the game? Um, it's clear that they are using um, the mobile phone LiDAR sensor, for example, as their test bed. Um, and I think once that happens, there's going to be a big shift. So on the marketing side in AR, we do everything from augmented reality menus. Um, we do, sorry, um, we've done really high-end brands like Chanel. This was last year's that it was an augmented reality snow globe that they do a traditional snow globe every year as part of their holiday launch. Um, we now have a partnership with Google, so banner ads are becoming three-dimensional and immersive. So we were a launch partner, and we're basically making three-dimensional models in a banner ad. And the amount of engagement that they're seeing from this banner ad that's now three-dimensional is order of magnitude beyond what a typical banner ad would have. Also apparel, so pretty obvious use case, trying on hats. I believe this company, once they launched, they had something like 6 million impressions for the Snapchat filter that we did with them. So it's real measurable amount of exposure and impressions, and these folks are realizing it, and they're coming back for more. So most of our engagements kind of start with a little prototype. They see a ton of views, and they're like, "All right, let's come back and do phase 2, 3, and 4," which is really great to see. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap it up. I have a couple predictions for both AR and VR. So AR mobile hardware will continue to improve. Um, I'm I'm still curious about 5G tech and how does that really impact the hardware. Can we actually offboard the computing power and the battery power and really make a form factor of an AR wearable, and for that matter, VR, that is sleeker than what it is now. Um, and I think it's kind of clear if you look at the way Apple is going, um, the AR wearable glass will eventually take the place of looking at a 3-inch screen on our phone. And I'm really excited to see all of the things that happen when our connection to the internet is no longer locked in a 3-inch screen. It's actually totally surrounding our perceptions. Um, and then on the VR side of things, it's kind of the three superpowers. I probably said the exact same first and two 6 years ago. Education, being able to learn through experience, and social communication, the ability to feel as if you're with somebody, and both of those tie into where we're seeing, the most amount of work, frankly, is with the training, and with the marketing, which is storytelling, essentially. The last one, which I like to throw in for good measure at the end of the day, is focus. So VR has this unique superpower that when you're in VR, you have to be watching what is happening in VR. And I think humanity in general is so bombarded with stimuli from all of the different points of media, and we can't even watch a movie that doesn't have a cut every 3 seconds. So I think it's really great that VR can allow a content creator to leverage focus in whatever they're telling their story. So I think that is it. The QR code isn't going to really help you guys, but just want to thank Bob Fine and thank everyone for showing up here today. And I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I'm happy to answer questions if we still have more time.
Yeah, I'd say, DJ, we probably have about 5 or 10 more minutes for questions, but I think one question that I have is you were talking about the documentary on Half-Life Alex. Could you tell us a little bit more on where to find that? And maybe even for people who don't know, explain what Alex is?
Yeah, sure. So Alex is the third sequel to a hugely popular first-person shooter game. Actually, there's a bunch of rebroadcasts of it on YouTube. So if you do Half-Life documentary, you'll be able to see it for free. But the real documentary is actually embedded in the game. It's like a separate channel on audio. So as you're playing the game, you can turn this on and you can actually hear the developers talk about it. It's much better to actually go through it that way, but it's not on a Quest. It's a PC tethered Steam type of application.
Yeah. And then another just quick question on my end is you were talking about AR and LiDAR on the new iPhone 12. When do you think we're going to get to a point where a lot of people are going to be using LiDAR? I think right now it's still in the very early phases, and it's mostly just AR enthusiasts that are using it, but when might it be picked up by the mainstream, or might it be something as common on every phone as a regular camera?
Yeah, I think one of the keys is when the social media platforms start to leverage the technology in their filters. So when Snapchat creates content that you need that LiDAR sensor in order to do whatever it is, that's when it's going to start to explode. Right now, there's so few phones that actually have that capability, so it's not widespread yet. And even the amount of apps that are out there that can leverage the power of that LiDAR, it's pretty few and far between.
Yeah, great. And does anybody here
Um,
have any questions for DJ? Oh.
Alana, you should amplify your voice. I cannot hear you from far away.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Karen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question about this was really um, good information. I've been in VR since 2017, and I just have a question is the marketing platform to get people to put the actual headset on their head. I think, is there any progress being made to actually get people to put the headset on their head? Like literally, that is what I find the biggest. Once they put the headset on, they're in. It's getting the user to put it on because they have no idea what VR is. They see a physical person with a headset, but they have no idea unless they put it on themselves. Is there any driving marketing strategy to induce the user to put it on their head? Is what
Yeah.
I think is will drive sales and
Yeah, I think Facebook's strategy from day one was get the gamers involved. And that's an easy and compelling way because the gamers will be willing to do it. And from my point of view, I'm just like, all right, the more kids that have this headset floating around, the parents are going to get curious about it, and the older sister or the uncle and the aunt, they're going to come over, and hopefully the kid's not going to put them in population one or a roller coaster. They're going to show them something from VR for good, or show them some type of content that would more resonate with them. And once that happens, that will help the adoption curve. But yeah, I think it is tough. And on the marketing side, VR is not a huge. I don't think there's a huge opportunity yet there because the headsets aren't quite out there. On the training side, it's easy. The company creates a training thing. They're gonna deploy that to their staff, and their staff is they're gonna try it on. And that's one of my favorite things is the people that first put on a headset for the first time and their mouths almost always drop to the floor, and they're like, wow, this is not what I thought that it was going to be. And yeah.
totally. Yep.
Yeah. And I think even adding on to that, because so I work with DJ and I'm actually our marketing manager at Glimpse. I agree with what he has to say about Oculus. And if you look at all the headsets that came before it, we're talking 800 to $1,000+ entry point, and you need to have an expensive PC. Whereas with the Quest, we're finally seeing something that's a little bit more affordable for people. And I think in terms of the marketing stance that they're doing, they're trying to show a lot of different people using the headset. I was just scrolling through Twitter today, and I just saw an ad from Oculus, and in there they featured somebody who looked like a woman to be in her 70s wearing a headset. And I just thought, oh wow, that's such an awesome clip. Hmm.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I would just add to that is because the price point, so I understand the philosophy of leveraging the gamers, the younger generation. But because of the price point, I found that, and I'm an older, I guess, VR user, but like last night in Altspace, I met a 67-year-old user, right? That is an avid user in VR. And so I think there's this whole like almost like a senior level um, adaptability, and it's more not gaming, but it's more experience based, if that makes any sense. Because VR, I can see the stream of gaming as a very good marketing strategy, but the senior level and people with mobility or lack of mobility, um, top down, that actually have the money to spend on the headset, driving that down, and the learning curve of it is not that big. So you're seeing older. It's almost like a vergence of you got younger gamers coming up, young children, and then you've got this you've got an older population also diverging into the space as well.
Yeah. And AARP, they launched Alcove, which is an app for older adults to be able to hang out and play games. And I think ultimately it's the markets that might not be focused on right now. The companies that specifically try to target and bring people into VR, they're going to be known as the ones who are ahead of the packs, the ones who are the leaders there. And so, yeah, just paying attention to all the different use cases that VR can reach and how to properly try to get over the stigma of, oh, scary headset. Okay, you might think that, but then once you put it on, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you, DJ. It was a pleasure virtually seeing you. Maybe one of these days I'll see you back at our office in New York. Who knows? But thank you for
Absolutely.
coming by. Do you think before you leave we can just take a quick selfie?
Yeah, absolutely. And
All right.
again, thanks to Bob Fine, and thanks everyone for coming out and hearing me speak.
Yeah, and if you want to reach DJ, so his contact information, you can reach him through the Glimpse group or find him on LinkedIn. And DJ's always willing and eager to talk about VR.
That's right. Let's see if we can
Yeah.
do this. Nope, I think we got it.
Oh wait, nope. I need to master the art of taking this. Okay, let's see if this works
Here, you
now.
want me to do it? You got it?
Maybe. All right. No. Yeah.
All right, hold on a second. I think this is good. I got a good one of us.
Awesome. All right. Well, then, great. Thank you for coming, DJ. And if our panelists for our next session want to come to the stage, you can come to the stage. And to get through the barriers, you're just going to teleport. And if you're in the quest, you're going to hit the B button to do that. Hello.
Thanks for that. I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah.
Thanks so much
Yeah.
for having us.
Yeah, definitely. And
Place under my picture or
yeah, that would actually be great if you want to stand in front of your picture. And for people who are on the stage or speaking, just go up to the right and you will see host tools and make sure your voice is set to amplify. Awesome.
There we go.
no.
Right. Perfect. So we'll do a quick sound check. Raise your hand, or Jimmy, would you mind saying your name?
You bet. Jimmy Gilliberti.
All right. Raise your hand if you can hear Jimmy.
Hey,
Right,
Jimmy.
perfect.
Hey.
Hey.
Lisi, would you mind saying your name?
Hi, I'm Lisi.
All right.
Hold
Raise your
on.
hand if you can hear Lisi. Perfect. And Christina?
Hi, I'm Christina, aka Chaos Princess in VR.
Can you hear Christina?
Yep, a little low though.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Let's add that up.
Perfect. Well, we'll wait and we'll see if Caitlin is going to come in and join us. But
Yeah,
maybe while we're waiting,
just gonna message her.
Here I am.
There she is.
perfect. So Caitlin, you might want to teleport, and if you're on a quest, you can use the B button to teleport to the front of the stage. Maybe.
Hi there. Can you help me out? Whoops.
Are you on a quest?
I'm in desktop mode, actually.
Does anybody know how to teleport on desktop mode?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe.
In Bob's video for us to go and help get stuff ready for the screen, I don't know if he had figured it out from the desktop either.
Yeah, no.
Oh no. The F key. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yay!
Ah, good to
Welcome.
see you.
Thank you very much.
And then raise your hand if you can hear Caitlin.
Hello. Testing 1 2.
Okay, not quite. So Caitlin, you might need to amplify your voice.
Okay.
I'm not sure where to find this on desktop viewer, but there's a button that says host tools and then amplify my voice.
Amplify my voice.
See it. Oh gosh, guys, I'm sorry. I totally am late in screwing this up.
Hey, no worries. You're fine.
The slings and arrows of desktop use.
I know.
That's why we all should go into VR.
You know
That's
what?
the
I'll
best.
just go in VR. Okay. I'll
Rock
just
and
go in
roll.
VR.
Who's fucking bothering you?
Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
It won't take long. She jumps into her rift.
Well,
Okay.
I guess while we wait for Caitlin, well, we have about 2 more minutes, and then we'll just get started with some introductions. But for right now, just where are you joining us from? I'm in Chicago right now.
Oh, great.
So
And I'm in San Francisco.
I'm in Munich, Germany.
Oh, must be late.
It's fine. I'm a night owl anyhow, and I think that VR can finally produce teams who work on their perfect biorhythm instead of a social
That's the
mandatory
best.
clock.
Biorhythms were my first iPhone app. And the first day that the iPhone first came out and they opened up the store, I had a biorhythm app up there.
The only
Lucy, where are you joining
problem
us
is
from?
if you meet a night owl from San Francisco, then you have synchronicity problems.
That's right.
I ran away from Los Angeles and am living in Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Oh, Santa Barbara's nice.
And we'll get started in about a minute. We'll wait for Caitlin to join us, but we're looking at using virtual reality for entertainment and education, which I think that this is going to be a really interesting session. We have people that are working on VR and AR platforms, and then also someone who has experience developing VR stories for more of a entertainment and documentary style purpose.
Rock and roll.
But maybe while we wait for Caitlin, if we want, we could get started with introductions too. And then we can have, by the time Caitlin gets here, she could probably be the last person to do an introduction. So I'll start, and then we'll go to the three of you, and then hopefully Caitlin will be in by then. So, hi everyone, I'm Elena. I am the senior marketing manager with the Glimpse Group. We're an AR VR platform company based in New York City, and we have 8 different subsidiaries in our platform, and we're all focused on developing enterprise software and services that use AR and VR tech. And actually, Jimmy, who is on today's panel, is the general manager of one of Glimpse's subsidiaries. And I've been working with AR and VR tech for about 4 or 5 years, and I just think it's a fascinating space, and I'm excited to see it grow. And what about you, Lisi? Could you tell us a little bit more about what you do and maybe what brought you into the AR and VR space?
Well, I've been in love with VR for longer than I could care to really say. But when I was in NYU Film, I wrote my first VR script, and this was a million years ago. We're talking 1994. And at the time, there was a lot of chatter about what cinema was going to do and where it was going in the 21st century. And clearly, it was beyond the flat image. Taking advantage of a 360 world to really stimulate is really what it's all about. So I wrote my first script then. Obviously, it was too early to get into VR. So I became a recording artist in Europe for a little bit. And then I did a season of Survivor, fell in love with PR, started doing tech PR, and tech PR brought me to VR. So I did some weird, almost 25-year full circle, and here we are talking in alt space just as we were hoping for 25 years ago. So hooray to that, everyone.
Yeah. And Jimmy, how about yourself? Can you tell us a little bit about what you do and what brought you to the space?
Amplify your voice.
Yeah, I think you need to amplify yourself, Jimmy. Oh, perfect. I can hear you better now. Raise your hand if you can hear Jimmy.
Yay,
Yes.
we can hear Jimmy.
Yes? Good.
All right, perfect.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I started out on the original IBM PC team way back, doing the first games for the PC. So King's Quest, Adventure, Decathlon, all of that. But what got me into VR was when I ran the first 4 versions of 3D Studio Max at Autodesk. So in 1996, we were doing Vermal and things along those lines. So that's what first got it. And as Lisi basically mentioned, at that time, the hardware really wasn't there to do much with. So it kind of took me through doing mobile software and running some broadcast video studios that eventually brought me back to doing VR now that we have the hardware to deal with it. And so it's that combination of my animation background, which would be producing worlds like we see here, plus the video background is what you'll see when I talk about some of the products I'm working on and kind of blending them together. So that's what brought me here today.
Wow, cool.
Yeah. And Caitlin, actually, let's do one more test. Caitlin, would you mind saying your name? So it should be to the
In the
right
right
of your name
bottom
under
corner.
host tools, and then amplify my voice. Oh no. Right.
We
I
could
wonder what
hear you, though.
happens.
Yeah, we can hear it.
How's that?
Yay!
All right, boy, I was
Thanks, everybody.
starting to have a major case of imposter syndrome.
In
For
VR,
someone
that's
who works in
impossible.
VR, couldn't even teleport or amplify my own voice. Um, yeah, hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm co-founder and CEO at Tivoli Cloud VR. We're an open source virtual reality kind of metaverse platform. Um, Happy to be here. My experience I'm one of the early employees at Unity since 2008, and then I left there to work with Philip Rosedale on High Fidelity in 2015, which was basically the predecessor to Tivoli. It's open source um, kind of great grandpa. And I'm just so happy to be here right now with Chaos.
Yay.
And Christina?
Yeah, so my real life name is Christina Kinder. My VR name is Chaos Princess. I've been dreaming of VR ever since reading Neuromancer back in the 90s.
Sweet.
But unfortunately, then when I started to study, there wasn't any VR study out yet, so I did an MFA at Munich Film School, and I've been a filmmaker the first half of my life. And then after my or in my parental leave, pre-ordering the HTC Vive and social VR on high fidelity changed my life and saved my social life. And this is where I met Caitlin and where I learned to do like content creation and events in VR. And now I'm like overjoyed to be like on the Tivoli team. So we picked up the code and yeah, we're like an open source platform, and the magical thing is that we can have like more than 500 avatars, like limitless avatars in one non-instance space, and that makes it really good for doing like really crowd parties and events in VR, and that also saved ours and hopefully also our guests' sanity during the lockdown times.
Yeah. And for Jimmy and Christine and Caitlin, so we have the Tivoli team right here, and then we have Jimmy from Pagoni. Could you tell us a little bit more about your platform and maybe how people are using it right now for, our remote world that we're in terms of from an education or even an entertainment type of perspective?
How people are using Tivoli in that context? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, um, I guess you could look at Tivoli a lot like kind of a next generation of something like this. It's a multi-user VR platform that can, like where you can gather and have events and classes and things like that. It's kind of more experimental. It's in some ways a bit more technically sophisticated in that it's an architecture that's really designed to scale and hold a whole bunch of people and do things at like a much more complex level. Right now, a good example of one of our users is like Simon Fraser University out of Vancouver. They're teaching their cognitive science courses out of our Tivoli Hall lecture hall. And, I think people do similar things right here in alt space, not terribly different. Although I'd say that like right now, the biggest difference between us and alt space is like alt space is very good at serving the present kind of base of technology. Like it's very good for right now. In fact, it's so elegant and simple and straightforward. Works great on Quest. What we're working on, we're really hoping will be accepted as the standard in 5 years and continue to be useful in 10 years or 15 years. So it's a really forward-looking technology that's designed to get better over time rather than sort of cap out. If that makes any sense, I hope it does.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And Jimmy, what about Pagoni VR? Could you tell us a little bit about your company and what you're doing in terms of either the entertainment or the education end?
hmm So we've started putting some things together. Education, as DJ had mentioned earlier, is one of the earliest low-hanging fruit of doing anything social or bringing people together. So one of the challenges that people had was that the instructors themselves, there's inertia in doing anything new a lot of times. You want to be able to have a class that's local,
but then you have all the people who are remote that might be in headsets and things along those lines. So what we tried doing is doing something where the teacher didn't have to um, really change their behavior to be able to just speak in front of a class and be able to speak in front of a virtual class at the same time. I actually have something to show if I can go and work the board. Is
Yeah,
that
you want to
something?
try to pull it up?
Yeah, let's see if I can do that. Let's see. So, if I can type right.
Yeah. Well, maybe while you try to pull it up, I might just direct one question towards Lisi, and that is you are working on a immersive storytelling project that you were telling me about during the last time we met, and I believe it's called El 48, see? Or yeah, is
That's
that what it's called?
correct. Eso sí es
Could you
verdad,
tell
el 48.
Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit about that experience, especially because it is a little bit more of an educational immersive experience and what it's like designing something like that?
It's not only educational, it's historical. And it's just the story of how Costa Rica basically got rid of its military. And it's a very simple story. And right now, December 1st is our launch date in the National Museum in San Jose. And the president's going to be there to unveil it. But it starts as a short, and it's Jose Figueres, who was the president in 1948, rising up from what is the dungeon. Like we made this whole, not me, but the team did this whole dungeon scene, and then the president rising up from the dungeon in a very symbolic way to the people up to this fort and tell everyone we're no longer going to have a military. It's all very dramatic. But Ticos, the Costa Ricans, are very, very proud of not having a military. So it's just really, really, really exciting to not only be part of a team that is doing some stuff in Costa Rica that's unheard of. Like this is going to blow Costa Rica's mind. So that is truly exciting, the way that people are going to be exposed to a history lesson in VR and at the same time turning people on to VR. Like it's such a win-win. And it's a beautiful team down in Costa Rica. UXR is the team, UXR Tech, and the story is just beautiful. There's a one. It's loosely. It's based. It's like an offshoot. This is another thing that's super interesting about this project. It's an offshoot from a documentary called "The First Lady of the Revolution" by Andrea Kalin. It's part of Spark Media, and what I love about this in particular is it gives people a line. Like here we have a VR project that's based on a documentary, so it gives people like a point of reference. Like, yes, we are going to make VR movies that are non-linear and really stretch what it is to tell a story and really create a narrative unlike anything ever. 100+ years ago, when cinema became cinema, you had to teach the audience how to tell a story. You had to teach an audience how to perceive a story in a way they had never perceived it before. Editing allowed people to understand that we live beyond the proscenium. The same thing is happening now, only we're living beyond the flat screen. So El 48 is very, very inspiring to me on many levels. Phew.
Yeah.
I could go on about it
What
for
kind of
hours.
headsets do they use to
They
deploy?
use Well, we're going to be using Quest because it's going to be the easiest. So that's what's happening as far as like user interface, because you can't go wrong with a Quest at this point. It's so simple. You could put it on anyone's headset, on anyone's head, and they could just figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know if this will play or not. Let's see. Here we go. So virtual avatars married with VR video. So we've been at Temple and at Fordham, and the students basically are in a class wherever they may be. This is pre-COVID too, a lot of this. And so we were originally trying to blend real life students with remote students. So they felt like they were in the same class. And so by merging basically VR 180 work into a space like this, all of us could be anywhere. We're kind of shelter in place at home, but that teacher would be able to go and look in and see this space from a desktop monitor and just either talk to the remote or the classes there. Like, think about the classes that are going on right now where they're half the students go in, half are remote. Well, that's perfect for this. So you have the students that are local, and then the people who are at home could be getting the exact same class at the same time. And if I saw someone in the remote class waving their hand, then I would be able to call on them. And it's real time, and it's local.
Beautiful.
Yep.
And I have an interesting question for all four of you. So I'm in a AR VR marketers group on Facebook, and recently somebody in the group posted, by 2025, do you think VR education is going to be adopted by, the mass education systems? Now, I have
Yes.
my opinion, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
Yes. No brainer.
Definitely think so. I have because now I'm doing my second master in digital narratives remotely, and it's such a big difference. It's like after
Completely.
a 3 hours Zoom session, I get so much Zoom fatigue that I need 2 hours break and relaxation. And if I then late in the evening go into our Simon Fraser seminars, where I don't have to deliver any credits or quizzes or whatsoever, where I'm just there to monitor the event and make sure that everything works fine, I get so hooked. And every evening on top of my Zoom sessions, or 3 evenings a week, I spend lots of time in VR attending these classes just because they're so immersive. And I think once we get this Gordian knot to splatter, and people to realize just how much nicer and how much easier it is to follow a lecture in VR, it's a no-brainer that it's going to be there.
I think
Definitely
that for
in
me, and what
critical
I've seen
side.
as well, is the lack of distractions has been a big, big, big help. So that when we're here and present, we're not making a coffee while we're listening to the Zoom call and all that other stuff. It's like we're here and we're listening, and it's a whole lot more efficient. And hopefully, if it, from a student point of view, it's getting absorbed a whole lot better than if they're just running around and the teacher saying something on the remote screen somewhere else in the room.
Now, I think
I'm
for,
looking
for,
for.
for me, sorry, for me, the Zoom sessions is because you always have the webcam directed at you. You know that the professor anytime can put you on a 4K close-up spotlight screen. So I'm the whole lecture, I'm in performance mode, and I'm always okay, am I
True.
at least seeming interested? Let's where do I put my mobile phone to look at it with not showing that I'm actually doing something else? And this is very exhausting for the whole system. And so whereas VR is much more natural. In VR, I can also
Absolutely.
look out the window or look at the other avatars,
Mm-hmm.
or just muse for myself,
Mm-hmm.
and then follow the teacher again. And that
Mm-hmm.
makes it so much more, less exhaustive and so much more immersive.
I'd like to see what's going to happen with uh, kids that start to really get educated in VR, because that's going to do some gangster shit to our brains. And I
Yeah.
think we're going to see an intelligence level just completely explode. I think we're going to start tapping into like telepathic powers and all that next level shit for real.
Oh.
It's also that you can like showcase in 3D.
Mhm.
Like for
Mhm.
example, in Tivoli, everything is scriptable, and one of the community members was so nice to script me a spherical gravity script, which I put on the planets in my world. And so
Mhm.
whenever you fly to a planet, you'll like stick to it at this planet's gravity. And this puts like this whole universe
That's
into a different
beautiful.
perspective.
Yeah,
And like
comprehension.
reading about that,
Mhm.
just or
Mhm.
having like just like these drafts and
Experiences.
sketches of
Mhm.
how it theoretically works is like, yeah, your intellect understands it, but by like actually doing this and like
Right.
suck, being sucked into the different gravity, I could like really like get it into my inner feeling, and I'll never forget that.
Yeah,
And so I think so
absolutely.
much is doable, like also putting like all these book examples into being, into like
Mhm.
make it experienceable, and that's a big,
Mhm.
big, big plus
Mhm.
for
So, how
VR.
You
does
know,
the culture of the platform, whether it's going to be, like in the days of high fidelity, maybe or Second Life or things with the economy, whether it's people setting up shops and selling different items and things like that, that culture imbibes everyone that's there, or something that maybe here at Alt Space where it's somewhat there's not as much dollars moving back and forth as an example. What ultimately helps, let's just take education as an example. Is there something that's going to be specific to a platform that's going to engage students, or is it a generic platform that people just go from this room over and they go across the street to the school?
Good question. I mean, it's interesting to look at the extra dimension of experience that you can add to education with virtual reality, because you can have this kind of magical school bus experience like the kids book, where
Mhm.
anything is possible.
Mhm.
um, although is that practical for most modern educators just trying to like teach their curriculum? um, Not necessarily, but I really look forward to the day when we'll be able to, summon and create amazing experiences without a high production, costs and without a huge investment of talent. When you can just kind of wish something into existence and machine
Mhm.
learning helps make it happen. But
Hmm.
one of the things that I find really just from our own experience watching people teach at Tivoli Cloud, specifically the cognitive science course at Simon Fraser, is that these 3-hour lectures are so damn boring. And apologies to Dr. Turner if you're out there.
They are
Like I find
amazing.
cognitive
I get
science,
hooked.
it's fascinating.
I'm like
I
5
love
minutes more, please.
I no, 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 don't get me wrong. I love the material. I find cognitive science interesting, but it is exactly as dry as all of the courses when I sat in lecture halls at university for 3 hours. That same kind of like, oh goodness, can we go now? You know, and that sort of taking notes and just, oh boy.
Do you think there's a
And
sweet spot for time in class?
you know, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, but
Well,
I
I'm
guess what I'm trying
thinking,
to say is
yeah, in general. So a 3-hour dry lecture, or, we have this
45
concept, we've
minutes
had this
Zoom.
thing, of time inside VR,
Mhm.
and in
Mhm.
Chimera, in my product, I'm kind of I'm kind of like the Las Vegas of the, I don't want a clock in the room as an example, right?
Mhm.
Because I want to be present. I be looking at another, time for me inside VR is the other dimension. That's back home. That's at the real world. I'm here. So the question is,
that's
inside
yeah.
VR, is a 1 hour class. When do you have to take the headset off? All of those things that um, come into play.
May I answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my feeling is that with Rift and the Vive, we have reached like this this solution point of resolution. Like back in the days, for us was like VHS video. That was like 640 by 480 pixels, and I watched like The Godfather, and I get like half my movie history knowledge from watching like fifth generation VHS tapes. And so I'm explaining that so thoroughly because I think like the minimum resolution is there with the Rift and Vive resolution, and now it's only the content which which makes you stay or take the headset off. So if something is boring, I could be in the Pimax and it could look beautiful, but I'd still then feel the headset and say like I get out of that. But if something is exciting, it can be done in like in 8-bit graphics, but then I'm like I want to know the next thing. I want to stay in, and so this is, I think, like what we've reached with VR now, and so my idea is it's all about content. It's how you do your lecture, and people will stay if you're good at that.
I'm just delighted that that the virtual reality aspect doesn't even interfere with the conduct of a university lecture. And I think that that dryness that I spoke of is actually very desirable if you're if you're studying something a little on the dry side. But I really do look forward to seeing the imaginative things that people build with VR.
Yeah. And I think
Lacey, what are you
this will-
creating your content with right now? What do you know? So we just heard about resolution and content being compelling in general. So when you're doing the documentaries that you're working with, what do you feel is the minimum that we should be thinking about?
Well, first of all, I do PR for the projects.
Yeah.
Developers do their work. I don't do the tech stuff. I basically like help with my personal projects. I do the storyline and then developers do their thing. So I don't get involved as far as the technical aspect is concerned.
Got it.
Can you guys all hear me?
Can now.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Yeah. Somebody turned off my lights, and so then my Quest, couldn't see me, and so I had to turn them back on and reset. But I think I'm going to ask one question, and then if we have any questions from the audience, we could turn it to them. And my brother and sister-in-law, they just had a baby 2 months ago. And earlier today, yeah, he's a cute little guy. But earlier today, I was talking to them, and they just said, "Oh, I wonder what college he's going to go to." And I just said, well, maybe by the time he gets ready for university, will he have a physical college, or will it be some VR university? Where do you think education is going? And do you think we're going to see more all VR models or more maybe hybrid models in the future?
I think more VR models for sure.
So what would make you select one VR university over another? That's so right as it goes into it. The differentiator now is, whether it was campus, whether it was the activities, whether it was students, or the GPA. What are the things then, or the things that now I'm thinking from the university point of view? What do I have to do to attract your nephew to join up 20 years from now?
Well,
I could go to Harvard without having any visa trouble. That would be my kids.
Well, I suspect it wouldn't be any different than what it is now. I mean, like, if you're going to study the arts, you go to Juilliard or you go to NYU and stuff like that. And I think a curriculum based on whatever it is you want to do will dictate what VR university you'd go to.
Well, I imagine even attracting professors to a particular university, where it used to be that, well, I really wanted to teach at Harvard, but I couldn't leave. Did I do that?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? So it still goes back to it. I may be able to attract, as you mentioned, students that might not have been able to get a visa, but I may also be able to attract particular talent from a professor's point of view to teach at that VR university.
I think that's the great chance of VR anyhow, and I hope that like this was like the silver lining of the Corona crisis to
Mhm.
kickstart it. But
Mhm.
basically, VR eliminates the need to physically travel somewhere. Be
Mhm.
that a
Mhm.
university campus, be that a contract negotiation, be that
Mhm.
a joint development. Like also like
Mhm.
if you develop cars, you can like now like beforehand everybody had to come to Munich to BMW to check out the newest car. Now like the designer and the engineer and the client can all meet like in a VR space, get the
Mhm.
CAD model in and
Mhm.
go for the discussion. And this is like
Mhm.
also like good in terms of handling climate change
Mhm.
well, because yeah, we don't
Mhm.
blast so much kerosene in the air anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah. And these have all been really great insights and a really fun conversation to listen in on. And I think before we head off, I'm just wondering if anybody in the audience has a question. If you do, you can go ahead and raise your hand. All right. Well, or not.
Somebody up there?
Then
Is that
I
one up
guess
there?
this will be.
Is that DJ raising his physical hand, or is he doing the?
Oh, is he? I can't
There's
tell.
somebody
Do we have a hand?
nodding wildly. Somebody.
Oh, taking
Nope.
pictures.
Yeah, right. There's the emoji, raise your hand, and then there's this too.
This is when VR conferences really simulate a real conference.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
best.
There, bravo.
There. Oh, yay.
Oh, Zoe's question was, are any of you currently hiring?
What do you do?
VR work, development, design, or what end? Okay. Web. Okay. Mostly WordPress website, but some VR development. And I think that this would also be maybe a good closing question is, in addition to that, maybe if people want to learn more, where would be the best way for them to find you or get in contact with you?
LinkedIn, Twitter.
So I'll pass the hiring question to Caitlin, but I can answer definitely the contact question. Download the client at tivolicloud.com. Um, it's like you'll need a computer and a tethered headset, but then just like, yeah, download the client at tivolicloud.com. Come in world, we have a very nice landing world called the Squirrel Nut Cafe, and every Saturday at now I have to calculate 1 p.m. Pacific time. We have our Tivoli Tea Time community meeting. And also like I'm Xayas Princess on any social channels. So just find me on your favorite channel and write me a direct message, and I'd be overjoyed to give you a tour.
And regarding the hiring question, we are an open source kind of out of pocket funded B Corp. So we're really just looking for people who enjoy coding and want to contribute to an open source project. But this is entirely out of our pockets kind of operation. That being said, it is an opportunity to work on amazing software with some really cool people who comprise our community. And
and it's also everybody is invited. Like if you have like a project where you wanna have like many people, like a theater play or a talk or a LARP role-playing event or whatever, um, please also contact us or visit us, because like it's also a nice platform, and we're always looking for great art and culture pieces and events to be constructed in there, and we got a nice community. So for any questions you have, and I think we are also kind of nice. So there's always also gonna be somebody who can help you with, like, how do I do that in 3D building? How do I do that in JavaScript? And
That's
we
good.
can basically bring everything into Tivoli.
Cool.
And Jimmy?
Yep. So I'm Jimmy G, Jimmyg at Pagoni VR. And for the hiring and things along those lines, the things that I'm interested in are people that want to maybe broadcast into Chimera. So we're always looking for the opportunity to go and showcase new examples. We talked about education today, but if you go to our site, or I could go and throw something up here later, we're doing the same with bands who can't go and reach their audiences right now because of COVID. We're doing the same with houses of worship, people being able to go to church without having to go to church. So there's a whole bunch of different activities or things you can do with the technology. So give me a holler.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming. I'm going to throw some virtual claps your way. Maybe not
Yeah,
as
thanks for having
satisfying
us,
as
everybody.
physical
Thanks
claps.
for coming out. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, definitely.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, and thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Thanks very
And
much, guys.
next up, we have a panel focusing on VR development from a UI and UX end. And so Bracy, Jake, Saul, and Zach, if you're here, make your way to the stage. And for people who are on the quest, you can hit the B button to teleport to the stage. And Caitlin, if you're on PC, was it the F button to come to the stage? I think. So we have Zach, we have Bracy, we have Jake. We're just waiting on Saul. Great. And for everybody who just joined, so go to the right, look for host tools, and just turn on amplify my voice. And
Hear me
before,
now.
yeah. So let's get started with a quick voice check. So Bracy, do you want to say your name?
Hello, I'm Bracy Smith.
Raise your hand if you can hear Bracy. All right, perfect. Jake, do you want to say your name?
Can't hear you.
Raise your hand if you can hear Jake. I can't hear him.
Could not hear Jake.
See. To the right under host tools, and then amplify my voice.
You're still muted.
See.
It's so funny that you can see his hand reaching over to that
Nope.
host tools thing.
And Jake, we were hearing you earlier. Maybe you want to just try logging off and logging back in?
Or make sure he's not on mute.
Yeah. Oh, and make sure your mute is turned off too.
It's above the triangle.
I'm just laughing, thinking, what if problems like this happened at a real life conference?
They do.
That's
That's the problem.
That support staff. Thank you, them.
The microphone giving feedback,
Yeah. Oh,
the
feedback
back
is a big issue.
screen not showing the thing. You're always hitting the back button, forward button, wrong button. His eyes are working, but his body is lifeless.
It's kind of
Maybe we'll let Jake try to log out and log back in. All right. Saul, say your name real quick.
Oh, hi, I'm Saul.
Raise your hand if you can hear Saul. All right. Perfect.
Yep.
And Zach.
Hey, I'm Zach.
Raise your hand if you can hear Zach. All right.
Hello.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, we'll wait for Jake to join back in, but really quick, let's start with introductions while we wait, just because it is 8:30 right now. And so my question is going to be, can you? Oh, Jake just got in. Let's try one more voice test with Jake.
Still nothing.
Hmm.
I blame myself.
It was working earlier. I know that.
Yeah, I could hear you before.
It's always kind of interesting to see somebody
a little
work
bit of
with.
something there.
Oh, I heard something. Oh, that was somebody over there.
Looks like, yeah, try now.
I can message him.
What do you,
I mean,
there
even
is
though
a
he can hear
mute.
us.
There is a mute everyone button. What if you mute everyone and then unmute them?
Okay, we could try that. So, mute everyone.
I'm back.
Did it work?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hmm. Sorry, buddy.
Jake, try the classic turn off your quest and then turn it back on. And if that doesn't work, you have the quest 1, so maybe join in from your quest 1. Okay. Well, maybe we'll get started, and then when Jake comes in, we'll just give him, 10 minutes of unfiltered talking, because Jake always has a lot to say about the space. um, and I think just one quick thing to start off with is, would you mind introducing yourself, telling us what you do, and then tell me about your first VR experience?
Are we starting with that guy?
Yeah, we'll start with you.
Cool. So, hi everyone. I'm Bracy Smith. I am currently a VR developer over at the Glimpse Group. I'm the lead UI UX designer, and I got involved in VR about 5 years ago, back in 2015. I had discovered in 2014 when Oculus had gotten bought out by Facebook and seeing that it was becoming a real thing. And my first experience was, unfortunately, I think it was Paul McCartney on stage with a Google Cardboard. Um, but, it was enough to make me feel like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's all I got for right now.
And Saul?
Hi, my name is Saul. I also work at the Cleans Group. I'm currently there a senior VR developer at there. My first VR experience, I think it was 2017. It was actually my first job at VR. I think it was the Valve introductory experience where you have that dog that follows you around and you can pet it. It was on the Vive.
Oh, the lab?
The lab, yeah, that's the one.
I love
Yeah,
that.
I also got to play a job simulator that day. That was my crash
Nice.
course on VR.
Good
I
day.
think I hear Jack.
I can hear Jake. Raise your hand if you can hear Jake.
Hey.
We can all do the Muppet, like.
Can you still hear me? Yes. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry about that,
Perfect.
guys. Yeah, that was so smart just to reset.
Yeah. Well,
So sorry,
yeah,
didn't mean to
it's the
interrupt.
classic turn it off, turn it back on again. And don't worry about interrupting. Saul just finished. And the question is, can you just introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and then tell us your first VR experience?
Oh, excellent, excellent. So I'm a director at director of design and quality at the Glimpse Group, and so oversee and try and streamline processes for all the different subsidiaries to foster collaboration and basically allow us to streamline our processes. And what got me into VR is I've actually been sort of fantasizing about VR before the technology was really around. When I was working in industrial design, Frog Design, we did a lot of wearables, and we made a whole bunch of prototypes of different size AR and VR glasses and different types of wearable devices that were for the future, but everything was basically prototypes and not real. And what's so exciting is we're entering right now the very beginning of all of these things can be, they're coming to reality, which is kind of amazing.
And Zach?
Hey, I'm Zach. I am, well, I formerly worked at Supernatural, the fitness app for the Oculus Quest, and I actually finished there on Tuesday, so I'm currently fun employed before I start my new job as a designer at Vicarious Surgical, which is a place using VR and robotics for surgery devices. Um, but yeah,
Awesome.
prior to working on Supernatural, I also worked on I worked on Within, which is a 360 video app, um, and also various projects that Within worked on that appeared at like Sundance and um, a couple of other film festivals.
I was really waiting for you to say like working on within. I was just like, I was waiting for that. I was craving
And
it.
we have a couple of there's a lot of like Within. There's like Within Together. There's Within 360. But yeah.
Yeah.
And what was your first time you were in a VR experience?
It was definitely in a Google Cardboard doing some sort of web XR thing. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was in college, in art school, kind of just like exploring VR. It might have been one of the random like start like A-frame examples, because we just like jumped right in and started to try dev for it.
Yeah. And I think going off of what Zach's talking about right there for discovering VR for the first time in college is we're in such an emerging space. And, as of probably 3 or 4 years ago, not a lot of universities had the ability for students to major in AR and VR development. It's constantly new, it's constantly growing. I know that for you three, none of you studied VR when you were at university. And when it comes to developing for VR experiences, we're still figuring out what is, the good paradigms for nice interactions or the good rules for designing an experience. And so when you're looking at something from either, the UI or the UX, how do you evaluate if something is a good design? There's not necessarily a big rule book yet. We're building the rules right now.
Um, I'm curious to hear Zach's take, actually.
Sure. So, I was actually I attended the Rhode Island School of Design as a graphic design major, so I wasn't like studying VR or anything like that. But I definitely like I knew digital was where I wanted to go. I kind of almost fell into VR almost. Um, but for me, like, I actually really appreciate the fact that I was in a broader program rather than like specifying like, oh, I'm going to be working in VR. Because I think one of the things that like has been really important as a designer in VR has been understanding that even though it's like this whole new medium, there are a lot of things that we can pull from. I mean, graphic design, for example, I did a lot of like exhibition design and wayfinding and all of that stuff, which pretty directly correlates to how do you design a 3D space. Um, it's just virtual rather than physical. Um, and I think that's something that I feel like we definitely need a little bit more of rather than saying like, hey, everybody should be learning VR development in school. We should probably be starting like from the ground up and getting them interested in like, how do you create a space? How do you create, like, how do you understand the fundamentals of what you're going to be making? Um, I think it's probably also directly correlated to UI UX in general as well. Like, nobody sits down when they're a kid being like, hey, I want to design buttons for an app. Like, um, for the most part, they come in and they're like, "Hey, I love this idea of connecting people. I like this idea of having like people having fun. Like, so how do we tackle those actual like emotions rather than like, oh, I want to strictly limit myself to this one specific area?" Because I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from other areas of like life or academia or whatever it is. Um, so yeah, that's I guess like my philosophy about just education around VR, like
That's
integrating
great.
it more into the curriculum
Yeah, I love
rather
that.
than it being the focus.
Right, right
That's
on,
really
man.
great.
Um,
Gracie, do you want to?
uh, yeah, I could drone on forever about this. All right, so I'll separate the two. Um, one, I feel like for me, virtual reality, it didn't start when we had the headset. Like to me, I was imagining the world from a really little kid. Like I was that kid out in left field, like paying attention to the trees and the clouds when the ball landed right in front of me, and everyone's like yelling at me, like get the goddamn ball, and I'm like what? Like I'm just like floating out there because imagination. It gives you the ability to imagine whatever you want. But when it comes to like designing these worlds that you can share and not just live in one yourself, I'm actually really in line with Zach's philosophy. I think what a lot of people don't realize about VR is that you are now an event organizer if you're making something for multiple people, and you should really be studying the art of the gathering, and you should really be studying like interior design and like architecture and how do these things affect people, because really that's where we're going. And so yeah, that's really where I'm interested is like we're watching the convergence of not just the technologies, but like just all these things that we see as separate skill sets and separate fields of human interest, and now they're actually all really important. So it's even more important that we all come together and find interest in these areas outside of these little bubbles and try to like learn from each other. So I find it a really exciting time to be able to hey, come on up. I find it really interesting because you know, like this is a great example. Like we're trying to like hold some social norms from the real world in this
That's
world where
true.
we use
Yeah,
freaking
exactly.
buttons and everything
I
to like
know.
walk
That's
around,
true.
and it's kind of really like it's kind of ridiculous that we're still doing it. Like we should. Like I really want to be like in a powwow, like we're I don't know, around a campfire. Like, why are we
Yeah.
holding these people in a false, like,
Yes.
I don't know. So,
Yeah, I agree. I
yeah,
agree.
I love
so
the
yeah,
fact that
I'm really interested in exploring this territory.
yeah, I
Yeah,
love
I
the
couldn't
fact that
agree
these
more.
benches have like sockets in them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like based on like the
It's
real
Or just
world.
like in your
skeuomorphism,
laptop.
but in this weird way, man. It's going out of control. It's like it's lost any bounds of reality. Is that I don't know.
I know, but it's kind of fascinating, just kind of how we keep making these real environments, like everything, all the different environments, all the different experiences, they're all based on these real environments. But then when some of these experiences, you go in and they're not real, they're fantasy, and they just stick with you. It's amazing because
Yeah.
you know it's not real, but something about it feels more real because um, you're in this virtual world, and when it's realistic, it's never as realistic. It's never like you never just go into a point where you're like, wow, I'm actually in the real world. Sometimes you
Mhm.
get confused. I mean, some of our projects, I've seen many people lean on virtual walls or drop controllers on tables that don't exist. Even when I was doing one of them, I was worried I was going to bump my head. But it's so interesting because, um, as you're doing this, you explore all these different worlds. But when you get into these like fantasy worlds, sometimes they feel more real because you know they're not real. But
Yeah,
kind of
like they
just
stick to the rules of the world that you're in, and stop trying to like mimic this reality that it just can't touch.
And you
exactly, and
can't
it's
point
more.
out all the
Oh, go ahead.
problems either. Yeah, you can't point out all
Yeah.
the problems. Like, you can't say like, oh, why is this edge like so pixelated? That wouldn't really happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. And like so that's sort of my belief is that sort of simplicity, you know? I mean, if we can just make things easier and rewarding and frictionless. You know, you just go in like VR should be like a hat. You put on this hat and you get to go to all these amazing experiences and you get to share all these amazing like adventures with your friends and your coworkers. And I feel like we're getting closer and closer to that. I feel like it's just around the corner where VR is getting to that point. But it's so exciting right now. We're sort of like building these worlds. And what's so amazing is we can build anything. And it's so interesting because we talk about this all the time. We're building these worlds. We're like, wow, we can build anything. And then what's so hilarious is our client comes back and says, we're going to build a hotel lobby that's poorly lit and has these really, really uncomfortable chairs. And we're like,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah.
Why do you want to do that? And so we build this gorgeous, beautiful, you know, beach resort, and then we build this hotel lobby, and then depict the hotel lobby. So it's really, really fascinating. It's interesting psychology that's happening too, where we're building these experiences, and people want to make. Well, I'd love to sort of hear more about that. But Saul, why don't you tell us about UI UX as well?
Well, so first of all, I want to say I'm really humble about what you guys are saying because this is, as I've been doing VR development, I've learned there is really a lot more complicated than I was thinking at first. Because I did a lot of video game studies before coming to doing VR. I used to do a lot of video games. So when I started doing VR, I thought I could apply some of those rules, but you cannot really do that. It's a completely different world. You are completely immersed. And also you cannot predict whatever the user is going to do. In a classical video game, you can set the rules real fast. You can only go left and right, up. You can control precisely what the user is going to see and do at any given point in time. In VR, you cannot do that. And I just move by accident just by touching my controller. That, so yeah, you have to be really open-minded. You really have to think about so many other things that like a classical video game design course wouldn't be able to teach you. Like VR is this whole different beast.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true. And the thing is, what's so amazing is I'm constantly looking for examples of experts that have figured it out. And what's so amazing is there's so many possible ways of doing experiences and going on adventures and training and learning that it feels limitless. But you know, one of the ones that I found, which was really kind of surprising because I don't like horror games, but Half-Life Alyx. I've learned so much from Half-Life Alyx. And of course, now they have this commentary where you can go through and they actually have the developers talking about UI UX and good UI UX and why they made these decisions. But it's so interesting because they're talking about architecture, they're talking about pathing, they're talking about all these different areas of study. And it's kind of amazing because we live in this VUCA world where basically everything's moving, everything's changing very quickly. And I find people becoming more generalists rather than being very like focused in a specific area. And I think it's kind of really fascinating because as we become more generalists, um, it seems like the interfaces get harder and harder. And it'd be so nice to have just these intuitive interfaces. And that's kind of one of the things that I know Gracie has definitely talked about, and I'd like to hear more about that. But it's just you go in and you automatically know what to do, and you don't even really have to have instructions. And that's kind of the world I'm really excited, the VR world, the XR world that I'm really excited to be a part of.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I think for me, I'm really beating this drum consistently, and thank you for even lobbing that my way because I'm sure you guys are tired of me hearing a lot of this stuff that I'm constantly talking about. Like number one, like changing the name of people from referring to people as users, like because even though software is the tool that we're utilizing to create these experiences, software isn't actually what people are buying this stuff for. Or getting involved in this stuff for. You're handing them an experience. So I've been trying to push experiencer or anything, calling them people, just changing the way that we're framing what it is that we're making. If we're calling them users, we're creating something for them to use. If we're calling them experiences or people, we start to think of them as actual people, and thus we like think about creating an experience that would cater to the mind that is going to be in these constructs that we're making. So I really like the idea of like starting with ourself, really. Like it really, before we're about to put somebody else into an experience, start with like, how do we get rid of a lot of the biases that we have? I mean, we're not going to get rid of them all, but as much as we possibly can before we start to construct this thing that we want them to go in and experience. Yeah.
I love that too. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I guess like kind of coming off of that, also being open to really doing the research before also just jumping in. Because a lot of the things,
Yeah,
like a lot of the problems that we are kind of coming up against, like there's like tons of research about similar but just about good enough things that still apply. For instance, like if it is a social space, a digital social space, how do you create something like a place that people feel comfortable in? And we can kind of rely a lot on like research, not just about like architecture and stuff like that, but also like social media. How do you create a space where if lots of people join, they still feel safe? What are the problems that have come up? Um, how can we kind of design around those problems before they become problems?
Yeah, and color design, like just understanding what different colors and lighting, how that affects people, seeing greenery, or like what's the types of lines and shapes that you like, how blocky and how uninviting a place is. Yeah, I mean, there's so much research, and it all lies outside of VR. It's just up to us at this point to be like, oh well, this has all been done for us. Let's just apply it to this virtual world.
And it's kind of interesting. It's like, what's so interesting is there's so much to learn, and there's so much to understand. And that's part of the thing that I got so interested in VR is I done advertising agencies for several years, and I felt like everything had been done. And I tried a VR experience, and it was amazing. And I thought, well, if I watch a video, I'll get a sense of it. But that's what's so amazing about VR is you can watch a video, but you don't really have a sense of it until you're in it. And I think there's so many really interesting things we're going to discover in this process. But yeah, I think it's really fascinating that there's so much to learn.
Yeah, and I would like to share that one of my first learning experiences when it came to VR was to learn how to, like, for example, get the attention of the user. So one of my first VR projects that I worked on, my boss was a film director. So she did a lot of movies and documentaries. So we went into creating this project with that mindset inside. Like we wanted to tell a story, a narrative, but we run into issues the first day when we would put the user on the headset, and then they will completely look at the wrong way and go the opposite direction and not pay attention to anything of the things that we need them to look at. Because in VR, you cannot control what the user is going to be looking at or how, and so you need to do a lot of things to get their attention. You need to play with sound. We had a little avatar, a friendly pet that would try to get their attention. We tried using subtitles, but then the user wouldn't like read them, or we run into a lot of issues, but we learn a lot.
Yeah. I
Like
think you
coming
kind of
from
speak
different.
to like human psychology. Like there's a lot that you have to learn, just like how is a human going to be in a space, and like everybody's fighting for their attention, but now no one's fighting for their attention. You've got their full attention, but you've got to construct the space so that attention flows in the way that you want it to.
Yeah, and as designers also, like, being okay with kind of the unknown is super important, because honestly, I would say pretty much no one in the business actually really knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like throw things at the wall, see what kind of sticks. And if you find something that actually works, that's amazing. Um, but you're going to go through so much, like a long period of time where you really don't know what's going to happen at the end. Um,
Mhm.
like, and that's also been like a struggle for a lot of folks who I've seen who are interested in trying to kind of design for VR, but have like more traditional like UI UX backgrounds. It has been like kind of, they don't know what the end product will end up looking like, and that is scary for them. um, so
Yeah.
yeah, part of this job is really just being okay with not knowing things.
I feel like VR in general has kind of exposed this lack of just general lack of imagination from people. Like it's like this, it's kind of exposed the I don't even know what you call it. It's just like this deficit of creativity that people have been pulling from the world around them on regular so often that, like, then when you see, like, all right, you can create anything, go. They're like, all right, so I'm gonna get 4 walls and a ceiling. We'll make it really big and put a block in a chair in the set. It's like, oh man, come on, really?
And there will be
Anything? That's where you
guns.
got. Yeah, and
I
there will
know.
be guns everywhere. Yeah,
That's
guns
true.
everywhere.
That's true.
Because
Or they're like, I want to fly, and you put them, in a 360 cloud thing, and they're like, oh, I'm afraid of heights. So it's so
Yeah.
true. It's very
Yeah.
true.
And Saul, you were talking about bringing from cinema. I found that that's one of the things that. So I come from a cinema background, but I kind of took a spin on it. I was just excited about, like, oh wow, I always saw this in cinema. It was never possible for me to experience before, and now we have like a way of making it happen. And that became something that was like a driving force of just like, wait, what can I experience now that I couldn't experience before? As opposed to when I'm leaning back into that deficit of creativity, it's like a lot of people are just like, I read a book and I saw this movie and like that is VR to me. And it's like, oh man, like, like it's your green pasture has already been paved over for you and you don't even realize it. Like your own imagination from whatever it is that you discovered as a kid, you now have this whole like field to go create whatever you want, and you're gonna go do what somebody else made for you. And what I'm saying isn't too dissimilar. Like I saw something in a movie, but it's not like so direct one to one. It's not so like I was told VR is X, and so I must create X.
But I will say that the more people that get in VR, I mean, seeing what happened with, Photoshop, for instance. Photoshop was a thing that didn't even have layers. And then it got layers, and then people started creating all these amazing things. And now, I guess you could say After Effects is Photoshop animated. But the thing is because it was so hard to use, you could only get so many things. And I remember people would just basically take an image and they would run through all the different filters in Photoshop, and they would get this thing that looked very bizarre. But it was kind of the extent that you could do it, and people were like, wow, that looks just like plastic wrap. Your image is now wrapped in plastic. That's amazing. And at the time, I guess it was, but the thing that's so interesting is that's where we're at. There is no like Photoshop of VR yet. There's so many different platforms, and I believe when Unreal 5 comes out, that's going to be a whole nother world that's going to open up. But the thing is, it's so amazing is I feel like I keep seeing little bits and pieces. You see it on SideQuest. You see all these amazing little experiments, and I get so excited because there's so many different little weird experiments that are popping up on SideQuest, and so I feel like you're starting to see the early glimpses of it. The early little peaks of this creative creative seeds into this world. And so
I see what you did
I
there
don't
with the glimpses.
yeah. I
I
realized that
I
and I
like
was
it.
like, oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I for once I'm really excited about SideQuest and VR becoming easier and easier to make because I feel like a lot of people like they make VR for specific goals, whether that's for festivals or for like enterprise. But as VR becomes more easier to produce, regular people or people from like different random backgrounds can make their own VR stuff with no particular purpose. You can find so much weird stuff on SideQuest, and like you said, maybe in there you can find the next gem that becomes the norm, like with making VR for like no particular purpose in mind, or a different one that we haven't even thought before.
Yeah,
And
I
then
guess that's
oh,
sorry.
go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I guess like that's one reason why I've also already been kind of disappointed, I guess, in some way with what has been in VR. I mean, if we look at what has kind of run things like the internet, for example, um, it's a lot of things like fandom, but not necessarily even the fandom like that it currently exists in VR. But if you look at what are the top tweets, one of like a good portion of them are One Direction tweets. Where are all the teenage girls who are using this? Like, and I don't mean this like in a like kind of humorous way, but like, who are we actually including within this space? Like, even though there might be like weird experiments and stuff like that, um, a lot of the history of the internet was weird kind of like fan creations, fan sites, like all of these things that taught people how to develop for the web, how to kind of do all these like actual development skills. We don't really have that um, in VR currently. And I think that's kind of to the deficit of a lot of kind of design and imagination almost is like who are like what are the kind of really big things that sell people on VR? What are the things that get people excited about in VR? And none of that really is kind of targeting a lot of these groups that have made and not made a lot of different platforms. Um,
Yeah.
I guess like that's just kind of like my
Yeah.
2 cents of like we need to be way more kind of inclusive in who are we kind of designing for because
Oh, I
currently
totally agree.
that's not
Oh,
the
absolutely.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a very, very good point, but I think it's really kind of fascinating. Well, right, the headset itself is actually pretty fairly difficult. The quests are getting much easier to set up and go in, but it's kind of interesting coming from a traditional broadcast background. All the knowledge of creating storyboards and creating all these different ways of explaining a comp and pitching a project, it doesn't really apply in VR. And so we're trying to find those tools to really communicate that. And it's kind of interesting because we're still trying to sort of find our way, but I still feel that like for instance, VR chat is a good example. I went just recently into this VR chat and went into this, I always look and see there was like 1,000 people in this one particular one. So I was like, oh, okay. So I went into that experience. It happened to be a haunted house. And I was in a car with two other people and they're like, do you know what you're doing? And I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Why am I in a car? And then we started driving on a road and all I knew was a horror game. But it was really, really fun because I'd never met these people before. The car wasn't very good. The graphics weren't very good. I kept falling out of the car and trying to get back in the car to get to the actual haunted house. Once we got to the haunted house, this badly drawn ghost kind of followed us around, and I didn't quite understand what was going on, but it was hilarious. And it was really, really fun. And it also felt really inclusive, because you could go and the people you're meeting are all different ages, all different backgrounds. And it's I would say like VR chat is the closest to the internet, and so you can kind of go in some very strange places and you can kind of go in some really exciting and beautiful places. And I feel that's really what I'm looking for, is seeing more art in VR.
Zach, you were speaking to, and sorry if we're kind of going. I don't
I
know.
know.
If
It's
there's,
right.
there's a
Well,
limit.
it's been a really interesting conversation, so I've just been listening too.
I
We have about
apologize. I
5
was
more
like,
minutes.
well, Zach was speaking. Reminded me of this quote. I can't even remember where I heard it, but it's innovation happens on the margins, and it's like people who are marginalized are more than like the most likely to really find innovations in what it is, a technology or a situation, or a culture or anything. They're more likely to find an innovative way or means of doing or expressing something because they've been pushed out of the norm. And so any kind of system that could help really bring in these marginalized voices, or the people who do need help creating or expressing, or just finding a way to experience or share their experience, I feel like you'll find a lot more innovation happening rapidly because those people have I don't want to say a seat at a table. I feel like that's kind of like overdone now, but you get what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
I'm right there
yeah,
with you.
I
Like
agree.
there are people who don't even have the ability to. Who are we creating for? It's like there are people who aren't even able to get to this table, and the more that we can get them in, I think it's actually going to benefit us all in profound ways.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, completely agree.
I wish that there was a snap reaction emoji on here so that way I could snap to what you're saying, but I'm virtually
It's like,
snapping.
oh yeah, you gotta get the round the world snap, like
Yeah.
the whole snappage.
Just gotta do the underpresents. That's all you can do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we have about 4 more minutes because after this, we're going to have a panel on immersive storytelling and live performance. And so I think before we go, if you have any closing thoughts, and maybe if people want to contact you and learn more about the work that you're doing or talk to you about experience design, where could they go to find you?
That is an excellent question. I have no idea where they can go to find me.
Bracy is an enigma.
Just search for that doofus up there. I don't, you'll find him on Google somewhere.
Yeah, add
That's so
Glimpse
weird to
Group.
see your
Yeah.
head up
Yeah.
there. It's like what an idiot. Yeah, like, just search for me. You'll find me in Google somewhere.
Yeah,
Great.
same for me.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
for me.
Yeah,
Um,
you can
I,
Google
I'm
my name. It's pretty unique.
yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I have
The
a pretty
full
unique
name.
name too. Yeah, I'm on Twitter mostly. Yeah, feel free to DM me or
What's your
LinkedIn
Twitter
me
handle?
or anything like. ZK Diocatis. Might be easier to just Google me.
Yeah, I'm Bracy Smith almost everything. So wherever you go,
Yeah.
if you don't see my name, then it means I'm trying to stay anonymous in that platform.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and my name's pretty unique as well. If you just Google me, you can find me. It's J Maymar for Twitter. So
Yeah, I think mine is just Saul VR or Saul underscore VR. Something like that.
Yeah. Or I think you're Sewell underscore developer, I think.
Oh, okay. That was. I
Thank
forget.
you, Owen.
But
Thank you.
all right, thank you all for spending your Saturday night here, and it was a really awesome conversation to listen to, and virtual claps your way.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
there's.
Oh, thanks guys.
No, I didn't mean the sad one.
All right, cheers. Yeah. Right.
Thanks so
Perfect.
much for having us.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, and
This is
thanks
great.
to Bob Fine for organizing VR Day. This has been an awesome event, and we still have
Yeah,
a couple
thanks.
more hours of sessions. And our next session coming up is on immersive storytelling and live performance. So if you are speaking during that session, if you wouldn't mind coming to the stage, if you are in a quest, you can use the B button to teleport to the
Thanks.
stage. And
my.
if you are on the desktop viewer, I think you hit the F key to teleport. Perfect. Great. And you are a speaker. If you look to, at least on the quest, if you look to the right, there is something called host tools. If you click on host tools and then click amplify my voice, it will be set so everybody can hear you. Perfect. And so we might start off with just a quick voice test to make sure that we can hear everybody. So SB, would you mind saying your name?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is SB.
Raise your hand if you can hear SB. Right, perfect. And then we'll go with Beth. Would you mind saying your name?
Hi, I'm Beth Gates.
Raise your hand if you can hear Beth. Great, perfect. And then Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon Powers.
Raise your hand if you can hear Brandon. All right, perfect. And next to Brandon, Blair.
I'm Blair Russell.
Raise your hand if you can hear Blair. Awesome. And then we have Paige.
Hi, I'm Paige Danziger.
All right.
Happy to be here.
Oh, Paige, so you're a little quiet. So if you wouldn't mind, if you click to the left of your alt space menu, you have something called mic volume. Maybe just boost up your volume a little bit.
Thank you. How's this? Can you hear me?
Maybe just a little bit louder, but then I think you're good.
It's all the way to 3.
All right.
Yeah.
You sound good
Yeah?
on my end. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
All right.
And
Happy to be here. I'm Paige.
yeah.
Hi,
And
Blair.
I
Hi
think
there.
I apologize.
Oh, no. We're sharing the spot.
yeah. I think maybe what we can do is we'll start with introductions. And so if you wouldn't mind saying your name and then maybe either your first time that you've tried VR or your first time that you were in some type of immersive performance. And then after that, Beth, I think I can let you handle it from here.
Great. And do y'all want to stand in this vague order at least for our headshots, just for the sake of audiences
Oh,
knowing who the heck is they're talking to?
Yeah, that's a great
And
idea.
Blair, and that means Blair, you get to stand wherever you want.
Yeah.
Hi.
You can fly if you want.
All right, cool.
Okay.
You want to go
So
first,
we're going,
Beth?
sure, we're going in order. So there you can see me. That's what I look like in the physical world. I'm Beth Gates. I'm based in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, which is the Midwest of Canada near the Rocky Mountains where we have snow and we've had it for a month already. I am historically a lighting, set, video, and projection designer for live theater. I've been doing that for 30 years. I started in rock and roll. I now also design virtual reality experiences, so VR theater, live performance that blends these extended realities into the physical world, but also works that exist exclusively in the virtual space. And I just completed a Master's of Fine Arts degree at the University of Calgary, where I was looking at all of this stuff and started looking at it about 3 years ago. And I actually don't remember the first time I went into VR. I think it was way, way, way back in the 90s because I remember a big helmet. I don't remember what the experience was, but certainly I would say the most profound experience was about 5 years ago when I put a helmet on at a combo of really rudimentary live performance, immersive virtual extended reality experience, and was transported into a room full of bubbles. And that's what happened in the helmet. And it's gotten somewhat more complex and detailed and beautiful since then. So that's my experience. Freedom Powers.
Thanks, Beth. Yeah, so hi everyone. Thanks for spending your Saturday evening, or depending on wherever you are in the world, moment with us. I am a creative director and choreographer. And I'm in New York City, and I have a background in theater and dance, merging kind of contemporary dance, actually originally starting in hip hop and the dance side, work in musical theater and immersive work as well. And in the more recent years have brought that forward into immersive technology work. And I'm just really excited about the idea of just like moving people through space as a choreographer and using embodied practice tools that I know from my fields and bringing them over to this field so that we can make more empathetic embodied experiences in VR by focusing on the body instead of just having people flailing their arms and focusing on kind of these more violent actions that we're often doing inside of VR. That's kind of the insight I'd like to bring. And I am a associate producer at this organization called Musical Theater Factory in New York, which is an artist service org dedicated to uh, helping the creation of new musicals that deconstruct oppressive ideologies and center BIPOC artists and queer artists. And we just started a new line of programming called MTFXR, which I got to launch this year, which is all about merging the creative pipelines for immersive technology and musical theater. And so we're hosting events all year long about that, which has been, we kicked off last month, and SB was one of our speakers, which is super exciting. And we have another event coming up next month. And I'm also one of the founders of another theater meets VR event called Fifth Wall Forum, which is coming up on December 4th and 5th, which I'm sure we'll talk more about as well. And in terms of my experiences early on in VR, the thing that came to mind actually, I guess, was Disney Quest, right? I love Disney Quest. Has anyone been in Orlando when they had it? Like, I'm a big Disney parks and theme park lover. And so that was probably the time when I was much younger and just was like, oh my God, the idea that I could really be inside of one of the Disney rides. Their VR experience was actually like riding the magic carpet in Aladdin. So uh, that's something that definitely made an impact on me. SB?
Hey everybody, my name is Seda SB Proctor, or just SB, pronouns she, her, hers. I am a sound and new media artist working in theater, audio storytelling, and immersive experiences. My background is pretty interdisciplinary. Started out doing device theater, devised devised theater and devised and physical theater, um, doing dance as well, hip hop, tap, jazz, and house, and also getting into the programming of interactive audio and visuals to create a total theatrical experience. I also have a background in dramaturgy, and so I love looking at the nuts and bolts of what goes into creating stories, whether that is for how audiences navigate through an experience or even the performers themselves, as well as how those two can meet. I am also, outside of that, I am the co founder and co chair of the Black Realities Grant for Kaleidoscope Fund, and I'm also a board member of the XR and Entertainment Advisory Group for AIXR. My first VR experience that I remember was about 4 years ago. I went to various meetups in New York City during my master's program where I was pursuing my MFA in Performance and Interactive Media Arts at Brooklyn College. And I wanted to find other folks who were interested in bringing together arts, technology, and community. And I was introduced to a driving demo, which I thought was very dull. But some months later, so my first introduction was not the most exciting. But some months later, I joined a hackathon at NYU, and my group decided to create an Afrofuturistic carnival. And so that was the real dive into what was possible for this medium.
Thank you. Even though my face is next on the list, would you like to share your story next?
Sure. Yeah. My name is
Awesome.
Blair. My name is Blair Russell.
My pronouns are he, him. Focus my work as a theater producer on Broadway shows, off-Broadway shows, international tour, regionals. Um, I really focus on artist-driven storytelling and the work that I find and the work that I produce and support. And the way I kind of moved into virtual reality is that I was imagining a world in which we could use virtual reality to make theater experiences, particularly commercial theater like Broadway, more accessible to people, whether they are unable to get to New York City or unable to afford the ticket prices. So I thought that VR would be a really great way to explore that avenue. And then my world changed when I was actually at a conference, and Brandon is the person who helped introduce me to my first modern virtual reality experience. We were at a conference, and it was a theater-focused conference, and one of the panels during a session where there were like 4 different groups were it was about virtual reality. And of course, I think there were like 5, 10 people in there out of the entire conference. And I was sitting there and my jaw was like dropping and I was like, oh, this is the future. Like everything that's happening here is what we need to be focused on. And then I spent like months sort of, I don't know, yelling into the wind at people in theater, like, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and now everybody wants to explore this. And I'm so happy that I already had the background to explore this. And it's been really exciting just to meet and work, talk to Brandon, work with SB, and really explore this avenue as I hope we can bring more live performance into virtual reality. And we started with the Black Imagination series, which SB was very gracious and directed the first piece in the Black Imagination series. And we will continue to develop and explore different ways of presenting live performance in virtual reality, whether it's in alt space, like the first in the Black Imagination series, or in other spaces. So, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I have loved learning about each of you that I have the honor to share this presentation with. My background is as an art historian and museum founder. I'm the founding director of Better World Museum. It was a brick and mortar space for over 5 years downtown Minneapolis. And it was an indoor edible garden, participatory mural walls, maker lab, and a VR center. The VR center was always, from the first day we got it in 2016, a vehicle for creating more empathy and inclusion by drawing with the visitors in the museum. So as people would enter the museum, they were always offered the headset and to connect together. A long-standing project, the VR garden, started through social media where I drew a flower. I shared it online, inviting anyone in the world to add to it. It became an extended project that really touched people's lives around the world. And I had the opportunity to draw with people um, in countries everywhere. In 2018 and 19, I had the opportunity as a Facebook Community Leadership Fellow to close the museum where we used VR often for like VR performance classes led by the performance artist Tara Kilbride to all kinds of drawing and creating with community. So it was always a tool for community building. And where the museum was situated was just right in the center of downtown. So I was always performing in front of everybody as they would walk by in this very, very busy, like, city center area. So I closed down the museum as part of a Facebook Community Leadership Fellow to create a modular traveling museum concept that would take this drawing program to airports, malls, and museums around the world. I went to Shenzhen, China, and Beijing, and San Francisco. And in those experiences, this is what I accomplished before COVID. I would be invited to these auditoriums full of fantastic audience members and students, and I would teach young people how to draw on stage, and there would be huge LED walls behind us, so it was just very fantastic to draw and have these students' drawings, and I really developed this method of teaching young students and people how to use this very empowering language and body movement in adapting with the controller. So it wasn't just here you go, press the trigger. It was really about this is your hand of power. With it, you're able to create anything. And this is your hand of infinite options. With this hand of nibs, colors, and tools, you're able to put your hands together and create a better world. So that's all it took. Every one of those students always felt empowered, and the exercises would dissolve isolations and feelings of overwhelming powerlessness. In fact, by doing so, we really found that it created more resilient individuals, groups, and communities. And we've found many ways to push this forward after COVID started. I museumed from home. So I created a museum and rec room that really supported and created teen leadership roles. And then I've been an alpha Facebook Horizon creator since last November and have been creating broad social experiences through building museums. And next week, we currently have an event that is Museum LARPing that will center around our current exhibition that was created for our Women in VR meetup, an Artemisia exhibit. So we'll be looking at 16th century paintings and reenacting stories using just visual thinking strategies and reenact these dramatic paintings portraying really powerful women. That's what we're doing this week. So I love performance. I have my original experiences in performance art started when I was a student at Minneapolis College of Art and Design years ago in the 90s, and we would study like Feldenkrais and movement and different performance techniques, Alexander techniques, and that living through my cellular body, even though I really wasn't a performance artist, I've lived my life performing and encouraged like VR performance and behaviors through museums and
Yeah,
social.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
that you're bringing up a lot of really interesting things, and especially talking about having to make the adjustment and going into rec room, and then even working on bringing your museum space and performance space into Horizons. And I think for everyone here who has that background in theater and live performance, I mean, the pandemic happened, and right now a lot of people that were previously working, on Broadway or in small venues, small concerts, live in-person events, are now trying to figure out what can they do to have employment or to entertain people. So I'm just wondering a little bit, what happened for the work that you guys were doing? Because I know some people were doing XR work, but other people might have been doing XR merged with physical in-person events. So how has the pandemic impacted the type of work that you're doing right now?
I don't know.
And,
Supposedly
thoughts
I'm
on where the
muted.
future might be headed.
Oh no, I'm not muted. So maybe people can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Well, I will
I
tell
liked your
you
dance
that
moves there.
I was using and teaching students in Rec Room before COVID. So even back when I was teaching students in China, I was using Rec Room from one city to another, engaging with students and teaching them like spatially how to create together. And then I would go to that location. What changed though was that I have zero connection in human life with other people other than who is in my home. And I have a way more vast and broad event and social life in VR. And definitely and learning to monetize it. Pardon me.
Oh, no worries. So for myself, I had been doing a lot more sound work before the pandemic hit. And then once the pandemic came around, people were interested in, Brandon knows, very much Zoom plays. So, using Zoom as a it can be okay sometimes, but using Zoom as a platform sometimes, using
Sorry.
Zoom as a platform to it's okay, using Zoom as a platform to create theater experiences, and because of and since then, either people moving towards more intricate forms of Zoom plays or rebelling against the notion of Zoom plays and wanting to move into virtual reality or more location based work. Um, it's been for me two different things. Looking